Show Me a Reunion. A Cowboy Crossing Romance. Written by Alexa Verde. Text copyright 2021 by Alexa Verde. Production copyright 2022 by Alexa Verde. Dedication. To Autumn. I don't know how I would survive without you. With love and gratitude, Alexa. Chapter 1. Are we there yet? The question asked for the millionth time from the back seat made Giovanni Moore want to hit his head against the steering wheel. He'd never been a patient man, and being incarcerated for a long time wiped out whatever patience he'd had left. Giving in to his sister and going home to the ranch wasn't a great idea. Home. A lump formed in his throat as he passed a tractor, a sure sign the ranch was near. The ranch where he'd grown up wasn't home any longer. In fact, he didn't have a home any longer. Heavy clouds in the sky didn't help his mood, and neither did Rocky, sulking in the seat nearby. Unlike the little girl, his teenage daughter had barely said 2 words during the entire trip, but man, she'd sure scowled plenty. He rubbed his tired eyes, keeping his concentration on the road. How had he ended up with 2 girls to take care of, a child he'd first met after being released and his 14-year-old daughter who was a stranger to him now and hated his guts? Okay, so their mother, his ex, had disappeared without a trace. Her new husband had divorced Tatiana 2 years ago and left to live overseas, then skipped out on child support payments and lied about his address. Giovanni would say a few choice words if not for the little ears. With an effort, he eased up on the accelerator pedal. While he'd once loved high speed, he had precious cargo now. Part of that precious cargo tapped on the door handle, her black nails matching her thick eyeliner. As if that wasn't enough, she used the same color eyeshadow and lipstick. 5 earrings decorated her ear, and a metal stud pierced one of her eyebrows and another her lower lip. He didn't want to know where else she might have piercings. Her bangs fell into her eyes, and streaks of blue provided a welcome splash of color. Metal chains jangled on her leather jacket, and her jeans had so many cuts it was a wonder they still held together. His mother would be delighted to meet such a granddaughter. Right. His fingers tightened around the steering wheel. Like Rocky had pointed out when he'd tried to hint about her changing attire a bit, he was no one to judge with his history. The girl was right. So why had he been given temporary custody of 2 minors? Being Rocky's biological father shouldn't have been enough. Okay, fine, he'd asked for custody, provided the references, proof of an offer of a permanent full-time job from Constanzo, and so on. Based on the cold waves coming from Rocky, this might not be Giovanni's best idea. Wasn't he always considered the most irresponsible one in the family? Any of his siblings would have been a better choice. They had stellar records and were all married with children now. Thinking about how to dump us off already? Rocky sneered. How did she guess? Wouldn't be the first time, she added as if by way of explanation. The sign announcing Cowboy Crossing's outer limits came as a relief. I'm hungry, Ellen said. And thirsty. He glanced at Rocky. Are you hungry, too? She just shrugged, making him cringe. Did that mean a yes? She was so thin, she might be anorexic. Or was it bulimic? He didn't speak teenage yet, but he'd better learn fast. They entered his childhood town. A barbecue place was just ahead. His stomach growled. Maybe stopping there would be a good idea. While there had always been a lot of hearty food at home, not home, he wasn't ready to see the family, not after the years he'd pushed them away. The family who most likely despised him. Judged him. Despair and resentment leapfrogged in his empty stomach. He'd chosen that road, made the decision well aware of the consequences. He had no one to blame but himself. How do you feel about barbecue? Yay! Ellen screamed from her booster seat in the back. Another careless shrug from Rocky. He'd take it as a yes. He pulled up to the restaurant he'd frequented as a teen and parked in the lot and stepped from the vehicle, then fiddled with the booster seat and put Ellen on the ground. Then, he suppressed a grimace. He shouldn't have bought her that popsicle she'd begged for. It had bought him a few moments of peace and quiet, before Rocky had decided to listen to her favorite heavy metal band. But now Ellen was wearing the sticky substance on her overalls and in her hair. A clear demonstration of what a disaster he was as a dad. He couldn't take her into the men's restroom to wash up, but he couldn't go into the female one either. How did his brothers with daughters manage while they'd been single fathers? He took Ellen's left hand while Rocky took her sister's right one, her eyes softening a bit. "When is Mom gonna be back?" Ellen asked as she skipped toward the entrance. His rib cage constricted. As the pressure pushed air out of his lungs, he struggled to breathe. "I don't know," he replied. What else could he honestly say? Compassion lodged in his throat. "Listen, my family has lots of children for you to play with. And lots of ponies. And cats and dogs. Even a pet rat." Ellen's eyes widened. They were the same color as her mother's. In fact, she was the spitting image of the woman he'd once loved so deeply. Pain sliced through him. But whatever had happened between him and his ex wasn't her daughter's fault. "Even a rat?" Ellen repeated. "Yep. Who knew that, of all the critters, this one would most entice her?" The aromas of barbecue and fried potatoes met them in the restaurant. Hoping no one would recognize him now, he ducked his head, pretending to focus on Ellen. After all, he might not be welcome in his hometown. For that reason, he chose the booth furthest from the entrance. Well, that, and because by now, he was used to watching his back. "I'll take Ellen to wash up." Rocky shook her head as if disapproving of his parental skills, then walked to the restroom, her sister's little hand in hers. They were back soon. Ellen was easy to order for. Scrambled eggs, bacon, and hash browns, plus toast. He chose the same for himself. Rocky, on the other hand, scrunched her nose as she scowled at the menu. "What is organic here?" "Really?" He nearly groaned. The waitress didn't skip a beat. "Everything, hon. Coffee. No sugar. No creamer." This time his brow furrowed. The waitress just smiled as she collected menus. "I'll make sure it's made from organic coffee beans." It seemed to be a lull time between breakfast and lunch, and he was glad the place wasn't packed. Rocky disappeared into the world of her phone. Probably would stay that way until time to leave. How was he going to get through to her? If there was time to pray, it was now. But he didn't believe in God any longer. Then Meredith entered the place, and everything stilled. She wore her long blonde hair in a tight bun now, not a hair out of place. It highlighted her large green eyes and high cheekbones. Her jacket and a pencil skirt were strict, professional. The last time he'd seen her was at his trial. He'd refused to see her afterward. That was his way to set her free. But an overwhelming longing reminded him how much he missed her. Her gaze moved around the room as she and her male companion walked to their table. Her eyes widened when she spotted him. Her pink lips he'd kissed only once, parted. The time stretched, and so did his nerves. She wanted to say something, but he narrowed his eyes and shook his head. She seemed to get the message as she sat on the chair her companion pulled out for her. His fingertips touched her back either protectively or possessively, showing the guy liked her. Giovanni didn't have the right to feel jealous, and yet he winced from a stab of that very emotion. Once upon a time, he'd messed up everything that could be between him and his childhood friend. Probably for the better. From what he'd heard, she'd done great for herself. While he, once confident to the point of cocky, had hit rock bottom. The waitress brought food, and he thanked her and cut Ellen's meal into little pieces. She dug in with gusto. Rocky sipped her coffee without lifting a glance from her phone screen. Then a new person barreled into the restaurant and rushed straight to him. His sister. A strange mixture of joy and shame overtook him. She was the only one from his family he didn't manage to push away. The only one who knew the truth about everything. Finally, you're here. Aurora nearly pulled him out of the bench and snatched him in a bear hug. Warmth enveloped him inside and out. Well, you did threaten to drag me to the ranch if I didn't show up. For the first time in years, his lips twitched up. And I would totally do it. She turned to Ellen. I'm your new auntie, Aurora. Thrilled to meet you. She gave the little girl a gentle hug. He didn't have the heart to remind Aurora she and Ellen weren't blood-related, so technically, she wasn't the girl's auntie. Rocky still didn't abandon her phone. I remember you. If so, you should remember you need to look at me when you talk to me. Aurora scrunched her nose a bit. Or I'll drown your phone in your coffee. Rocky's eyes narrowed. You wouldn't dare. Wanna bet? Should he interfere? When two strong wills collided, the results could be disastrous. Her eyes becoming slits, Rocky put her phone on the table. Happy now? I'm always happy. Now, scoot over. Because we both know that, if I fall on you, I'll squash you. Rocky studied Aurora from under lashes all sticky with mascara, and Giovanni hoped she'd see somewhat of a kindred spirit. Then she moved a fraction. Aurora plopped on the seat. Uncle Giovanni, can I go play game machines? Ellen finished most of her food surprisingly fast. While again, he wasn't technically her uncle, wasn't blood related to her at all, he didn't correct it. Sure. He gave the girl a fistful of coins. He followed her with his gaze as she marched to the machines, and then his gaze met with Meredith's. Heat rose inside him. Was she watching him? She looked away and took a sip of her coffee. That longing intensified, hollowed out an aching place inside him. He made an effort to switch his attention to the matters at hand, not might have beens. I'm going to run away, Rocky muttered under her breath. Talk to my sister-in-law, Kat, Aurora said breezily as she stole bacon from his plate, just like old times. She'll give you plenty of pointers on being a teen runaway. She was one once. Oh, and she'll teach you a crash course in self-defense. Something flickered in Rocky's eyes. Why did she have to run away? She had a father as horrible as mine and a mother who abandoned her. Aurora's expression turned serious. You're right about the latter. As for her father, he used to beat her up so badly she still has scars. Her running away experience wasn't too great, though. For example, a man nearly choked her to death. Giovanni understood what Aurora hinted at. Rocky's world was turned upside down, but at least she still had someone who stood by her and a place to go to. Whereas there were people who were alone, abandoned, and abused. Rocky didn't say anything, only returned to her phone. That must mean she wasn't talking to Aurora any longer. Welcome home. Aurora smiled at him. I'm so happy you're back. It might take some adjustment, but the others will feel the same way. He wasn't so sure, and his stomach clenched. He switched the conversation to a safer topic. How is married life? Aurora beamed as she stole another bacon slice. Fabulous. I couldn't imagine being this happy. He says I changed his life, but he changed mine, too. He's encouraged me to start singing again, so I play in restaurants a few times a week. I wrote down a bunch of songs and sent them to a few musicians I know. That and being in love feels incredible. And I gained a wonderful son. Okay, I married my husband by mistake, but it turned out to be the best thing I've ever done. Madhouse, Rocky muttered. Anyway, my marriage with Ari McFarland never would have worked out. Rocky dropped the phone. You were going to marry Ari McFarland? Definite interest lifted her heavy goopy eyelashes enough to show her eyes. Was she a fan? Yes, but his twin showed up instead. And I wasn't thinking straight, and, well, I married the wrong guy who turned out to be totally right for me. Rocky blinked. You're kidding me. Oh, we never kid about love. I do still have a few autographed photos of Ari I'd be willing to share with the right person. Aurora smiled sweetly, and snatched the rest of his bacon. Giovanni pushed his plate to her as gratitude warmed him. If she managed to connect with his daughter, he'd be glad to give her all the bacon in the world. "I'm thrilled for you." He meant every word. Ellen gestured to him, so he walked to her, figuring she needed more coins, which turned out to be the case. But as he handed them to the girl, he sensed Meredith's flowery perfume. Lavender. She hadn't changed it since she'd been a teenager. He'd learned to pick up on scents and sleep with one eye open because one always had to be on guard where he'd been. He whirled around, and his heartbeat picked up. For a breathless moment, she stared into his eyes, emotion swirling in her emerald-hued orbs. "Welcome back." That was all she said before she returned to her table, and yet he had difficulty catching his breath. He did his best to arrange his features in a neutral expression as he walked back to the booth. "I see you finally realized what, or rather, who, is good for you." Aurora munched on his toast in thought. He groaned as he sat down. "Don't even think about playing matchmaker." "Of course, I won't." Before he could relax, she added, "We have professionals in the family for that. Besides our sister-in-law, there's our niece, Danica. She already credits herself for several marriages in the family, including mine. And she isn't entirely wrong. Oh, and she decided to slow down now, with only one boyfriend." He took a sip of his coffee. "Are we talking about our 6-year-old niece?" "Of course." Aurora grinned. "Your family is something else." Rocky shook her head as if in disbelief. Rather than correct her by saying "our family," he nodded. "You can say that again." Despite all his apprehension, well, it felt good to be back. He'd missed out on so much: the family gatherings, weddings, and celebrations, his nieces and nephews growing up. All the precious moments he'd never regain. He did his best to ignore any encroaching bitterness. Was it too much to hope for a new beginning, for a clean slate? Especially if his family knew the truth about him that he'd hidden for too long. Seeming to read his thoughts, Aurora reached across the table and squeezed his hand. "You know we'll stand by you. We'll help you with anything you need. You just have to let us." Guilt warred with gratitude. Once, he'd underestimated his family. He'd wanted his freedom so badly he'd flown the nest as soon as he could. He'd crashed from that height, and now his wings were crippled forever. "Thank you." It was all he could push past the lump in his throat. But apparently, it was all Aurora needed as she brought him up to date on developments in the family. Mostly to do with children. One of his cousins, Jenna, had a baby due later in the year, and Aurora hoped for a baby, too. Giovanni didn't understand exactly, but it was something about the promise to have soccer teams she'd made her darling niece, Danica, the one who was the daughter of a cousin, so not an actual niece. Seemed he was uncle to a bunch of kids he'd never met. More people entered the restaurant, probably because it was getting closer to the lunch hour. And then his heart just about stopped. The father of the girl who'd almost died in that horrible accident made a step forward, and then his jaw dropped. The man's voice boomed the moment he saw Giovanni. "How dare you show up here like this?" Chapter 2. Meredith tensed at the commotion. Her common sense told her to stay out of it, but she was already on her feet, marching toward the confrontation. Coming to Giovanni's aid was ingrained in her from childhood since she'd helped him with math, which he'd so grudgingly accepted. She'd had to develop skills of de-escalating situations in court, but those were useful in real life, as well. Wes got up to follow her, but she shook her head, telling him without words not to interfere. Thankfully, he understood her message and stayed in his place. He was an excellent assistant, after all. She kept her head high and softened her expression into a sympathetic one. She didn't need to work up compassion, it already filled her to the brim. Mr. Noah's daughter had survived the fatal accident, and yet had died from simply falling in the bathroom after a night out. How horrible it must be to lose a child. And unlike her biological dad, this father had adored his daughter. Unkempt white hair straggled over his forehead, and wrinkles on his face matched the creases on his clothes. Her heart constricted. How many people had been affected that night? How many lives had been changed for the worse? How many spirits had been broken? "You don't have to do this," Giovanni said behind her back, but she ignored him. Probably, he didn't know that Barbara was dead. It was best not to think how just his voice could make her heart beat faster. She needed to concentrate on Mr. Noah. Keeping her posture open and friendly, which had become second nature after years of practice, she placed her fingers on Mr. Noah's forearm as she positioned herself between the two men. His jacket sleeve felt smooth and greasy, covered in a stain, but she didn't pay attention, just like she didn't pay attention to Giovanni's familiar spicy cologne, or did her best not to. "I'm so sorry for your loss. I can only imagine how dreadful it must feel." The man nearly growled, but she didn't back off. A similar guttural growl invaded her memory, and she shuddered. Her fingers trembled, but she took deep breaths. She was safe now. She was safe now. She was safe now. Even if her mind refused to believe it. Her heart hammered, and she felt like she was breathing in a vacuum. Breathe deeply. Concentrate. She knew his late daughter well enough, despite the woman's drinking issues, and had represented her case pro bono in a disastrous divorce, which thanks to Meredith didn't turn out that disastrous. She hoped Mr. Noah didn't forget it. Mr. Noah's eyes narrowed. "You know my Barb was never the same after the accident. If you're sorry, then you shouldn't have defended the man who ruined her life." Lots of good her defense did for Giovanni. That case was one of her rare losses, because he'd refused to help himself. He'd insisted on a plea bargain, and that was it. His blood alcohol level at the time of the accident hadn't helped, either. But it was best not to discuss it. She waved to a table, her voice soothing. "Mr. Noah, how about I order you some mint tea and something to eat?" His hands fisted, making her wince and recoil as her body remembered the punches in her face, her stomach, pain erupting everywhere. Her palms covered her stomach protectively while everything inside her trembled again. Breathe. Let the sense of hearty food anchor you to the present. Barbecue aroma. The feel of fabric under your fingertips. The humming of people around you. She was safe. But she'd never felt safe again after what happened. Never. Recovering, she shifted back and didn't let empathy drain away from her face. His fingers unfisted, and his shoulders slumped. "I'm not hungry any longer." He turned around and stormed out. The tension inside her deflated, the sense of loss overwhelming. "You didn't have to do it," Giovanni said again, behind her. "But thank you. I didn't know his daughter had died." "I'm sorry." She braced herself for an onslaught of emotions as she turned to him. She couldn't deal with her pent-up attraction right now. As it was, she was weak from dealing with the avalanche of panic that covered her at any sign of aggression. Even if she realized Mr. Noah would never hurt her. Well, most of the time, she didn't need a sign of aggression to be thrown into the abyss of the time of the assault. Giovanni's expression turned into one of concern. "Are you okay? Did he scare you?" If only Giovanni knew. She repeated the phrase she told everyone. She managed to sound convincing because people usually didn't question her further. "I'm fine. I'm totally fine." Without looking at him, she returned to her table. Yet she couldn't help remembering the time of her life when she'd still been naive and trusting and believed hope was possible. She'd been irresistibly drawn to Giovanni then and, just like now, had done her best to hide it. To fall for him would be like trying to contain the wind in her hand, and even as a teen, she'd understood it well. There had always been some restlessness about him that would lead him far away from their small town. She was eager to leave, as well, but for a different reason. The big city lights and a lawyer's diploma were her beacons, while she'd suspected Giovanni sooner or later would head for a cliff. That was one of the main differences between them, and it had shown even clearer when they'd become friends. She'd felt so helpless growing up that she'd found power in structure, in the certain way math or laws worked. Unfairness in her life made her passionate to pursue justice for others, defend the defenseless, because she knew how that felt. And fine, becoming a lawyer was an easy way to earn the approval of her stepfather, Alan, a successful lawyer, and for a good reason. The memory was like a punch in the gut as she slumped into her chair under Wes's concerned gaze. Like the other children in his family, Giovanni was well loved and didn't need to seek approval, didn't have to be on constant guard to do things right or be punished. Unlike her, he didn't need to change his very core in order to survive. He had all the paths in the world open to him and no heavy boulders to clean away from those paths. Back then, she'd envied him a bit. But, based on his current situation, she wasn't sure it was such a blessing. Wait. Wes was telling her something, and probably not the first time. He had that bewildered look in his blue eyes, an unusual contrast to dark hair. Could you please repeat that? She was proud of herself for keeping her tone even, though not proud for slipping off. You're distracted. No blame accompanied the words, only surprise and a tint of worry. One of the great things about their long-time professional relationship, she didn't have to pretend with him. Well, not much. Yes. Too many memories. His phone, now lying on the table, it hadn't been before, lit up with an incoming call. He snatched it fast as if he didn't want her to see the screen and rejected the call. Just a bot. Did guilt flash in his eyes? She tucked the thought away to ponder later. Everyone was entitled to their secrets, but people close to her had betrayed her before, not that she was so perfect herself either. That quest for justice could take her far. Too far, maybe. Bottom line, she didn't believe in loyalty. But she believed in self-serving interest, and it wouldn't be in Wes's interest to do something behind her back. He should know it wouldn't take her long to check his phone records if she bothered to do so. Her gaze slid to Giovanni, and an old hurt grasped her throat and squeezed. Despite her best intentions, deep down she'd believed there could be something between them. After all, he'd kissed her. Just once, and sort of an accident. She should have known the kiss had meant nothing to him when it had meant everything to her. She squared her shoulders and moved her gaze to Wes, making sure her tumultuous emotions didn't reflect on her face. We should go. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, then nodded. Yes, everyone had secrets. Hers was growing inside her, and she had to make a decision fast. If she didn't, people would notice soon. Judge. Her hand slipped over her stomach protectively, and then she moved it away. As he drove her to her mother's house, she leaned back in the passenger seat and allowed early memories to swarm in. When her mother remarried, they moved away to Springfield and what was supposed to be a better life. It wasn't. Summers in Cowboy Crossing with Giovanni's family became her respite. Back with her family, she'd learned to hide tears. Weakness wasn't tolerated. Complaining to Mom didn't help. She'd turned a deaf ear. Meredith had realized fast that it wasn't in Mom's interest to believe her. Then she'd have to stand up to her new husband and risk her new lifestyle. So Meredith had learned to watch her back and studied her stepfather like a textbook. He enjoyed manipulating people, and she was his ultimate project. She could be molded into anything the man wanted, and whatever pieces he didn't like, he'd chip off with flesh and blood. Avoiding pain was an efficient motivation, and her memory was an eager sponge. After some time, she could solve imaginary cases exactly the way he'd wanted her to. He taught her valuable skills schools didn't provide. How to ooze confidence when one was shaking inside. How to smile when manipulating people. How to use lies to get ahead and how not to get caught. Before she'd applied for her first job, she'd researched everyone she'd be working with. Then she watched everyone carefully. Soon enough, she knew who she could trust or who'd turn a knife in her back while hugging her. It even amused her. After Alan's lessons, she'd grown an iron armor that would break these people's blades while she learned their weak spots. Later, the supervisor gave her a fake grin and said, "We're like a family here." She didn't flinch from the memories of slaps across her face, but arranged her features into a smile as genuine as her stepfather's had appeared. "Yes, you really are." Slipping out of the car now, she said goodbye to Wes for the day. Her mother had given her a spare key, so she unlocked the door and entered. The place smelled faintly of her mother's flowery perfume. Once, the cheerful canary yellow house welcomed her home, but now, painted a latte color with frothy white trim, her tiny childhood home seemed to be percolating, waiting for someone to enjoy it. With most rooms smaller than a walk-in closet in her stepfather's home or her condo, it might have a long wait for full appreciation. A note on the table said her mother had gone to the hairdresser, and Meredith exhaled her relief. Their relationship was strained, and she was still rattled after meeting Giovanni. Her mother had rented this house out after getting married and moving in with her brand new husband in Springfield. As much as Meredith had hated leaving the town she loved, she understood that the man wasn't going to leave his high-powered job, and her mother could be a waitress anywhere. Not that she'd been allowed to work, mind you, a control move masked as kind concern. Meredith walked into her childhood room and slumped onto a beige bedspread, the mattress sagging beneath her. Gone were the bright purple and turquoise walls, the photos of the ocean, and the stars on the ceiling. Alan had said the house needed to appeal to all people. So all ceilings became white, and all walls surrendered to a neutral latte color. Few pieces of furniture stayed, like her bed, but he replaced scratched but dear antique finds with generic pieces. Plastic furniture painted like wood on the outside to masquerade as genuine wood. Fake wood, fake emotions, fake smiles. Her eyes had prickled when she'd seen the changes. To her, the house had been defaced. Or rather, it had been forced to wear the same mask her stepfather donned voluntarily. After her divorce and with the rental lease expiring, Meredith's mother had returned to this place, though she could afford a much nicer one. And yet, she hadn't made any changes, except replacing the living room carpet that tenants had stained with liquids the origins of which Meredith didn't want to know. Well, and buying a new mattress for the bedroom, for the same reason. Lying in the bed where she'd been as a child felt humiliating, and Meredith had squirmed. She hated feeling like a weak little girl. After all, weakness was something the world never forgave. The courtroom had proved it again and again. As a fatherless child, she'd longed for a father. But, when her stepfather had come along, not only did she fail to gain the father she'd dreamed of, but also her mother became a version of a Stepford wife and had withdrawn from her. Her mother hadn't abandoned her physically like her biological father had done. But she'd abandoned Meredith internally, too eager to fit into her new role, and to Meredith, it had been even worse. Letting go of a dad she'd never met and frankly wouldn't want to meet had been relatively easy. Seeing the mother who'd once been so affectionate with her trade Meredith for a new life was much more difficult. It was as if something was inherently wrong with Meredith. In school, she'd had difficulty making friends, and when she had, they didn't stick around for long. Giovanni had seemed different. He'd become her true friend. But then she had to ruin everything by falling for him. He'd abandoned her, too, and that had hurt most of all. So she'd learned to walk away from people before they could walk away from her. That had made her feel strong. Maybe it shouldn't come as a surprise that her few artificial friendships had ended when she'd most needed them, emotionally vulnerable after the assault. Only Aubrey, the friend she'd made when she'd moved to Springfield after her mother had married, had stood by Meredith. She scowled at the wall beside her, a wall that, unlike in her childhood, when they were covered with cartoons, then marine prints, then boy band posters, was bare now. Exposed. Unprotected. She clenched her teeth as she drew her rather small blanket to her chin and shifted her focus to the empty ceiling, feeling just as empty. Like a gutted fish. Her hand moved to her stomach. No, not empty. A new life was growing inside her, and the thought was just as scary as it was fascinating. But, if she felt uncomfortable in her childhood room, she could imagine how Giovanni felt, forced to go back where he'd started. On the contrary, she'd come here of her own volition and had a well-respected and well-paid job waiting for her. Her pity party was over, but her desire to hear his voice stayed. Even as she chastised herself, her hand moved to the nightstand for the phone. It beeped with a message. Her heart skipped a beat. Maybe he was thinking the same thing. They used to have a connection like that, though he'd denied it. When she'd thought about him, he'd call her, and vice versa. Granted, as a teen in those blissful summer months in her hometown, he was everything she'd thought about. But still. Her lips curving up, she looked at the screen. Then she froze, and cold traveled down her spine, despite the warm blanket. The message came from an unknown number, and she'd received similar ones before. Only now, this wasn't about one of the cases for someone else. And she had a baby to think about, so the threat was 1,000,000 times more effective. Stop digging. Or you'll pay. Chapter 3. After surviving years of living on guard, Giovanni was rarely nervous. But, as he pulled into the driveway of his childhood home, he took a deep breath of courage. How would they meet them? After he'd failed his family, brought disgrace to it, rejected everyone except for his sister? He resisted the urge to grind his teeth. The answer to these questions was pretty clear. His family was great and loving, something he didn't appreciate while growing up, but even loving people had limits to their patience. He'd probably made them surpass those limits years ago. His fingers fisted around the steering wheel. Scared much? Mockery dripped from Rocky's words. Nothing passed this girl, and he grudgingly admired it. Not at all. Right. He rubbed the stubble on his jaw as blood pulsed in his temples. Coming here was a mistake. What did he expect? He'd waltz back with 2 children in tow and a hung head and be granted instant forgiveness? Life was cruel, and he'd learned it firsthand. He needed to head back and figure out all this parental stuff on his own. The girls were his responsibility, not his family's. Hadn't he put them through enough already? He turned the key in the ignition. Leaving already? Again, she spoke with mockery, but a huge dose of disappointment lingered there, too. Shame flooded him, but he didn't turn off the engine. Rocky could get in line behind the many people he'd disappointed. Including Meredith. The lovely girl who'd been so kind to him. He'd taken her for granted for years. Yet she'd always shown up whenever he'd needed her, be it in court or during the confrontation at the cafe today, looking poised and cold like steel in that strict gray pantsuit. Her green eyes that had once shone with admiration for him were like steel, too. He'd had a lot of time on his hands to think and to remember, and besides Rocky when she'd been little, the best memories of his life were with Meredith. But there was more than guilt and regret now. She stirred his blood, and he didn't have an explanation for that. His gut twisted, but he couldn't think about it. This was about the difficult meeting with his family. During his travels, his years as a musician or his short stint as a race car driver like his cousin who'd become successful at it, the world seemed like such a large place, open for exploration and enjoyment. Then he'd found out the world could be confined to a small cell. His gut twisted harder at the memory of walls closing in around him, of the sense of sweat and fear embedded into those walls, of someone screaming and then silence, of the throbbing need to always remain vigilant. He shouldn't have gone to that party. Shouldn't have been drinking. Should have called a taxi. He shook his head in response to his thoughts. Once, this ranch had been his world, where one had to work hard, yes, but could also reap rewards of love and support. What better place to bring the girls who'd been deprived of love and support for years? He squared his shoulders. Let's go. Outside of the vehicle, he breathed in familiar scents of foliage and grass and unbuckled Ellen from her booster seat. Her dark brown hair smelled of sweet mango shampoo, and she was the only one with a bright smile right now, probably because she hoped to see cows, cats, and even a pet rat. Rocky still had a smirk as she took her sister's hand. That was another thing good about Rocky that he fully appreciated. She was protective of her sibling. Sibling. Sister. Not a daughter. Rocky didn't need to step into a mother's role this young. He nearly ground his teeth for a different reason, then looked at the mansion again. Then he froze. People he hadn't seen in ages spilled out from the front door, holding balloons. Several of them lifted a welcome home banner. Children he'd never met trailed them. His jaw slackened. What was this? Was there another sibling coming home that he didn't know about? His mother hung in the back, and the tears in her eyes nearly undid him. She looked smaller now, and more gray streaked the hair that was cut shorter than he remembered. A lump grew in his throat. He'd caused her so much grief. News truly traveled fast in small towns. Or. His glance shifted to his smiling sister, who walked to him. Did you organize this? Yep. And you're not leaving, even if we have to drag you inside. Aurora was the first to wrap her arms around him, softening a small part of him. In her signature dress, the sunflower pattern matching a headband, trying hard to keep her unruly hair back, she smelled of flowers, hope, and sunshine. You know I mean it, too. But then this was his sister. Always amazing. Probably now more than ever. Some peace and contentment stilled her brown eyes where he'd discerned restlessness before. Maybe being able to dedicate herself more to music explained the change, or maybe being in love and married agreed with her. Once Aurora let him go, she leaned to Ellen. Let me show you the house. I think you'll like your new room. And I hope you'll like your new friends. Ellen's little hand slid into Aurora's with a childish trust. Cats? His sister laughed. That, too. Then she glanced at Rocky. You're welcome to come. You're going to have your own room, as well. Rocky crossed her arms over her chest and jutted up her chin, jerking the studs in her eyebrow and lip into focus. First of all, I'm going to be in the same room as my sister, even if I have to sleep on the floor. Then she hesitated, and her gaze moved from Ellen to Giovanni as she seemed to decide something. Second, I'll stay here. This is more entertaining. He shouldn't expect anything less from Rocky. He missed the trusting, sweet child who'd clung to him and giggled when he threw her in the air. Then Constanzo stepped forward. No surprise there. The eldest brother taking charge, as always. Constanzo embodied everything Giovanni never was. Responsible, solid, and in love with their land and legacy. Well, from Aurora's words, it wasn't only the land he was in love with now. Constanzo was raising 3 children now, including the 2 boys of the woman he'd married. Considering 2 of his other brothers were married, as well, Giovanni was the only single person in the family now. No surprise there, either. He'd missed every wedding, every childbirth in the family. So much. He had no clue who all these children were. He became a stranger to his siblings, well, besides Aurora, but that was a credit to her and not to him. The lump in his throat grew bigger. I don't know whether I should punch you or hug you. Constanzo's brows drew together. Giovanni shoved his hands into his pockets to avoid an automatic reaction to a punch. He wasn't going to defend himself. Take your pick. Constanzo's fingers fisted. Then he uncoiled them one by one and tapped Giovanni on the back. Welcome home. Giovanni released the breath he didn't realize he was holding. People started talking, and then everyone quieted. He understood the reason as everyone parted ways, and his mother made her way to him. Tears streamed her cheeks, breaking his heart, which was fitting since he'd broken hers already. Something cold knifed his chest. She didn't say a word, only hugged him, and he couldn't say anything past the lump in his throat, could hardly breathe. She held him for a long time as if scared he'd disappear. A part of him had dreamed of this moment for years, and a part of him had dreaded it. He'd expected anger, hurt, yes, a punch in the face from more than one of his brothers. They'd be justified. He didn't expect this. And with each second, his shame intensified. He didn't deserve a family like this. But he could be grateful for it now. Tears burned behind his eyes, but he kept them at bay. He didn't remember the last time he'd cried. Where he'd been, any sign of weakness could get a man killed. If he could go back in time to his teen years, he would have changed so many things. Starting from the lost chance with Meredith. His rib cage constricted. Why did his thoughts keep returning to her, to what could never be? A mother's love was forgiving and overwhelming. Meredith's love was surely long gone, and he had only himself to blame. "I'm so sorry." The words were a drop in his ocean of regret, but he still had difficulty spilling them. Once his mother released him, the rest of his brothers hugged him as if he'd just come back from a weekend away. "How could this be? How could you be this forgiving?" he blurted out. Rocky smirked. "I don't think you're in any position to complain or question it. By the way, this wasn't as entertaining as I hoped it would be." "Oh, right. Did he forget to tell them about her? Some of you might remember Rocky, my daughter." Hands on her hips, Rocky tossed blue-streaked black bangs from her eyes with a quick shake of her head. "Might? I'm not easy to forget." The girl's grandmother smiled through tears. "Well, that refreshed our memory. Welcome to the ranch." She gestured for the girl to follow her. "I hope you'll love your stay here." "I doubt I will," Rocky muttered. She did follow the family matriarch, which was the right choice, though stomping wasn't a good idea. "I'll help with the luggage," Roberto and Giorgio said in unison. "We don't have much luggage." His and Rocky's baggage were the emotional kind, but no reason to add that. Giovanni popped the trunk open. Most of the bags belonged to Ellen, as did the giant white plush bunny. The two big black, of course, backpacks were Rocky's. He only had one duffel bag. His sister had bought it and pretty much everything in it. All his worldly possessions now. Enough of this pity party. Though late, he'd learned to take responsibility for his actions. And this welcoming party wasn't a pity one and was worth more than any treasures other people accumulated. His brothers didn't comment on his minimal luggage, and he was grateful for it. It was amazing how much they'd all matured, how broad their shoulders were now, and how easily those shoulders seemed to carry responsibility. How much more wisdom shone in their eyes and stilled their tongues. And even if it underscored his situation, he was glad to see an aura of hard-earned happiness emanating from them. They found their paths, while at 40, he had no clue what to do with his life. Everywhere he'd looked so far offered either a cement wall or a ravine. He picked up the duffel bag and one of the backpacks, while his brothers took the rest. Then he stepped inside, reminding himself to hold it together. Just like in childhood, the house smelled of barbecue, spices, and fresh garlic bread. Rustic ranch photos and horse paintings lined the hall before the room opened into the sunny dining area where floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked emerald hills and bright paintings bedecked vivid buttery yellow walls. He touched the huge cherrywood table, memories of family meals rushing in, and closed his eyes to prevent tears from spilling. Something barreled into him, and he flung his eyes open, chastising himself. 1 second of not paying attention cost him a lot before. "Look at my new friend," Ellen squealed. Giovanni wasn't sure whether the girl was talking about the squirming cat in her arms or the taller girl near her, dressed in magenta overalls and green and indigo socks. The socks didn't match each other but matched the shoes. The main part was that Ellen was smiling at him, and that never failed to soften his hardened heart. He didn't have to wonder for long because the girl introduced herself and the cat. He shook the girl's little hand and attempted to shake the cat's paw. The feline hissed at him but stayed in Ellen's arms. "How do you like it here?" he asked Ellen. "I love it. Let's go. I'm gonna show you my room." It turned out to be his childhood room, now painted pink with bunk beds. A little mermaid bedspread covered the lower bed. The room already had more plush toys than even 5 children would need, but he wasn't going to complain. Rocky grimaced, likely at all the pink, but didn't leave. He didn't have a chance to help them unpack because his mother called everyone to the table. So he took Ellen to the nearby, also pink, bathroom. It even had children's toothpaste with bubble gum flavor and towels with Ellen's favorite mermaid cartoon character. His chest tightened. His family went out of the way to make the little girl, and therefore him, welcome. But was he making another mistake by asking for custody of the girls? Wouldn't they be better off with someone else? And what if they were taken away from him later? Rocky grumbled as she dried her hands. Why is there no goth-themed bathroom? Happily, a rhetorical question as she marched outside. In the dining room, the dishes covering the table reminded him of his childhood, lasagna and gnocchi making his mouth water while some he didn't even recognize competed for attention. You didn't have to make it all for us. The last thing he wanted was for his mother to slave in the kitchen on his behalf. Roberto chuckled. Well, Fratello, we all love to eat. And to pitch in. It wasn't a dig, but a hot wave covered Giovanni. He hadn't pitched in for many years. With so many people at the table, he tried to remember the names of the children during all the introductions. But an emptiness in his heart told him he ached to see one more person here. The one who'd joined them during summers when he'd been a teen. Meredith. But the Meredith he'd seen in the restaurant today wasn't the joyful girl he'd once known. Not even the confident woman who'd defended him in court. Well, today's Meredith was confident all right, and the way she de-escalated the difficult situation was admirable. But he knew her enough to notice a flash of fear in her green eyes, to feel the tremble inside her, which in turn created a shudder inside him. It was gone fast, and she'd hid it well afterward. Something had happened to her while he'd been away, while he hadn't been there to protect her. And that might be the worst consequence of his mistake. The next day, Meredith took a deep breath of warm air tinged with the scent of freshly cut grass for courage and entered the air-conditioned grocery store. It wasn't like she was afraid to be among people now. That would be ridiculous. There was safety in numbers, and she knew it. Besides, Cowboy Crossing was a peaceful small town, which was one of the main reasons she'd come here to recoup and regroup. The last crime she'd heard of was a cow trespassing into a neighbor's field. Oh, and when a rooster assaulted the owner's guest. She felt sorry for the rooster who'd ended up in the soup the next day. But then, she'd always been against capital punishment. Well, there had been several scary cases concerning Giovanni's immediate family and his cousins, but then his family was a world of its own. There was no reason for the spike in her pulse or these clammy hands. Surely, if she acted normal, she could become normal again. As her stepfather used to say, fake it till you make it. She grimaced at the memory and scanned the store, a habit she shouldn't be slack about. Then she pulled out the grocery list on her phone. The mundane task should calm her frayed nerves. Nothing was exciting or threatening about buying bread and milk. Seriously. The store didn't have the fancy brands she was used to, but she found a strange comfort in that. Maybe she could even take up cooking. She nearly snorted. She wasn't that desperate. Or, was she? She stopped in the cosmetics aisle and picked a pink lipstick because hers was almost used up. Her gaze caught her reflection in the mirror. She'd waited for the bruises to fade before coming here. And the cuts on her arms could be hidden underneath her jacket's long sleeves. She nearly scowled at her pale and worn-out reflection. Her green eyes were her best feature and could often change their hue depending on her mood and clothing color. Giovanni had told her he'd loved how they'd sparkled like emeralds. Now those eyes were a dull olive green, the color of the swamp she'd been drowning in. She wore her honey blonde hair swept away from her face in a tight bun, and it showcased the dark rims under her eyes and put focus on her nose. Her mother was of middle height and had a delicate nose. Meredith's maternal grandparents were the same. So Meredith must have gotten her height and big nose. Her mother called her nose strong as if it could lift things, from her father's side. Which always gave Meredith a wave of irritation. It wasn't enough that her father had been beating her mom and then left town, he'd given Meredith these features, too. Fine, she understood that those shouldn't be in the same line. Children in school had teased her, calling her a tower and giraffe until Giovanni put a stop to it. Yup. She was a giraffe with an eagle's beak. Add to that the fact that she was a math geek, and the only reason she wasn't on the bottom of the popularity grid was because Giovanni befriended her for some reason. Well, she'd known the reason at first. The teacher had asked her to tutor him in math. But even after his grades oh so painstakingly improved, he'd hung out with her sometimes, puzzling everyone at school and her the most. In her late 20s and early 30s, she started having success as a lawyer and grew more and more confident, which in turn gave her more success, which in turn made her more confident, and so on. She'd thought of finding her father then and punching his strong nose. But it wouldn't look good on her record, and she needed it to remain spotless. Enough of memories. She moved to the grocery aisles and picked up pickles. At a familiar voice in the neighboring aisle, her fingers tightened around the pickle jar, and her heart started beating faster for a different reason. Okay, she understood there was only one grocery store in a town of this size, but did Giovanni have to go shopping at the same time she did? They will pass this aisle. They will pass this aisle. They will pass this aisle. Uncle Giovanni, can we get some pickles? Pretty please, a child's voice asked. Meredith could run to the next aisle, but it was too late. Hi, Meredith. Just his voice did weird things to her senses. She pasted on a smile. After many years of practice, it wasn't difficult. Sometimes she wasn't sure where her mask ended and her face began. But then, nor were most people she'd worked with. Let me introduce Ellen. Ellen, this is Meredith, my friend. Two curious brown eyes looked up at her. The girl in a pink t-shirt and cute little jeans with a mermaid embroidered on them, hugging the plush bunny to her chest, didn't step forward but stayed near Giovanni's leg. Hi, Miss Meredith. A pleasure to meet you, Ellen, Meredith said softly. She could respect a man who'd step in to take care of a child who wasn't his. Respect him. But not love again. One broken heart was enough. And after the assault, she had a broken rib and a broken spirit. Romance wasn't on her schedule, and surely, it wasn't on his either. And you already met Rocky. He gestured to the goth-garbed teenager. Meredith had remembered Rocky from talking to her before the trial. She was about as approachable as a porcupine. No, wrong. A porcupine would be easier to approach. The girl clearly felt abandoned and betrayed even then, and things had gotten worse now. Giovanni would have a handful with this one. Rocky's eyes narrowed. Can't say it was a pleasure. Meredith's smile became saccharine sweet. Neither can I. Giovanni's eyes widened. If he hadn't realized she'd changed, he should now. She wasn't the naive girl who'd thought the world revolved around him. He might still make her heart beat faster, but that was it. Nothing could happen between them. And it wasn't just because he changed from a boy into a broad-shouldered man with a dark beard and eyes as hard as his muscles. It wasn't because of all he'd lost in the emotional sense as well as material one. It was because she'd changed. Because of all she'd lost. Too many people had walked away from her, had hurt her. She was done letting people close. His gaze softened just a fraction, and he opened his mouth as if to say something. She patted Ellen on the head awkwardly, then lifted the jar she still clutched like a lifeline. Well, I should continue shopping. A steel curtain fell in his eyes again. Yes, us, too. Regret squeezed her heart. Those awkward words were what their relationship had summed up to. Her mind in a fog, she placed the jar into the cart, then shifted to the right without looking. And stumbled into a man in a brown hoodie. She couldn't see his face, and her body shook immediately. Chapter 4. The punch to her face. The taste of her blood. The pain erupting everywhere. Breathe. 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 Are you okay? Giovanni's concerned voice filtered through the memories. She glanced to the right, ready to flee or strike. Nobody was there. Did she imagine the guy? Was this her subconscious terrifying her? She barely resisted the urge to slide to the floor and draw her knees to her face. Was there a guy in a brown hoodie near me moments ago? Her voice came out husky, unfamiliar. Yes. He picked up a jar of pickles. Rocky tilted her head. I don't know what you've been smoking, but I'd love some. Rocky. Giovanni glared at the teen, but she only shrugged. Meredith reached for an item on the shelf. Anything. Then she stared at the tomato sauce in her hands. The color of the blood that dripped from her nose that night glimpsed from underneath her blindfold. The metallic smell of blood in the air as the cuts burned, some deeper than others. She remembered this, but not the rest. Why couldn't she remember the voice? The face? The glass jar slipped from her hands and landed on the white tile with a racket. Shards flew, and tomato sauce splashed over the tile. Blood on the white floor. Where was it? Inside a house? Office? Where? She couldn't breathe, couldn't talk, couldn't scream. Her limbs didn't feel like her own. She wanted to walk away, but she couldn't move. She gasped for air, but couldn't get any oxygen into her starved lungs. She felt ready to snap, like a twig under a strong foot. Or had she already? Giovanni placed his hand on her forearm, steadying her. She jerked back, scared of the touch, and nearly punched him. He said something, and the words floated past her. But her brain latched onto the familiarity of his voice. At that moment, she couldn't even trust herself, but she could trust him. Because her subconscious remembered being safe with him. Even though he was an ex-convict now. The thought pulsed through her as the storm of her emotions calmed enough to let a few shaky breaths into her lungs. How long had she been like this? Worried, she glanced at the little girl. Phew. Ellen's big dark eyes looked back rather curious than scared. Okay. 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 Now that Meredith's limbs obeyed her again, she should leave. Just like she'd intended. She didn't need groceries that bad. Eating was overrated. A store worker, a young girl with a ponytail dipped in cyan, hurried with a mop and started to clean up the mess. Sorry about this. Bye. Meredith's voice trembled, and she hated it. She didn't like feeling weak. Never again. Would you like to join us for dinner? His voice stopped her. What? Did he just invite her? You're cooking? From surprise, she forgot to tremble. Rocky snorted. I hope not. He's probably worried about you and doesn't want you to be alone. You look like a wreck. Huh. Again, the girl was too perceptive for her age. Yeah, I feel like it, too. Meredith squared her shoulders, regaining some of her confidence together with oxygen, and met the teen's challenging gaze. It was easier than looking into Giovanni's dark eyes and having false hope he still cared about her. Because just the thought created butterflies in her tummy where a moment ago angry caterpillars had eaten her insides. There's one thing, though, she continued. Well, there was way more than one thing, but she couldn't mention others. Couldn't even admit thinking about them. I don't cook. In her defense, she'd been married to her job, and that kind of spouse had never asked for meals or clean socks. Meredith was fine surviving on takeout and frozen dinners. His smile curved up a tad. I didn't expect you to. She didn't realize how badly she'd wanted to see that smile until now. But she shouldn't have looked at him. Her entire body reacted to him, eager for crumbs of comfort and affection. No. She'd grown up into a woman too confident to beg for crumbs. She'd taken the entire cake and smashed it in people's faces. Metaphorically speaking. Rocky looked from Giovanni to Meredith and back. Well, considering how fast you two shop, it's probably going to be a week before we eat. Unless you develop a sudden taste for Ellen's mud pies. Hey, I make good mud pies. Ellen must have heard her sister's sarcasm. No one is going to starve in Mama's house. Believe me. But we need to do our part to contribute. Unless you prefer to clean the stables? His smile became a little sweeter as he looked at Rocky. Rocky rolled her eyes, but put a few items in the shopping cart. We should get moving then. I can clean a pony. Ellen clapped and gave a little skip. My new friend, Danica, told me she'd show me how. As strained as the dynamic of this little family was, Meredith felt a pang as if she wanted to be part of it, even for a short time. Yeah, like she'd dreamed as a teen that she could marry Giovanni and join his close-knit family. Look how well that turned out. I'd love to join you. Who said that? Did she just say that? What was she thinking? Oh, right. She wasn't. Maybe I should check how fast we can get to a doctor here to be on the safe side, Rocky muttered. You know, for food poisoning and such. Great. His hand moved as if he wanted to touch Meredith again, but then he returned it to the cart and pushed it forward. I mean, great, not about possible food poisoning, and for the record, nobody is going to get that. Great that, you know, his voice trailed off. Yes. I know. Meredith could still understand him from half sentences, and she wasn't sure whether that pleased or scared her. He'd broken off their connection many years ago. But apparently, she never had. The experience of shopping for food with someone was unusual for her. But, as they filled the carts, they had no other grocery casualties besides the tomato sauce, and she was grateful for that. Agreeing to cook together was a bad idea from all points of view, especially considering he told her he stayed in the family mansion. She could only blame the scarcity of oxygen in her brain after the panic episode for such a ridiculous decision. But, when about half of an hour later, she entered the mansion's massive front door, the familiarity soothed something inside her. This place had always been filled with love, so much so that it had freely spilled not only on its inhabitants, but also on its guests. In her childhood, she'd walked on eggshells in her stepfather's house. Here she'd soared. Of course, all that was in the past. The family matriarch rushed to meet them. She stooped a little now, and her once jet-black hair showed gray. But the same kindness was in her eyes, and Meredith's heart warmed. After Meredith's mother got married, Mrs. Moore was more of a maternal figure in her life than her own mother was. The woman hugged the girls first and shooed them off to wash hands, while Giovanni carried groceries to the kitchen. That left Mrs. Moore and Meredith alone. Meredith tensed for a moment, but the woman hugged her with the same warmth as if no decades had passed since Meredith's last visit. Bentornata. You know you're welcome here anytime, Mrs. Moore whispered. Even when my son isn't here. Tears burned behind Meredith's eyes, but she kept them from spilling. She'd had a long training and lots of practical experience on keeping tears inside. Never mind that invisible tears corroded the soul the worst and caused the most damage. Her stepfather had taught her well that tears were a sign of weakness, and the world never forgave weaknesses. Neither did he. But then, after what she'd done 5 years ago, she didn't expect forgiveness. She'd earned his hatred for life. As she breathed the scents of garlic bread and mint tea, she wondered again how she would have turned out if she'd grown up in a loving home like this one. On the other hand, look at Giovanni. Not that she should look at him. Yet something warmed her. We have pierogi in the dining room. My niece Vera, well, niece-in-law, if there is such a thing, brought them. The woman who used to be a police officer and then worked as a private investigator. Meredith had kept up with the family history throughout the years as if that could dull the pain inside her. Thank you. It's good to be here again. She meant it. And then? What if Meredith could ask Vera to investigate the assault? The thought struck like lightning, though it shouldn't. Meredith had thought about hiring someone as soon as her memory of that evening returned. It hadn't, and now the trail was cold. But maybe not all was lost. She did remember the white tile today. Not much to start with, but still. Something hardened inside her again, and she raised her chin. She was going to find who did this to her. She still went back and forth on whether she should have pressed charges and what to do about the baby. Her heart constricted, and she made a conscious effort not to touch her stomach. She'd been offered emergency contraceptives at the hospital. She'd refused. She'd been so out of it then that she didn't remember the reason exactly. Was it because she believed life started at conception? Or was it because it had seemed a low chance that a new life could have started from such pain and violence? Even thinking and talking then had been so painful, so she'd succumb to the painkiller's merciful fog. But like a flower could make its way through asphalt and blossom, a child could be created inside her against all the odds. She still couldn't accept what had happened to her. And would the child inherit its father's qualities? Most likely. But at the same time, how could she punish an innocent baby for the sins of his or her father? She couldn't. If the perp was ever found, and chances of that were small, frankly, it wouldn't be in the baby's best interest. But how could Meredith stop now? The quest for justice was part of her identity, and in the recent past, nearly her entire identity. She'd lived and breathed the legal system. She'd encouraged survivors to press charges. How could she be a hypocrite and retreat now? What would that make her? Definitely not the person she'd believed herself to be. All her passionate speeches would be empty words. She'd be an empty frame. What have you done? You haven't spared your own family. The scream rang in her ears. Maybe it wasn't only about justice then. A part of her, maybe even a dominant part, had wanted revenge. Did a part of her want revenge now? No. She stilled, listening to herself. If it was up to her, she'd prefer never to think about that night again. But how could she step aside if there was a possibility her assailant could do this to another woman? Someone who might not survive. Inner turmoil made her hide her face in her hands. Then she looked up. The decision was made, and now she had to keep her promise to herself. To all the others, whom she'd promised she'd help find justice. Is there something you'd like to share with me? Mrs. Moore's voice brought Meredith back from her thoughts. For a moment, she considered telling everything to this woman she loved and respected. But too many years had passed. Mrs. Moore had her hands full with her own children and grandchildren. And Meredith wasn't part of that family, no matter how much she'd once wanted to be. So she shook her head. No. But thank you for asking. As she followed the family matriarch, Meredith stroked her stomach, which hadn't started to show its secret yet, and whispered to herself, "Forgive me, baby. Please forgive me." Chapter 5. Giovanni's eyes widened when Meredith entered the kitchen. She looked different from just a few minutes ago. She walked taller, and determination hardened her spectacular green eyes. He couldn't help wondering what happened, though her life was none of his business now. His mom marched into the kitchen with his girls in tow. The recipe book is on the counter. I'm taking the girls to the park. Roberto is taking his daughter there, too, and making a picnic basket with fruit and snacks. Ellen blinked. Do I need to clean a pony before I can get snacks? His mother chuckled. No, sweetie, you don't. Who told you that? Talk about awkward. Giovanni cleared his throat. That's not what I meant. I just said we needed to do our part. Now everyone would think he was exploiting children. Rocky's eyes narrowed. Do you really want these two cooking alone? What if they burn down the house? Seriously? Giovanni barely resisted the urge to grind his teeth. Wait a moment. He'd be cooking with Meredith alone. Without the buffer of his children or his mother. He didn't anticipate that. His pulse increased. He should have avoided her company. but she'd looked so stricken in the grocery store, and he needed to do something to help. Even if out of mere gratitude for all she'd done for him. Right. It was just gratitude pumping blood through his veins now. Not. I have excellent home insurance. His mother didn't even flinch. Instead, she opened the kitchen cabinet under the sink. We have a fire extinguisher there. In case of fire, make sure you keep close to the floor because there's more oxygen there. Oh, and the first aid kit is in the bathroom cabinet on the left in case you cut yourself. Giovanni wasn't sure, but he thought Rocky muttered madhouse again on the way out. Ellen hugged him, then waved at him before leaving. Bye, Uncle Giovanni. Bye, honey. Once they were gone, he turned to Meredith. I didn't expect that. She propped her hip against the counter. Me either. What do you want to cook? Awareness rushed through him. If he couldn't rein in his emotions, something besides food would be cooking here. Amusement flickered in her eyes that became salad green now. I have no clue. That makes two of us again. He flipped the pages of a glossy cookbook of family recipes one of his cousins put together. The one in the marketing business, so it was no surprise the book was done well. It had colorful photos, as well, taken right in this kitchen. Like many other rooms in the house, the kitchen was a combination of traditional and modern. Stainless steel appliances, including a double oven stove, were side by side with sacks of garlic cloves and dry red peppers. The wooden boards with the family's favorite sayings were exactly like in his childhood, and that again brought somewhat of a comfort and a whole lot of longing. Finding a man's apron he could use wasn't an issue. But, when he handed Meredith the marmalade-hued apron, she could have wrapped it around herself twice. He reached for a smaller apron that likely belonged to the children. This one probably wouldn't fit either. Her eyes became shadowed. Had the simple issue of an apron not fitting bothered her this much? Then she took off her gray jacket and threw it over the back of the chair, and he could guess the reason for her hesitation. The sight of faint scars on her arms made his blood run cold, then turned it lava hot as his stomach roiled. The same questions ran in his mind again. What had happened to her? Who'd done this and why? Her phone rang. Her expression went to pained in a millisecond. I need to take this. Sure. He busied himself putting the rest of the groceries away. She stepped into the hall, but he'd developed acute hearing over the years. Where he'd been, one had to, as well as develop a state of constant awareness. While he didn't try to eavesdrop and she talked in a low tone, bits and pieces of conversation floated to him. I see you received my text, Wes. From now on, I want you to drop everything else and work on this one case. We're not going to take any new cases until we resolve this. There was a pause when the other person was probably talking. Then Meredith continued, urgency in her tone. I don't care what strings you have to pull, but get me as many documents as you can and fast. I've lost too much time already. She disconnected but didn't enter the kitchen as if she needed to collect her bearings. Giovanni had finished putting away the groceries by the time she came back. She had that expression in her eyes again. Pain and cold determination. Her eyes were forest green now. What was this case that seemed so important to her? Even as a teen, she'd been focused and goal-oriented, but now that focus appeared razor-sharp. Maybe that was what one needed to have success as a lawyer. He'd heard about some of her cases from his sister. Meredith had taken cases that were seemingly hopeless, and won. But what had earned his sister's admiration, and frankly, his own, was that a nice chunk of those cases were pro bono, for people who couldn't afford legal counsel. At the same time, it was difficult to recognize the teen he'd once known in this well-put-together professional with a cutthroat reputation. That teen had been on the shy side, soft-spoken, kind-hearted, and somewhat naive. The soft blonde hair she'd once worn flowing over her shoulders was now tucked in a bun with not a strand out of place. She'd once favored fun, chunky jewelry, but her ears and fingers were bare now. Even the slight splatter of freckles that once peppered her nose and cheeks was gone. He missed those freckles. His heart constricted. But, if he missed that trusting soft-spoken girl, he had to admit that, at least partially, he was the one to blame. He'd rejected her affection. He didn't mean to, but he might have broken her heart. Did she miss the boy he'd once been, even a little bit? He'd changed a lot, too. He had to in order to survive. One mistake could send someone's life spiraling out of control. He was living proof of that. Who was he kidding? It was a series of mistakes. The silence stretched too far. Did you make a choice? She asked. Plenty of them, and all bad ones. Oh, she was talking about the dish they were going to cook. Huh. I was too distracted by eavesdropping on your private conversation wasn't a good answer. So he simply said, not yet. He flipped through colorful glossy pages again, then stopped on the lasagna recipe. She tensed visibly as she looked at the same page. Not lasagna. Please. Well, everyone had their preferences. But her reaction was too strong, even what was on the surface, and he suspected more simmered beneath, ready to overflow. She'd practically trembled when she'd stared at the tomato sauce on the grocery store floor, her eyes huge as if she'd seen a ghost. Was that what it was? A ghost of her past? It didn't take a genius to figure out that the spot on the tile could have resembled a splatter of blood. Could it have reminded her of one of her cases, some horrifying crime scene photos? But in her chosen profession, shouldn't she be immune or at least used to such images? No, something was very, very wrong here. On a personal level. Though he ached to know, he tucked the thought inside and nodded. Sure. We can do something else. He kept turning pages slowly, to give her time to decide. It would have made more sense to have decided on the dish before buying groceries, but somehow he couldn't think straight when Meredith was around him. They settled on chicken à la crème tea paprika that seemed simple enough, and he retrieved colorful bowls and cooking utensils from the cabinets, while she took out chicken breasts and Provel cheese. The delicate scent of her perfume affected him, making his heart beat faster. Breathing the same air she did affected him. It didn't matter that she was mostly quiet as if lost in thought and made no attempt whatsoever to flirt. He swallowed hard as he prepared the chicken. The tables had turned, and now he was attracted to her more than she was attracted to him. She probably didn't miss him at all, while she was nearly all he could think about for many years. He'd had too much time to think. What was brewing inside him now was much stronger than when they'd been in high school. He could tell himself that was because he'd been spoiled with female attention then and was starved for it now. But there was only one woman whose attention he started craving those horrible days of isolation after Tatiana had walked out on him. He knew he couldn't ask for Meredith's attention. Couldn't accept it if Meredith offered. He was a shadow of the man he'd once been, and Meredith deserved better. Much better. Just like in high school, they understood each other without words now, and worked in tandem. Why did many people take the love of amazing, kind people for granted and only realize it when they lost it? He was one of those people. Whatever was happening in his heart now, he had to keep to himself. The paprika scent spread in the air as he measured out a tablespoon. I'm sorry for the way I treated you in high school. I should have treated you better then. She stopped mixing chicken with lemon juice and half and looked up at him. Her green eyes were unreadable while once he could read every thought in them. Or was sure he could because her admiration was so easy to see. This expressionless face was probably part of her professional training. Having a poker face might be even more important for a lawyer than a gambler. Those eyes looked away. You treated me just fine. No need to apologize. We were good friends, remember? Of course, he remembered. He barely resisted the urge to step closer and take her hands into his. Warmth spread through him. But what if we could be more than friends? Could it work out between us? He cringed. So much for not telling her what was in his heart. She blinked fast, then shook her head. It couldn't. Either way, later you met Tatiana, and he winced as if she'd poured a bucket of ice-cold water on him. Meredith had a point. He added paprika to the dish and turned the oven on. What he'd felt toward Meredith then had been warmth and gratitude. He'd gotten used to her constant comforting presence in his life. Hadn't realized then that women like Meredith were one in a million. While Meredith had the understated beauty of the girl next door, Tatiana, with her red lips and intriguing bright outfits, had the flashy beauty of a film star who carried herself with confidence and even arrogance. He'd been clueless then that she knew how to play games with boys' hearts very well. He'd fallen fast and hard for Tatiana's flirty remarks and seductive dance. He'd become obsessed, and the whirlwind romance had led to marriage. Only then had he realized how little he'd known Tatiana. He'd traded the most unselfish girl for perhaps the most selfish one, but he'd been too stupid and too in love to care. I wish I never met her, he blurted out. Emotion flashed in Meredith's eyes that darkened into a forest green hue, then hid behind the curtain again. You wouldn't have Rocky and Ellen then. True. He studied her, aching to erase these past years. Unlike Tatiana, who could see the worst in everything and everyone except herself, Meredith could always find a bright side. Something positive. I missed you. He didn't have the right to say it, and still, he did. I missed you very much. Meredith stilled, then returned her attention to the chicken. Nothing can happen between us. His heart sank. It was too late. He knew it already, but it still hurt. She'd never been a snob. But he was an ex-convict living at the mercy of his family, and she was a successful lawyer. A vice squeezed his heart. How far he'd fallen from an arrogant guy with ambitions of becoming a rock star with world tours. When he could offer her everything, he'd discarded her. What could he offer her now? I didn't suggest. Never mind. She treated him better than he'd treat a person who'd done something similar to him. But that was the kind of person she was. It just took him too long, and being locked up, to realize it. They finished the prep fast, and soon the tray was in the oven. Now what? Despite her words, he still wanted her company. But not if she didn't want to be here. Yet he didn't have it in him to ask her to leave. He gestured to her to take a seat at the breakfast nook, which already had a plate with pierogi on it. Would you like some tea, coffee, lemonade? Though he remembered she liked iced raspberry tea, her tastes might have changed by now. Iced tea, please. Raspberry if you have it. Coming right up. If he wasn't careful, he'd be serving her his heart on a platter soon, too. He checked the refrigerator, and thankfully, Mama already had a full iced tea pitcher there, so he poured 2 tall glasses. They were smooth and cold against his skin as he carried them to the table. He sat down and said grace fast, but Meredith stayed quiet. He'd managed to hold on to his faith, and it was one of the few things that had sustained him while being locked up. But it looked like she'd lost hers. Saddened, he said a silent prayer for her. Thanks. She took a sip and nibbled on pierogi. Do you have Vera's number? The question startled him. I need her help on a case. She works as a private investigator, doesn't she? Meredith's eyes dimmed. Once those eyes had sparkled when she as much as looked at him. He pinched his nose, then sipped the cold sweet liquid. Okay, that made sense. That must be about the case she'd discussed on the phone. I don't, but I can get it from my sister. Hold on a moment. He removed his apron and pulled out a phone from his jeans pocket. His mother had sent him a text that the girls were doing great, and he hadn't even bothered to ask. His gut churned as he replied with thanks. Further proof he must be a rotten dad. So concentrated on Meredith, he didn't even think about the children. Then he called his sister. Aurora picked up fast. Let me guess. You burned dinner and need my help to make a new meal. Despite all his brokenness and him trying to push her away, Aurora had never failed to bring at least a touch of a smile in his life. He wouldn't have survived the last decade without her unfailing support. "Good to know you have faith in my cooking abilities," he said. "I just need Vera's phone number." Aurora didn't ask why. "Sure. I'll text it to you after we hang up." "Huh. Are you positive you don't need me to make something?" She paused and answered her question. "Oh. Of course. You're cooking with Meredith. I'll let you go then." Chuckling, she disconnected. True to her word, his phone chimed with an incoming text right afterward. He read the text to Meredith, and she inputted into her phone. "Feel free to call her now." He sensed it was something urgent for her. "Thanks." Her conversation with Vera was short, and once Meredith disconnected, she gaped at Giovanni. "She said she'd come straight over. I didn't mean for her to drop everything and run here." He shrugged, secretly proud. "That's my family. When they sense someone needs them, they don't waste time." That trait must rub off on their new family members, as well. "Your family was always wonderful." Wistfulness softened her voice. When she'd been growing up, her own family wasn't kind to her. She'd never complained, but it hadn't taken him long to figure out. Her biological father had abandoned her before she was even born, skipped town, leaving Meredith's teenage mom pregnant with her. Meredith's grandparents had helped, but after they died, Meredith's mother had worked all the time and then married a manipulative jerk. They certainly hadn't treated her the way she'd deserved. But then, neither had Giovanni. Silence stretched for a while. Then Meredith leaned forward. "It's good to see you again." Those simple words put oil on the fire of his attraction to her. They shouldn't. What she most likely meant was "see you again" as a friend, and he was grateful to her for omitting that part. She finished her snack fast as if she needed a distraction. Or maybe she was hungry. The circles around her eyes and the paleness of her skin sent a pang through him. Even more so the small healed cuts that left traces of pink on the inside of her hands. The placement was as if she had to raise her hands to defend herself. What had happened to her? Anger, protectiveness, and confusion mixed in him. Good thing she was staying for the meal. In fact, he'd love to take her out to dinner in a nice restaurant. His insides warmed just at the thought, and it wasn't from the oven's heat. He winced and took a hurried sip of his tea because now he was the one who needed a distraction. The cold drink cooled down his unruly imagination. He didn't have the right to such dreams now. Protectiveness toward her must be unneeded. She was a person who could take care of herself. "You're unusually quiet. Thinking about something?" Her voice made him look up. "Yes. You." Best to keep it to himself. Meredith was right, though. He used to talk a lot, gesture a lot, move a lot. Not any longer. I learned to measure every word. Because where he'd been, a wrong word or even a wrong look could get one stabbed. "I understand." Her eyes softened with some emotion, and he'd hate for it to be pity. "I'm sorry I was unable to get you out." Somehow, he resisted the urge to reach for her hand. "Not your fault. You did an excellent job. I was the one who made the choice I did. I have to live with it." But he wasn't the only one who had to live with the consequences of his choice. His heart shifted. "I worry about the girls. I mean, what are the chances I'll be allowed to keep custody of him?" Meredith was so easy to talk to. Always had been. She also gave excellent advice, and he needed all the help he could get. Maybe he wasn't the proud man he was once, but it took strength and humility to ask for help. She switched into a professional mode. "Knowing your family, they already offered you a job, and you obviously have a fantastic place to stay. Plenty of room for the girls. Your family has a great standing in the community, so the girls will be surrounded with love from a grandmother, uncles, and aunt." But what would help you seal the deal is being in a stable relationship with a trustworthy woman. Like herself. He didn't say it, but by the way her eyes widened, the words hung unspoken in the air. The desire to tell her everything pressed on his chest. She'd be one of the people who'd understand. She wouldn't scream what a horrible mistake it was. Or would she? Could he really tell her? Chapter 6. The doorbell chime resolved Giovanni's dilemma. Disappointment tightened his gut, but maybe it was for the better. It would be a little easier to keep his distance from Meredith with her, not knowing. He got up. That must be Vera. I'll open the door. She nodded, and her expression hardened again. He rather felt than saw everything in her tighten, like in an animal who prepared itself for a dangerous leap above an abyss. An alarm bell sounded in his head. Just how important was that case to her? The way her entire posture changed, it almost felt personal. He didn't have time to think about it as he hurried to open the door. Dara wore her long blonde hair in a French braid tied around her head. He greeted her and waved to come in, which she did, then led her to the breakfast nook and introduced the women to each other. It would be difficult to believe that this woman with kind blue eyes and a slightly shy demeanor was once a tough cop, but he'd learned the hard way that appearances rarely told the truth and stereotypes worked just as rarely. Thank you for the pierogi and for coming here on such short notice. Meredith shook Vera's hand, her eyes observant. She must have liked what she saw because she gave a barely perceptible nod. You're welcome. We have a lot of cases already, so we aren't taking on new ones right now. Dara seemed to take a mental photo of Meredith and catalog something in her head. If worry about Meredith didn't needle him, it would be fascinating to watch this silent exchange. He gestured for them to sit down. But you're willing to make an exception for Meredith, right? Yes. My husband's family is my family, and considering how much Meredith means to you, Giovanni. Heat rose inside him. I never told you that. Dara's lips lifted in a half-smile as she took a seat. Oh, but you just did. Was he that transparent? Would you like something to drink? Tea, juice, coffee, water with ice. Based on how everything inside him was burning, he was the one needing lots of ice water. Dara shook her head. No. Let's get going. Agreed. Meredith nodded. He should give them privacy. And surely, Meredith wouldn't talk about her client's case in front of him. Client confidentiality and all. I'll be in another room. Hopefully getting that water with ice. Thank you. Meredith's expression was unreadable. Once again, he wished he could read her like before. But that was another right he'd lost. Anger flared in him as he rushed to the kitchen. Wasn't he punished enough? But being furious about the unfairness of it all was useless. He drank a glass of ice water in hurried sips, then turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on his heated skin. The images from their teen years flashed in front of his eyes. How he picked Meredith up on the motorcycle and she clung to him on the way to the movies. She favored bright dresses in blue and green hues then, making her eyes stand out more. How her fingers hovered close to him when they watched an action movie he now realized she probably didn't care for. How her amazing green eyes sparkled when he bought her a simple ice cream treat. Life's simple pleasures that he didn't appreciate then but would die now to bring back. He checked on dinner, then called his mother, who let him speak with Ellen. The girl chirped with excitement into the phone. Rocky didn't bother to say a word. Some tension inside him released as he slipped the phone into his pocket and stared out the window at the sunlit emerald green lawn. He'd done the right thing by bringing the girls here. His family would help him. But he still needed to make sure he could keep Rocky and Ellen, at least until his ex-wife resurfaced, the possibility of which he dreaded. Thinking of Tatiana brought resentment, and he pushed it away. That wasn't the kind of man he wanted to be now. He needed to rebuild his life, if not for himself, then for the girls. God might be giving him a second chance, and Giovanni needed to do everything not to ruin it. He rubbed his forehead as he spotted horses in the distance. Constanzo had nudged him not so gently that they could use his help at the ranch, and Giovanni wanted to be useful. He'd begin working in the stables tomorrow, bright and early. Mama and Aurora had already volunteered to help with childcare, for which he was beyond grateful, and school was going to start soon. But having a job might not be enough. Meredith had a point. Him being in a stable relationship, or better even, marriage, would greatly improve his chances to keep his daughters. Well, Ellen wasn't his daughter per se, but in his mind, it was just semantics. Meredith's lovely image flashed in front of his eyes as he did his best not to pay attention to the conversation. He probably should step outside, but he stayed rooted to the tile. The timer for the chicken in the oven should go off soon, and that was his excuse. Her idea made sense. Amazingly, several of the women he'd once dated had called him already, and he hadn't been back at the ranch that long. He frowned. Marriage with Tatiana had been volatile, with her making scenes more and more often when his career as a musician went downhill. He didn't want to get into marriage again, much less have a marriage of convenience. Even if it worked out for one of his cousins, who'd entered a marriage of convenience for the sake of his son and found true love. Then Ellen's giggles rang in Giovanni's ears. For the girls, he'd do something he didn't want to. The issue was, he'd lost the love of the only woman he could imagine having a union with. His pulse spiked. Meredith was so close to him, just in another room, but she might as well be on the other side of the world. The sense of loss grew bigger, constricted his lungs. He raked a hand through hair too short for his liking, but at least not a buzz cut any longer. He'd figure something out. The patter of Meredith's hurried footfalls toward one of the bathrooms was followed by the sound of her retching. His gut twisted. Was she sick? But what had made her sick? He'd eaten the same snack she had, but his stomach hadn't reacted that way. He should stay away, for several reasons, but his feet carried him in the hall. The bathroom door was ajar, showing Vera holding a wet washcloth to Meredith's face. Meredith was paler than before, and the constriction on his chest tightened. Once upon a time, she had handed him wet washcloths in this house when he'd had too much to drink. But she didn't drink alcohol. Or did she now? Vera looked up, and when he mouthed, "Do you need help?" she shook her head. He stepped back. He'd seen nearly an identical scene yesterday with his cousin, who was heavily pregnant. Pregnant. His heart nearly stopped, then thudded. A furious heat nearly blinded him. Just the thought of Meredith expecting a child from someone else, probably in love with that person, yanked the rug from under his feet, as illogical as it was. For a moment, he could hardly breathe. Then, he forced himself to make a step toward the kitchen. He shouldn't have intruded on what was a private moment to start with. The stove buzzer went off, making him hurry up. Meredith's voice as she stepped into the hall was louder than usual. "Thank you, Vera." He didn't strain his ears, well, not that much. He just wanted to make sure Meredith was okay. "You should know this. I'm pregnant." Her voice trembled, and not from happiness. Despite the yummy scent of baked chicken with cream, cheese, and spice, his stomach roiled as he opened the oven. He was no longer hungry. He put on mittens and took out the heavy tray. "I hope you'll still take my case." Meredith's voice lowered. "Of course. We'll just have to be even more careful than I thought." Compassion coated Vera's voice. "Is it? Careful? Could Meredith be in danger?" His protective instincts on high alert, he carried the tray to the table. "Yes," Meredith said. "It's the child of the man who raped me." The tray slid from his hands and hit the tile floor. Meredith breathed the aroma of chicken wings from the back of her car as she pulled from the restaurant parking lot. Then she nudged Giovanni's shoulder. "No need to sulk about a ruined dinner. Chicken is chicken. And we've got more than enough for everyone, different flavors." They used to nudge each other a lot as teens and tease. But that time was long gone, and longing for things that would never be unraveled inside her. His frown deepened, crinkling up his handsome face. That's not what I'm upset about. Right. She pressed on the brakes before the red light. Did she subconsciously want him to know about her secret? She and Vera could have gone to a different place to talk. But a part of her felt lighter now that he knew. Another part shriveled over what he'd think about her now. His opinion still mattered, way too much. She didn't want the pity she'd received from some people. And, while her ex had never said outright that in some way this could be her fault or that she'd been damaged beyond repair now, he'd acted like that, especially when she didn't let him touch her. He'd told her she'd gone to that park of her own volition, and words hung in the air like heavy smoke she didn't want to breathe in. Her stomach twisted. She'd been paying for someone else's crime and, most likely, would be paying for the rest of her life. How many other women were in her situation? How many more would be? She'd dedicated her entire being to having justice served, but she couldn't even get it for herself. She stole a glance at Giovanni's handsome profile again as she waited for the light to change. His fingers twisted, and a vein pulsed in his forehead, a telltale sign he was furious. Now you know about the rape and my pregnancy. I keep running scenarios in my head. What if I did something different that day? Or wasn't so distracted by my case? Or defended myself better? Could I have prevented what happened? His glare stabbed into her. You don't think this somehow could have been partially your fault? She winced, then moved forward on green. I'm trying not to. Oh, how she hated how weak her voice sounded. She'd worked with survivors, she didn't like the word victims, who'd been plagued by the same questions. She'd been angry and surprised then, too. But now she was spiraling on the same downward path. Like them, she'd taken so many showers, had scrubbed herself raw. But she could never remove the invisible dirt somehow clinging to her. If only she'd been more careful that night. Why had she gone to the park so late? She couldn't remember. But she should have known it wasn't a good idea. She should have known better. The thought knifed her again. He reached for her hand, then jerked his back. It's only the fault of he let out a few choice words, who did this. And I want to make sure he'll never do it again. She gritted her teeth as guilt needled her for not remembering. What can I do to help? His voice softened. You already did. She meant it. He believed her. He took her side. He believed enough to care. After coming back to work from the hospital, the bruises still visible even under makeup, she'd seen the stigma some survivors had to deal with. Whispers behind her back had started soon enough. Curious, pitying glances. The broken relationship with a man who couldn't handle what had happened to her. She squared her shoulders as she made a turn while the silence stretched, ready to snap like her frayed nerves. She could deal with all this. But what about an innocent child? Her mother was right. A lot of people in their small town were old-fashioned. I hate it that I wasn't there to defend you. Huh? Her brows shot up. How could you? I mean, seriously. Well, she did blame him for walking away, but she was over it. The past should remain in the past. She had to think about the future, if not for herself, then for the child. Despite being career-oriented, she'd dreamed of a child for years, and at 39, she was losing hope. While she'd never wanted to have the gift of pregnancy as a result of a rape, she could learn to love this child. I'm going to have this baby, she heard herself saying. She made her decision, right then and there. Another red light. Was this a sign that her decision was wrong? She waited for him to say, "Are you sure?" And this would be one of those rare cases when an abortion would be justified, like her mother had said. Or you're going to ruin your career and think about what kind of DNA that child is going to have, and even you're going to see your rapist's face every time you look at the child, like her friends and colleagues had said. Like her ex-fiancé, Richard, had said. He'd been adamant for her to have an abortion. Considering that she didn't remember the face, the latter shouldn't be an issue. Suspicion needled. Why was Richard's reaction that strong? Was it because he didn't want to raise a rapist child? Or was there more to it? Richard had accused her of never letting down her guard, even with him, but she could say the same about him. She could tell something had been bothering him lately. And then there was the fact that she'd visited him the day she'd been assaulted but couldn't remember anything from that visit. Why couldn't she remember? This time, Giovanni didn't remove his hand when he touched hers. It made her flinch, causing him to jerk his hand back, and she winced, tightening her grip on the steering wheel. Sorry. It's not about you. It's just when a man touches me now, I understand. Her ex didn't. I admire you. Giovanni's low voice washed over her. Whatever I can do to help, count me in. The tight band binding her lungs seemed to slacken and fall away, and she could breathe easier for the first time since the assault. Yes, over 90% of rape survivors suffered from PTSD. But the majority of them recovered somewhat within a year. Except those who chose to press charges. Or decided to keep the baby. Not because of the pregnancy, but because of the prolonged forced contact with their assailant. As well as adding to her pain, what about the damage to the baby? All her adult life, she'd done her best to serve justice. She'd be a hypocrite if she allowed the criminal to remain unpunished in this case. And she couldn't allow this guy to roam the streets and possibly do to other women what he'd done to her. She needed to find him. Her gut twisted. But how could she sacrifice the well-being of her child for that? The light changed to green, and she let off the brakes. Then she told Giovanni everything her mother had said. Well, a marriage of convenience would help that issue with your child. It would help my situation with the girls, as well. And I know I can trust you with my life. He cleared his throat. Meredith Smith, marry me. What? She swerved on the road, then straightened the car just in time. Whoa. I was right before. She breathed heavily as if she'd run a marathon. About what? The proposal? No, that I should have been the one driving. I'm an excellent driver. Excellent. She raised her chin and almost reminded him he used to be a reckless driver, then managed to stop the words. Surely, he was a much more careful driver now, considering his tragic experience. It's just that passengers don't usually drop such bombs on me. Marry me. Many years ago, she'd die from happiness if he had said those words. Eyes wide, she forced herself to concentrate on the road. They were almost at the ranch. Too soon. No. Her heart soared at his words while her mind insisted it would be a business arrangement, not the union of two hearts in love. I could use your help with the girls. And you said yourself that being married would be a tremendous help in keeping them, he said. She masterfully avoided a pothole on the country road. I did. But I didn't volunteer for the role of the wife. She'd worked so hard and so long to get over her unrequited love for Giovanni. She couldn't go down that rabbit hole again. Her heart beating fast, she pulled up to the white mansion. If you start searching for the culprit, your life can be in danger. I failed to protect you then, but I'm here now. I don't want anything to happen to you. The raw concern in his voice raked over her. As if he truly cared. Did he? She put the car in park and turned off the engine, but neither of them moved. Do I matter to you that much? He turned to her. Did you ever doubt that? Yes. She didn't seem to matter to him when he'd asked her to stop coming to his gigs. When he'd failed to send her postcards from his travels. When he hadn't showed up for her graduation with a lawyer's diploma, which he had to know was important to her. When he'd simply forgotten about her. Why now? Was it really just so he could keep custody of the girls? Too many people had walked away from her in some form. She couldn't survive getting attached to Giovanni and losing him again. I don't have a ring, but I do have something I meant to give to you and never did. He reached into his pocket. It's very simple, really, but when I saw it, I thought about you. He pulled out a keychain. A small globe dangled from it with a goldfish swimming inside. She stared at it. When they were teens, she half joked when she asked him what he'd ask for if a goldfish could grant him 3 wishes. He told her God gave blessings, not some goldfish from a fairy tale, and asked what she wished those blessings were. She didn't tell him then that one of those wishes was for him to love her and marry her. The second was for him to stay with her. It can't grant wishes, but it's beautiful. And you always liked the ocean. His voice broke. She did. The sight of waves, even on a photo, had soothed her nerves. How long have you had it? I bought it in California. I did remember you on my travels, even if I didn't call. My sister kept it for me all these years. He dangled the keychain, and the goldfish caught the light and sparkled with bright red and orange. She extended her hand, and he dropped the keychain into it. Her fingers tightened around the smooth surface while her mind raced, too many emotions vying for attention. You don't have to present your case to me. She rubbed her throbbing temples, his close proximity and spicy cologne affecting her too much, making it difficult to think rationally. But she had to think rationally. She always had to think rationally. One horrible mistake didn't define a person, and either way, she'd sensed there had been more to the accident story than he'd let on. What if? What if this could be the solution they'd both needed? The images of dinners together appeared in front of her. Quiet evenings near the fireplace with the girls once Rocky's attitude improved and the little one came along, whichever happened first. Meredith would even cook and do dishes with Giovanni, and she enjoyed neither. Her pulse spiked as her body begged to lean toward him, to get lost in his strong arms. No. Even if she used to have a crush on him, she wouldn't let him touch her. Since the assault, she couldn't tolerate a man's touch. What kind of a wife would she make if she couldn't let him touch her? Her entire being screamed at her to say yes. To make her teen dream come true, though such a marriage would be in name only. But even if she could keep her emotions around Giovanni in check and avoid a second heartbreak, which she doubted, here was the clincher. Once she started remembering and the investigation progressed, she might get a target on her back. She loved his family too much to bring danger to them. She placed her hand on the handle. I know your family. They'll help you with the girls. And there will be plenty of willing brides in this town for you. Besides, your girls deserve a permanent mom, not a temporary one. They've had their lives uprooted already. They don't need to have me added to the mix. Meredith. The answer is no. She left the car before she could change her mind, letting him carry all the wings and the regrets. Chapter 7. The next day, Meredith moved around her mother's house like a half-asleep fly. The dinner with Giovanni's family yesterday had gone without any further incidents, though Giovanni had looked like a stormy cloud. She didn't know whether it was because he was still furious with her assailant or angry with her for refusing his proposal. It had been best not to ask. His family, however, was just as she remembered them, friendly, warm, and treating her with joy like she'd just left days ago and came back. She'd stayed up late studying the police reports and working hard to remember more than she already had. She'd gotten nightmares for the rest of the night for her efforts. Not exactly the healthy regime a mother-to-be should be following. She managed to eat, and shockingly keep down, a fruit salad, then placed a platter with carrots and dip on the table and opened her laptop. But she couldn't concentrate. Her mind kept returning to Giovanni's proposal. A stark longing told her a part of her, and a sizable part, at that, wished she hadn't said no. But she had. End of story. Her heart fluttering, she rubbed her hand where he'd touched her, then suppressed a groan. One couldn't rewrite the past. Besides, too much separated them now. Way too much. The footfalls behind her made her jerk back, her body tensing. Then she relaxed at the sight of her mother. After the divorce from her stepfather, Alan had traded her for a younger model, such a sad cliché, then had divorced that woman, too. She'd returned to the house she'd kept in Cowboy Crossing. Like Meredith, her mother had probably thought the best place to heal was home. When he'd been arrested for machinations, Meredith's mom had forgotten the divorce and stood by him in court. Those days had widened the rift that had already been created between mother and daughter, and neither one had wanted to speak about it. Frankly, it was a bit of a surprise her mother had accepted her now. Meredith's heart constricted painfully. What she'd done wasn't revenge or betrayal, but the quest for justice. But not everyone had agreed with her. Her mother took a place in the chair, her well-styled blonde hair making her look younger than her age. "I'm glad you're back, even if it's for the wrong reasons." "Thank you." For a moment, Meredith's core softened, but then memories flooded back. Meredith was used to asking questions now, blunt if needed. Maybe such questions were needed here, and the time to ask them was way overdue. "Why did you choose Alan over me?" Her mother flinched as if Meredith slapped her. "I never chose him over you." "Yes, I loved him. But one of the reasons I married him was to give you a bright future. I always knew you had a brilliant mind. But what kind of education could I give you as a waitress? I didn't want you to end up like me. And look at you now." Meredith closed her eyes, blocking out her mother's pride in her, then opened them. She shouldn't feel hurt. People often believed what it was to their advantage to believe. She'd met plenty of criminals who found justifications for their actions. And once someone made up their mind, it was difficult, sometimes impossible, to make them change it. That meant she'd needed the jury to make up their minds in her favor early. That also meant she shouldn't expect her mother to change hers. It was easier and kinder to let her keep her illusions. But not all of them. Migraine brewing, Meredith leaned against the back of her chair. "Yes. Look at me now. I'm broken." Her mother frowned, then brightened. "No attempt at a hug, though. What happened to you was horrible. But you won't let it stop you. Right?" Meredith's fingers wrapped around the chair edges, meeting sharp angles. Her mother meant Meredith's career, of course. But, as Meredith straightened her spine to its full capacity, she thought of the guy whose face she still couldn't recall. Well, he probably wore a mask or something anyway. Her headache grew stronger. "No. I won't stop." "Good." Her mom nodded. As usual, they talked in different languages. Meredith should have stayed in a hotel. "I'm going to keep the baby." Her mother's eyes narrowed. "I see you didn't listen to me. You have no idea how difficult raising you on my own was." With a deep breath, Meredith kept all emotion from her face and steadied her voice. "Plenty of women raise children on their own. I have savings. I can sell my condo and buy something smaller or in a cheaper area. And by the way, Giovanni proposed." Oh no. If only she could take the last words back. Why did she blurt them out? "What? Wow. What did you say to him?" The doorbell chime saved Meredith from answering. Her mother left to open the front door but returned moments later. "It's for you." Meredith's heart skipped a beat as she leaped to her feet a bit too eagerly. It would be Giovanni, most likely. Wes already had left town to gather more material about her case, not happy at all about dropping other cases. She'd assured him it wouldn't affect his salary, but he'd worried about her career. He'd always looked out for her. Didn't he? Something bothered her in that farewell meeting with her assistant, but she couldn't say what. She reminded herself not to get affected by Giovanni's good looks and sudden caring attitude and rushed to the front door. Her guess was right, but not exactly. She looked at Giovanni a moment too long. Circles around his brown eyes belied a sleepless night, but no pity stared back when he looked at her. More like longing. That reflected inside her, and she steeled herself against it. In his black cowboy hat and worn jeans with a blue Wrangler's shirt, He looked better than the guys in tailored suits at those charity galas she'd attended. Her treacherous heart fluttered despite her best intentions, and she stiffened. Her heart had better stop behaving like it belonged to a teenager instead of a seasoned, professional woman. Then her gaze moved to the two girls, who were looking up at her with nearly identical grins. One of them was Ellen, her chestnut-hued hair in 2 braids with pink ribbons. "Hi, Miss Meredith." Who could resist that sweet smile? Meredith waved back. "Hi, honey." The other child was taller and a bit older, dressed in blue overalls that didn't hide one pink and one green sock. Her pigtails carried different color ribbons, and Meredith guessed it wasn't due to absent-mindedness, but purposeful intent. If Ellen was bubbly sweet like strawberry-flavored bubble gum, her friend seemed to be pepper and thyme and probably a pinch of oregano. The girl carried a shiny pink purse with a cat applique, and the same decorated her shoes. She also carried a squirmy cat in her hands. Giovanni adjusted the girl's pigtails, then smiled at Meredith. "I hope it's not a bad time." Meredith's heart melted. There was never a bad time for him to visit. She swallowed hard. So much for not letting him affect her. "Come on in. Would you like something to drink?" She looked at the girls again. "Cookies? They should have cookies in this house, right? Or not?" Cookies were on the grocery list she hadn't bought yesterday. "We're good. We have an important matter to discuss." The girl stepped forward, then gave Giovanni a pointed look. "Oh, right. That's my niece, Danica. Danica, please meet Miss Meredith, my friend." "Right. Friend." Well, no reason for the stab of disappointment. She'd had the chance to become his wife, and she'd refused. Danica handed the squirming cat to Giovanni, who stroked it gently. When the cat started to purr, Meredith knew how the feline felt. What was she thinking? She'd heard pregnancy hormones could affect a woman's judgment sometimes, but wasn't it too early for that? She really needed to start studying pregnancy books. She was good at studying books. But for now, she leaned down and shook the tiny hand. "A pleasure to meet you, Danica." "Pleased to meet you, too," the girl said, acting too grown-up for her age. What was all this about? Surely, Giovanni wouldn't mistake her for a babysitter. He'd mentioned he'd needed her help with the girls, but Meredith had no clue how to act around children. Case in point. Standing and gaping at Giovanni, wasn't it? Danica gave Ellen a nudge. Ellen's smile turned not just sweet but suspiciously saccharine. "I hope you like cats." Meredith blinked. "This is the first time I've seen a cat so close." That didn't faze Danica. "Then it's high time you got one. Her name is Buttercup." Seeing what was coming, Meredith hurried to wiggle out of it. She might be a brilliant lawyer, but she couldn't even keep a plant alive. She did try, but after a few attempts moved to fish. Despite her diligent studies of marine life, the fish didn't last either, and that was it. Her hand moved to her stomach. And she was going to have a baby. A human being who was going to depend on her to stay alive. Poor baby. Besides having a criminal father, the child was going to have an inept mother. It was good it was too early for kicking, or she'd feel a sign of protest. Back to the present. The cat seemed to feel the danger of whose hands she might end up in and squirmed again. Another nudge from Danica to Ellen resulted in a little pout on Ellen's cute face. "Look how pretty Buttercup is." The cat stretched in Giovanni's hands as if showing off a striped brown sock on her left paw and a striped gray sock on her right paw. Amusement at mismatched socks, just like on Danica's feet, flickered inside Meredith. Then Meredith pasted on a megawatt smile to rival the girls. "Buttercup is beautiful. But I'm not good with pets. Besides, it's not even my house." That seemed to fall on deaf ears. "She's not going to be too much work." Giovanni chuckled as Danica took the feline back. "Meredith, you might as well give up now and save yourself some time." Meredith wasn't used to losing an argument. But then, she'd never tried to contend with children's logic before. Sorry. I just can't. Look. She likes it here. Danica released Buttercup on the floor. The feline looked around and sniffed the chair as if the house belonged to her already. That's not going to work. Meredith leaned to pick up the intruder. The cat hissed at her, and Claus might have made an appearance. Oh, for crying out loud. Her mother appeared with a tray of pastries. Looked like someone did the shopping, after all. Please help yourself. We'll keep the cat. What? Meredith threw her hands up in the air. Her stepfather was allergic to fur, or had said so Meredith wasn't allowed pets. Meredith narrowed her eyes at Giovanni. This was so not a good idea. He only shrugged. If it helps any, my veterinarian cousin already checked Buttercup, and the cat is healthy. Her owner's grandson came to live with them, and he has a cat allergy. So they needed a new home for this little lady. Since she's never been a stray, it's unlikely she's been exposed to toxoplasmosis. She should be safe for you to have during your, he glanced at the girls before returning his gaze to her, condition. Just don't change the litter box without gloves. Or better yet, ask your mother to do it. Speaking of which, come on. The cat will need food, a litter box, a place to sleep. We're gonna go shopping, right? Danica and Ellen clapped, then high-fived each other on a job well done. Meredith resisted the urge to roll her eyes. She was going to have a baby and a cat, and she wasn't prepared for either one. What's next? A dog, she muttered as she got a jacket. Don't give Danica any ideas, Giovanni whispered in her ear, his hot breath too close for comfort. I guess I should be grateful there are no stray cows around here. She huffed as she walked down the porch. While they browsed the only pet store in town, she watched Giovanni from the corner of her eye as she placed cat food, bowls, and other things in the shopping cart. It was common knowledge that a lot could be said about a person from how they treated children and animals. She'd seen his gentleness with the cat today. She remembered how he was with horses, authoritative but kind. How he'd spent sleepless nights with the ones who were sick. Now watching him with children was endearing. His smile was caring and his voice soft as he explained about the pets they passed, then lifted Ellen on his shoulders so she could see better. He listened attentively when Danica shared interesting facts about cats with an air of self-importance that could be comical in a child. He obviously respected human beings in little girls when some men didn't even respect them in grown-up women, and Meredith had learned it in the most hurtful way. The arrogant, carefree boy she'd known had matured, and if she'd been infatuated with that boy, she could fall in love with this man for the rest of her life. The wall she'd built around her heart gave a crack that she'd need to repair soon. Down, Ellen commanded, and when he placed her on the floor, she stopped near a large aquarium with colorful fish. Uncle Giovanni, can we have it? Looking at the aquarium's size, Giovanni visibly swallowed. Meredith smiled sweetly and mouthed, payback time. My cousins have cats, dogs, ponies, and even a rat. I gotta have fish. Ellen pouted again. Another nudge from Danica followed. You gotta say pretty please. A chuckle nearly escaped Meredith's lips. These two were really something. Technically, they weren't Ellen's cousins, but no one present had the heart to correct the girl. Something shifted inside Meredith. She had no doubt Giovanni's family accepted Ellen as one of their own. Just like during those blissful summers they had accepted her. She missed the girl she'd been then. But that girl wouldn't have survived what Meredith had. Was that the reason or the excuse for becoming the way she was? Giovanni spread his hands. I have no clue how to take care of fish. He glanced in her direction. Amusement stirred in her, threatening to burst loose in a laugh. Don't look at me. I had a sad experience with fish. Both girls planted their hands on their hips and looked rooted in place. We're gonna learn. Ellen grinned. I wanna be Little Mermaid. I gotta know about fish. Giovanni blinked. That makes sense. I can see a trip to the nearest aquarium in your near future. Meredith leaned to whisper in his ear. Oh, too close. He turned to her too fast, and only a quick reaction saved her from kissing his cheek or, worse, his lips. Heat rose inside her. At least, she didn't bump into another customer in her hurried leap back. Well, nothing to hide the embarrassment like picking up a litter box. Oh. She hoped it was the litter box she'd just picked up. Despite her faux pas, she felt more relaxed than she had in a long time. Something about the innocence of children and animals could bring sprinkles of joy even to a broken person like her. And yes, the return of her easy banter with Giovanni had something to do with it, too. She leaned to Ellen and pointed out a few fish she could recognize. She'd been fascinated with marine life after a rare trip to the coast and a large aquarium place as a child, a birthday gift that her mom had saved up for painstakingly. But Alan didn't consider a marine biologist a viable profession, not compared to a lawyer, and she'd persuaded herself he was right. Marine life had remained the magic kingdom that only came back in her dreams. Chapter 8. Ellen listened with wide eyes and asked questions. Meredith loved the girl's curious mind already. I like you. Ellen gave a firm nod when they moved forward with Giovanni's promise to come back and look at the aquariums again. I like you, too. Meredith nearly whispered as her throat closed. Maybe the deep-seated wish to become a mother affected her, but her heart swelled already as if wanting to take in this adorable girl. She exchanged glances with Giovanni, and something invisible passed between them. An understanding. They both wanted these girls' dreams to come true, even if it included studying marine biology. Well, becoming a little mermaid might be a stretch. Based on his lips tugging up, he thought the same thing. A longing unraveled some barricades within her again as she did the mundane task of paying for the purchases. He'd tried to insist on paying, considering how he was at fault for bringing the pet, but she would have none of it. He'd probably had to take a loan from his family, and he'd need it. What if they could make a marriage in name only work? For the sake of his girls. For the sake of her unborn child. What if the danger she'd thought about was only in her imagination? There had been that threat, but there was a chance the man who'd done this to her would give up and forget all about it. She'd seen survivors' lives ruined, and they could never forget all the pain, couldn't stop feeling it. On the contrary, offenders tended to minimize the damage they'd done, like it wasn't a big deal. Sometimes they even blamed the victim. It had shocked her at first, but not any longer. A Zimbabwe proverb said, "The tree remembers. The axe forgets." She knew it to be true. The assailant had violated her once, controlled her body in the most despicable way. She couldn't let him control her life again and again, dictate her decisions simply because she had this unreasonable fear he somehow might track her down and do again what he'd done before. She kept the shutter hidden. Giovanni opened the pet store door for her, and she stepped outside, welcoming the fresh air and shutting down her thoughts. She could keep her emotions around him in check. She hoped. She couldn't make the same mistake of falling in love with Giovanni twice. He and the girls helped her move her purchases into the trunk of her expensive silver-toned car that was too flashy for this place. She'd had to project a successful lawyer, and the vehicle was part of the image, just like the clothes and the confident tilt of the head. The children beamed at finding a home for another homeless cat. It took so little to make a child happy. Then Ellen opened her arms for a hug, and Meredith leaned to her. A wave of gratitude flooded her. Maybe it wouldn't take much to make her happy either. Her gaze met Giovanni's, and her heartbeat increased. Or maybe it would. His love would make her happy, but wanting his love would be asking too much. And she wasn't the nice girl she'd once been. Ironic that he'd changed for the better while paying for breaking the law while she'd changed for the worse while defending it. She had a lot to think about, and she needed a clear mind to do it. He followed her home and parked nearby. She said goodbye to the girls quickly. She refused his offer to carry her bags, he insisted anyway. Still, she was proud of herself for not glancing back once, no matter how much she wanted to. Because she wanted to. She opened the white door of her childhood home with an extra key. He held it for her, then followed her inside and placed bags on the floor. I enjoyed our time today. Who knew buying a litter box could be so much fun? She attempted a lame joke. He cracked a smile. Yeah, who knew? If you need anything, ever, I'm here for you. I wasn't before, and I regret it. With that, he left. Her body moved after him before she told herself to stop. After all these years of her being strong and independent, then one crooked smile of his, he was a magnet again, and she was a needle drawn to him. Well, she couldn't cling to any man now. What a mess. Meredith sighed, then arranged the soft, inviting bedding for the cat, which Buttercup ignored. The hairbrush would probably remain unused too because the feline hissed the moment Meredith tried to approach her. Then Buttercup growled to further the message. Meredith sighed and walked to the kitchen. Her mother arranged a salad on the counter. Based on the enticing aromas of pork chops and mashed potatoes, they were going to have dinner soon. If it's any consolation, she hisses at me, too. Oh, and she chewed on your shoes. Meredith sighed. That's a great beginning. Do you regret taking Buttercup in? Something unreadable flashed in her mother's eyes, the same shade as her own. No. She reminds me of you. Meredith placed food into a brown bowl that had the word cat written on it in big letters as if cats could read. Chewing on shoes reminds you of me? No, the hissing. Huh. And Meredith thought she was doing a good job being polite. She filled another bowl that helpfully said water with, well, water, and placed it on the floor. The cat ignored it all from the windowsill. Was Buttercup contemplating how to escape already? Just like Meredith had been in her teen years. Well. There might be some similarities, all right. Her mother brought the salad plate to the table, the low heels of her blue pumps clicking against white tile. Who wore shoes in the house? On the other hand, it wasn't such a bad idea, considering what happened to Meredith's shoes. Still, Meredith preferred to go barefoot. She washed her hands and helped her mother bring the plates to the dining table. Then she hurried to gather her pricey, again, part of the style needed for a successful lawyer, shoes and boots, and placed them in the closet, shutting the door. Buttercup watched her, probably already calculating how to turn the closet's knob. Dinner is ready. Her mother's voice reached Meredith as she considered moving a chair to the closet door. Some cats could open closed doors. And some humans could enter locked ones. Are you telling me or the cat? Meredith didn't need to clarify, but somehow the dynamic in their tiny family switched from cold to teasing, and she wanted to keep it that way. You, of course. Once they sat at the table, her mother bowed her head and said grace. Meredith was speechless for a moment. While Giovanni's family were true Christians, from helping their neighbors and always putting God first to saying grace at every meal, her mother had never been religious. Meredith hid her confusion by indulging in pork chops with roasted potatoes and fresh asparagus with bits of bacon. Her taste buds rejoiced. Some things didn't change. Her mother was a great cook, which regrettably wasn't hereditary. Somewhere between the bites of pork chop, she caught Meredith's gaze. I might have not been a great mother, but I'll try to be a better grandma. Meredith dropped her fork, making the cat jump on the windowsill and hiss. Excuse me. You're going to support me in this? I thought a lot about it. The choice between losing a daughter and keeping a daughter plus gaining a granddaughter is an obvious one. Her mother's eyes misted, and a tear escaped. Meredith's own eyes prickled, too. Are you crying? No. I cut too many onions for the salad. Her mother never was a hugger, but when Meredith got up and hugged her, she didn't move away. Maybe God sent you this baby. Meredith stiffened and sat down. Then God has an interesting sense of humor. God's ways are unknown to us. That's for sure. Meredith polished off everything on her plate, and her queasy stomach didn't protest yet. What did you say to Giovanni's proposal? Her mother smiled and took a sip of tea, then helped herself to a roast potato. Though why am I asking? I remember he was everything you ever wanted. I said no. This time Mom dropped her fork. The cat jumped from the window and left for another room, her tail swishing with an air of indignation. I can't have my heart broken twice. Meredith looked away. You never know. You might get it mended instead. The words settled in, smooth like the butter the roasted potatoes were drenched in, but Meredith couldn't afford to give in. So she got up. I'll clear the table. During the night, the nightmares returned. Meredith woke up soaked in sweat, shaking, and breathing fast. When she could breathe okay again, she tiptoed into the bathroom and scrubbed herself until she was raw and her skin was red once more. Would this ever stop? She just wanted it to stop. Her throat parched, she tiptoed into the kitchen and poured a glass of cold water from the fridge. Her hands were shaking, so she spilled a few drops. She gulped down the water, then dried the white tile with the napkin. Blood on the white tile. What else was there? Why couldn't she remember? She was told that, because of the trauma, her mind was trying to protect her. Maybe she was better off that way. The cat sauntered into the kitchen as if the entire house belonged to her already and eyed her, amber eyes unblinking. Can't sleep, either? Meredith whispered. Oh, right, you're nocturnal. Buttercup sniffed the food in her bowl and deemed it worthy because she started munching on it. Meredith put the glass into the dishwasher and slid down the kitchen cabinet onto the cold tile. She had to remember more. What did he wear? A hoodie? An image of a mustache and beard was fuzzy. Fake or real ones? Were there any scars? Tattoos? Her temples throbbed, but she came up empty. The cat strode to her and stretched nearby. Meredith moved her hand slightly in the pet's direction, expecting growling and hissing. None came so far. Huh. Meredith moved her hand nearer. The cat watched her, closed her eyes, opened them again. Finally, Meredith stroked the soft fur. Buttercup didn't purr but didn't decorate Meredith's skin with scratches either. Scratches. Did she scratch the guy who'd done it to her? No, there was no skin left under her fingernails. Why hadn't she defended herself? Yes, there had been drugs found in her system, but how come she hadn't done something to stop the assailant in the first place? She knew self-defense techniques. So why had she been helpless when she'd needed it the most? As she petted the cat a little more, and the feline tolerated it, tenderness stirred Meredith. She'd won lots of difficult cases, but she didn't remember when she'd last felt such satisfaction. Maybe we could become friends one day, she whispered, and the cat didn't voice disagreement. She glanced at the striped paws. Stop. There was something striped. Not a cat, no. A piece of clothing, maybe? She couldn't come up with more. Was her subconscious protecting her again? She shuddered. What if this wasn't a random assault like everyone seemed to think? What if it wasn't a stranger? It was a myth that most rapes were done by strangers. From what she'd heard, they were usually done by someone the woman knew. Often by someone she trusted. So many questions without answers, without the possibility for closure. Friends had told her to drop it, especially Aubrey, who'd consoled Meredith when she'd cried in her best friend's arms. Her mother had told her the same, as well as Richard. But Meredith couldn't. The quest for justice had become part of her identity. She needed to know. She had to know. Or maybe she shouldn't try so hard? Not remembering could be a blessing. She didn't have to relive those gut-wrenching moments again and again. It was a mercy, and she should accept it as such. She'd tried to, at first. Then came shame and guilt. The police had discovered some bits and pieces of her missing day until she was found on the side of the road, bruised and bleeding. By the traces of grass and soil, she'd crawled somehow to the road from the forest where she'd been dumped like trash. She wondered sometimes why she hadn't been killed. Her abductor couldn't have known she'd lose her memory. Which meant the guy had worn a disguise. Thankfully, cameras were everywhere now. The police discovered footage of her at a hip cafe, then at the entrance to the park from which she'd been taken, most likely. There was no footage of her leaving the park, alone or otherwise, which meant she'd left through the area without cameras. Yet it all didn't make sense. Why would she lose the memory of the time before the assault? The shrink she'd had to go to had said she might have had another traumatic event before the assault, causing her to dissociate. It could have been a contributing factor. Drugs had been found in her bloodstream, and she definitely hadn't put them there. Lots of things could be a contributing factor to her memory loss. She chuckled, without mirth. Human beings could send a person to the moon but didn't understand their own brains well enough. Buttercup got up as if not liking the change in atmosphere, and Meredith resisted the urge to scoop the pet up, to find some comfort in stroking that soft fur. She couldn't let herself get attached to a cat because, when she left Cowboy Crossing, Buttercup would most likely choose to stay with Meredith's mother. After all, anyone Meredith had ever loved had always chosen to stay with someone else. Including Giovanni. Meredith got up and walked to the window. The moonlit lawn and trees suited her until a movement caught her eye. Then everything stilled again. Her breath caught in her throat, and she stayed watching. Tomorrow, she'd need to get cameras installed. Should have done so already. The yard remained peaceful, and her heartbeat quieted. Buttercup surprised her by rubbing against her leg. Maybe she needed this cat more than Buttercup needed her. And maybe Meredith needed this baby, too. Her heart softened as she imagined cradling a tiny human being in her arms. Online, she'd shopped for some cute baby clothing, both pink and blue. Considering that nearly all her wardrobe was strict business suits in black, gray, or navy blue, she'd buy some bright clothing for herself. But none in the color red. Chapter 9. Doing the same job at nearly 40 that he'd done as a teenager hit like a sucker punch. Well, Giovanni could be doing something much worse than grooming horses. Frankly, he had. His teeth clenched, but there was something to be said for hard-earned humility and the second chance his family so willingly gave him. His sister had volunteered to babysit again and somehow wrangled Rocky into helping at the apple orchard. While he missed the girls already, he knew a blessing when he saw one. Using brushes and tools came back like muscle memory. The familiar sense of hay and leather comforted his frayed nerves, and so did the brush strokes. One couldn't be upset around horses, so he ironed his frown as he moved to the next one, an Appaloosa with a star on her forehead. When they were teens, Meredith's favorite horse was like this little mare. Something about the stars in the sky and the stars in the sea she'd associated it with. He hadn't paid much attention. He should have. He moved the bucket with brushes closer as his pulse picked up speed. Why did his thoughts keep returning to her? She'd made her intentions clear, even after he'd proposed, for crying out loud. He grimaced, then ironed his features again. He shouldn't be surprised. He didn't have much to offer her now, even if she'd never been materialistic. He wanted to be by her side to protect her, but could he help her heal? As anger at her assailant blinded him, his movement jerked, causing the Appaloosa to neigh. It's okay. It's okay, he told himself more than the horse. But it wasn't okay. It was never going to be okay. That day after coming home, to the ranch, after hearing her shocking confession, he'd stayed in the bathroom for some time, splashing cold water on his face. But the futile attempt to stop his lava-hot anger from erupting hadn't worked. He couldn't punch the guy, so he'd punched the wall instead. Then stared at the dent and his bloodied knuckles. He'd forced air into his lungs. His family couldn't see him like this. They might think he wasn't fit to take care of the girls if he had anger issues. During his stint as a rock musician, he'd broken a few guitars at concerts, thinking it was so cool. It wasn't, but he wished now he had the outlet of music or, fine, breaking something now. How could something so horrible happen to someone so wonderful? God, why? The horse neighed, returning him to the present. More deep breaths. Staying angry at other people or himself didn't help. He knew it too well. After taking the horses to the pasture and cleaning the stables, then making sure there was enough water for them, he was grateful for his workout regimen. His muscles ached, but he welcomed that ache. It had reminded him that he was alive before, and it did so now. His brothers had offered him a desk job, but he'd chosen taking care of horses and didn't regret it yet. Neither did he regret taking in his daughters, despite Rocky's continued surly attitude. After he showered and changed into clean clothes, he drove the beat-up loaner truck to pick up Rocky and Ellen, his heart overflowing. Rocky didn't return that love as she glared and announced she was going clothes shopping with his sister because she'd torn and ruined her favorite jeans. They'd seemed equally torn before, but he kept that opinion to himself. On the contrary, Ellen rushed into his arms and giggled when he lifted her in the air. Looked like he and Ellen were going to have the evening to themselves. "What do you want to do, Munchkin?" Ellen wrinkled her nose. "I'm not a munchkin. I'm a mermaid. I want to go look at aquariums again. Lots and lots of them. In a big city." Right. He should have seen that coming. It was his fault for letting her watch Little Mermaid so many times. He should have suggested Cinderella. He could have gotten away with buying Ellen a couple of mice then. He glanced at Aurora, always his biggest supporter even when he'd been a jerk. I didn't put it in her mind. It was already there. Aurora shrugged, but was that a smirk? In her apple-red dress and a matching headband and shoes, she looked like a fresh and sweet apple herself. Some of her rebellious sparkle still twinkled in her dark eyes, and yet she looked like a woman at peace with herself. He couldn't be happier for her. Her eyes shining, she'd told him earlier she'd started playing in restaurants again, and he gave thanks to the Lord. He'd played at restaurants, too, which was how he'd met Tatiana, but he'd dreamed of grand stadiums and thought restaurants and clubs were beneath him. How arrogant and stupid he'd been then. "The shops are probably already closed," he said. Which had to be true. Rocky smiled. "I looked up pet shops in Springfield. One of them is open late." He sent the teen a glare that didn't faze her in the least. This parenting job was tough. Yet he'd volunteered to be a dad not only to these girls, but also to a third child, an infant. The scary part was he'd do it again for Meredith. In a heartbeat. "But aren't you hungry?" That should distract Ellen. The girl had quite an appetite, which he didn't complain about. Rocky's meager eating habits, on the other hand, constricted his lungs every time he thought of them. Ellen shook her head so vigorously her pigtails went flying, and she nearly lost one of the green ribbons that matched her t-shirt with its dolphin applique. "Nah. I want to go see fishes." "I already fed Rocky and Ellen," Aurora hurried to add. Well, as much as Rocky agreed to eat. "So enjoy your trip." "Thanks, sis." After saying byes to Aurora, who hugged him, and Rocky, who scowled, he placed Ellen onto his shoulders and carried her back to a four-wheel-drive truck he'd borrowed from his younger brother. One needed that kind of vehicle to get around the ranch. He suppressed a grimace. Nearly everything he had now was either borrowed or gifted. While he was grateful to his family for that, he vowed to return everything as soon as he could. Granted, his mother would have gladly installed a swimming pool for Ellen or dug another pond and put colorful fish there. She'd allow an aquarium easily. But that didn't change the fact that he lived in a house that wasn't his. He opened the door for Ellen and placed her in the booster seat in the back. "Did you have a good time?" "Yes. Auntie Aurora is nice." She pulled out a mermaid doll with bright red hair from her sparkly pink backpack and waved her as if the doll spoke. She wants to go see her friends now. His heart shifting, he buckled her in. He wanted to give Ellen the world, and it killed him how little he could do for her now. Well, he still needed to learn to say no to the child, despite pleading eyes. Or to have a wife to say no to the child for him. The image of Meredith flashed in his mind, stirring his blood. The words "too late" came to mind right after that. Why did people start appreciating what's important in life only after losing it? He only just realized he was one of those people. Ellen must have felt his mood change. It's okay. She looked down at the tiny sparkly green shoes she'd probably chosen because they reminded her of mermaid scales. We don't have to get the fishes. I just want to look at them. His lungs constricted further. Clearly, this could lead down a slippery slope, but he nodded. Sure. We can go look at the fish. Her face brightened. Yay. Thank you, Uncle Giovanni. Can Miss Meredith go with us, too? His heart skipped a beat. I don't think it's a good idea. She waved with the mermaid doll in her hand, the red hair catching the sun. Of course, it is. Miss Meredith knows more about fishes than you and me do. The girl had a point. As he climbed into the driver's seat and drove off, the idea appealed to him too much, based on a pleasant wave washing over him. He adjusted the rearview mirror to be able to see the girl who was excitedly telling the doll she'd soon see her friends. He craved Meredith's company, but it wasn't about him, really. Ellen liked Meredith already. Rocky, however, would meet any woman with the warmth of a tiger shark, so it wouldn't matter. And he didn't want Meredith to stay alone, not after what he'd discovered. Are you going to talk to Miss Meredith? An imploring voice rose from the back. Yes. Unlike his youthful years, he drove carefully now, especially considering the precious cargo he carried. He called Meredith on the hands-free phone, paying extra attention to the road. He couldn't afford to let Ellen distract him. The memory of tires screeching and Tatiana screaming and then the impact made him wince. If only they hadn't gone to that party. If only they'd taken a taxi that night. If only they hadn't argued in the car. Anger at himself and the world broiled, and he cooled it with effort. Hello. Meredith's voice sounded confident, but he distinguished an edge there. Yet, even with an edge, just her voice softened his hard edges, calmed him down. She'd always had that effect on him. Only now, she made his heart beat faster, as well. It's Giovanni. Ellen is asking if you'd like to go with us to Springfield to look at aquariums. Yes, that was exactly what a high-powered attorney would want to do in her free time. He cringed as he turned from the country road to the main one. Ellen is asking, huh? Amusement replaced that edge. Pretty please. Ellen yelled from the back. A chuckle traveled down the line to him. Okay. Okay? His pulse sped up, even as he eased his foot from pressing too heavy on the accelerator. He really needed to reel in his emotions. Okay. I can be ready in 20 minutes. Great. I'll pick you up. He disconnected and stared at the road. That went easier than he'd expected. If only his proposal had gone as well. Ellen giggled from the back seat. Danica told me it was gonna work. What was going to work? He probably didn't want to know, though he was grateful for how well Ellen fit with his family and how fast she found friends. He knew the road to Meredith's modest childhood home by heart. Or maybe his heart knew the road there, and he didn't realize it before. The small house inherited from Meredith's grandparents was painted a neutral latte color now, and the stamp-sized lawn was neatly cut. The familiar mailbox in the shape of a gray fish with a big red mouth made him smile, as well as the white oak still offering those large branches he used to climb over the white picket fence. What seemed like an insignificant adventure then was part of an era long gone now. When Meredith appeared on the porch, his eyes widened. He was getting used to seeing her in cowboy crossing in strict gray or navy pantsuits, and she wore a charcoal-hued jacket from one of those suits, all right. But underneath was a long dress with waves of azure, cerulean, and emerald hues flowing into each other. The effect made her green eyes brighter and somehow bigger. She had matching shoes and a purse, and instead of being pulled away from her face in a bun, her long honey blonde hair flowed over her shoulders while ringlets framed her face. Her makeup was subtle when it came to her lips, which still made him want to kiss her, but the black eyeliner created dramatic eyes that drew him in even more than yesterday, and that was saying something. He found her lovely before. Now, this stunning woman took his breath away. While he was gaping, she ran down the porch and slid into the passenger seat before he came to his senses. He nearly slapped his forehead. He didn't even open the door for her. Thankfully, Ellen wasn't as speechless or motionless as he was. "Hi, Miss Meredith. You look like a mermaid." "Do I?" Meredith opened her purse, found a plush dolphin, and handed it to the girl. "Thank you. Hope you like it." The girl beamed and hugged the dolphin. "Thank you." He found his tongue and managed to move his arms and legs. "Thank you. It was nice of you," he said as he drove off. No reason to tell her that, thanks to his family, Ellen already had a large toy family of dolphins and a doll family of mermaids, for that matter. "And thank you for agreeing to go with us." She clicked her seatbelt. "Ellen is a sweetie. Spending time with her is a pleasure." "And with me?" Somehow, he kept the question from rolling off his tongue. "You look amazing." She frowned, not the reaction he expected or wanted. "You don't think I attract too much attention, do you?" "What?" He eased up on the gas. Then it dawned on him. She must have thought that about her assault. He lowered his voice so curious ears wouldn't overhear. "You're beautiful and a joy to look at. You can't deprive the world of that joy. Or him, for that matter, but better left unsaid." He glanced at her. "I guess you dressed in one of your usual strict buttoned-up suits that night, but it didn't prevent what happened, did it?" She winced. Chapter 10. Oh. Had he said the wrong thing again? Giovanni returned his attention to the road. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have reminded you about that traumatic experience." "You didn't. I can never forget anyway." But then she visibly relaxed, another reaction he didn't expect, but one he was grateful for. From a close friend, she'd become a stranger, someone he needed and wanted to get to know better, and he shouldn't be surprised he couldn't read her like before. But then, he'd lived with his wife for many years and thought he knew every particle of her. Turned out, he didn't know Tatiana at all. The worst, the most dangerous kind of people to him were the intimate strangers, the ones he'd known and trusted. Where he'd been, life could depend on who you could trust. He put some silly song on the radio, and Ellen giggled in the back, mending a tiny part of his broken heart. To give Tatiana some credit, she'd given him something good and precious. To his surprise and enormous relief, Ellen was asking about Mommy less and less and adjusting to the horrible situation better than he'd expected. He suspected that was because Rocky, while a teenager, really a kid herself, was a much better mom to Ellen than Tatiana ever was. It made his heart ache. But was he making these girls' lives better? Rocky was right. He wasn't a role model, after all. "You're doing a great job with them." "Really," Meredith said as if she could read his thoughts. Compassion coated her voice. Was there admiration there, too? His chest expanded. "Rocky barely speaks to me. Give her some time." Her world was turned upside down. "She's acting out." Meredith had always known how to say the right thing. He wanted to take her hand so badly he had to tighten his fingers around the steering wheel. He suspected Rocky had acted that way for a long time, but he kept it to himself. Meredith's voice grew louder. "Anyone can be strong when things are going great. It takes much more strength to rebuild yourself in your circumstances. And the fact that you've gone through all this and still have a caring heart, Well, it's just amazing. Learning there was strength in humility was a tough lesson, and a painful one, as well. But his heart warmed at her kindness. That was Meredith in a nutshell. She'd encouraged him when he'd been a teen without direction. She encouraged him when he was a man without direction now. Well, two things were certain for him. He wanted Ellen and Rocky to grow up happy. And he needed Meredith back in his life. Was it low of him to use the little girl's charm and Meredith's possible need for comfort after a horrifying situation for that? Thank you. For being there for me when I wasn't there for you. His voice thick with emotion squeezed through his closed throat as he met her gaze. Then she peered out the window at the emerald green hills matching parts of her gorgeous dress. You couldn't have. It was generous of her. But he could have. If he'd made different choices. Once he parked, Ellen unbuckled and jumped to the ground before he could get to her. The bounce in her step sent her pigtails bouncing, as well. He caught her before she could run too far and locked her into one place on his shoulders. Ellen kicked her feet. Let's go. Meredith smiled. I love her enthusiasm. But anticipation is half the joy. It was. When he'd kissed her, the one and only time. His pulse skyrocketed at the thought. Like many other things, he'd taken that kiss for granted then. What wouldn't he give to kiss her now? They entered the store, and when Ellen demanded to be let loose, he put her on the floor. As she looked around, her mouth became O-shaped, and her eyes grew equally huge and round. Wow. She turned in different directions as if unsure where to start. No wonder. This was a much bigger store, with way more aquariums lining the walls than in his hometown pet store. It was like a magic kingdom, a term Meredith had used in her teen years for her affection for the ocean. He was left out at the border of that kingdom while Meredith, who seemed to speak its language, leaned to the girl and started pointing out its bright and colorful inhabitants. Once, Meredith had dreamed that next summer she and Giovanni would make a trip to the coast and go scuba diving. That had never happened. Lots of things never happened. He should have taken her on that trip instead of going alone. Guilt, a familiar companion now, made an appearance, as well as its sibling, regret. Sometimes they felt so much alike he thought they might be twins. But there was a new guest, too, as he watched Meredith's interaction with Ellen and did his best not to flinch when the aquariums they looked at got bigger and bigger. Hope. Meredith's face was a bit more relaxed, the sorrowful lines around her lush pink mouth gone, and he prayed that he shared that guest with Meredith. A large number of people found religion where he'd been, whether it was sincere or another way to survive. He didn't find it. He recovered it as if faith was a long-lost close relative who didn't arrive intact after an absence. His relationship with God was shaky, and Giovanni wasn't sure he forgave God for all that had happened. Surely, God wasn't that happy with him either. But, if someone sends a rope to help you climb out of the abyss, are you going to complain about the way that someone looked or the quality of the rope? No. You hold on for dear life and hope that rope holds on, too. The issue was Giovanni sometimes felt the rope snapped, and he could end up in a different abyss, one of anger and unforgiveness. Or maybe those were the stones he carried, stones dangerously straining the rope. Well, it wasn't something he wanted to think about around Meredith and Ellen. In her beautiful outfit, Meredith belonged to the magical kingdom. Ellen wasn't far off when she'd called Meredith a mermaid. While everyone looked at the fish, he couldn't look away from Meredith. His blood stirred as always in her presence since coming back to Cowboy Crossing. Meredith had said a few times that one could research the ocean their entire lives and never get tired of its beauty and mysteries. He knew now he could look at her his entire life and never get tired of her beauty. As for the tragic mystery in her life, maybe he could help her solve it somehow. She was clearly determined to find answers, and one didn't spend so much time where he had without learning a thing or two about the law and human psychology. As they left the store, he carried a giant aquarium, so far empty. Meredith had persuaded Ellen they needed to prepare a home for the little fish first. He took time to pack it carefully so he wouldn't get home with just shards, the way his heart was. Then everyone filed into the truck cab. How about some dinner? What do you feel like? Chicken wings, hamburgers, seafood. Ellen scrunched her nose in a way he started to adore. No seafood. I'm not gonna eat my friends. Let's have hamburgers. Well, he'd better not remind her what hamburgers were made of, considering she'd made a few friends among the calves. He and Meredith exchanged a knowing glance as they buckled in and he drove off. They found a suitable place soon enough, and inside, the restaurant greeted them with humming conversations and a wonderful grilled beef and fresh onion scent, loaded with a healthy dose of fried potatoes. Without discussing it, Giovanni and Meredith chose a booth at the end of the restaurant, away from the crowd but with a clear view of the playground. He'd also learned the hard way that it was best to have a wall behind you so no one could sneak up unexpectedly. They placed orders, and the waitress left with the menu. Of course, he'd missed his freedom the most while locked up. He'd been a caged wild animal, and part of him had died every day to survive the captivity. But, in truth, he still felt captive in a cage of regrets and despair. A cage of anger, too. He breathed in the yummy scents again. Eating the food he wanted, fine, or the food Ellen had chosen for him, was a luxury he'd never take for granted again. He'd grown up in a house filled with the warmth of smiles and the aroma of homemade pizza and garlic bread. Having an Italian mother transplanted into a land of great barbecue had resulted in gastronomic joys taken to the next level. Meredith kept quiet, so he started talking. He told her and Ellen about some of his world travels before it all happened, before Tatiana happened. He'd promised then to write Meredith, call her, send postcards. None of that had come true, and another twinge of regret nipped him. The highlight of his travels was Italy, of course. While it gave the world many invaluable masterpieces, I still consider the best to be the Naples contribution. Meredith's eyebrows rose slightly. Pizza and ice cream, right? Her cheeks pinked a little. I read up on the places you visited. I guess it made me feel closer to you. What a fool he'd been not to understand then that the best contribution to the world might be loyal and kind hometown girls like Meredith. The waitress brought a tray with hamburgers, fries, and onion rings, plus drinks. Not the healthiest food in the world. Yep, so his parenting skills left a lot to be desired. He said grace, and by now, Ellen knew to chime in with an amen. But Meredith kept silent. His heart constricted. Another change in her that saddened him, and he said a prayer for her. He expected her to be taking delicate bites, but both she and Ellen ate with gusto. He worried about the food making Meredith sick again, but to his relief, so far she stayed at the table. Then Ellen frowned. I want to have more onion rings. Coming right up. He gestured to the waitress and ordered more onion rings, making a mental note of the things the girl liked. Onion rings were much easier to obtain than, say, the pet dolphin she'd asked for. Ellen was the first done with her order and even a healthy portion of the extra onion rings. He wiped crumbs from her smiling face, wishing Rocky could be as easy to keep content. Considering how little that teen had eaten, in time she'd be one step from a feeding tube. He took a slow breath past the worry constricting his chest. Uncle Giovanni, can I go play video games? Pretty please? That explained the speed with which she'd consumed her food. Okay. He watched Ellen take off fast. Is it bad for a child to play video games? He asked himself more than Meredith. She answered anyway. Well, my experience with children is limited to passing them in grocery carts with their parents. I'm sure you spend a lot of time with the ponies or at the swing and slide in your yard I loved. Did you take her to play in the children's museum, the park, or spend time in the fields picking wildflowers? He nodded. Then a thought popped in his head. Blue sage and New England asters. Meredith's favorite flowers, modest and a bit strict like she was, but so beautiful when one looked closer. He should have brought her flowers. Meredith continued, so a little time playing video games won't hurt her. Oh, you can take her into the forest to watch squirrels and rabbits. He rubbed his chin, then picked up a fry and dipped it in ketchup. Yes. And one of my cousins has a son who loves the ocean. So I can borrow tons of children's books about dolphins to read to Ellen before bed. A smile lit up Meredith's face, making it even more beautiful if that was possible. You'll make a great parent. In fact, you already are. How did she always know what to say to make him feel better? Another gift he'd once returned without opening. Thank you. You will, too. His hand with a fry stilled midair. She was going to become a parent. He still had difficulty wrapping his mind around that. However, he admired her inner strength even more for that decision. In the child's face, she'd see a reminder of the greatest pain she'd experienced, and she still decided to keep the baby. Would it help you to talk? He pushed aside his plate, scooting closer to her. She didn't ask about what. She probably had only one thing on her mind ever since the assault. Well, by the way her green eyes darkened, there was no probably about it. She looked around, then leaned forward. Maybe. She told him about the lapse in memory she couldn't explain. At her words about visiting her now ex that day, Giovanni's jealousy flared up. He tried not to let it color his judgment. He failed. Could he have been involved somehow? Motive? And the camera footage showed me leaving his house safe and sound. He had a cold that day, so I stopped by to drop off some soup. I even took the afternoon off, which doesn't happen with me often. How much did she care about the guy? Did she still have feelings for him? Giovanni leaned back against the bench, spreading one arm across its top. He didn't have the right to ask. He didn't even have the right to think about it. Stiffening, he looked at Ellen, playing happily at the machines, and made sure to keep her in his peripheral vision. Something about Meredith's statement bothered him, something besides his unwelcome jealousy bout. Then, drumming his fingers against the gray vinyl seat back, he put two and two together. So you remember entering his house, but not leaving it? Correct. And I don't remember our conversation. But I saw myself on camera having a coffee at a nearby cafe minutes later. I looked distressed, but unharmed. He wasn't persuaded. Then a thought slashed his insides with another blade of jealousy. That baby couldn't have been, well, he couldn't quite say the rest. We decided to wait until marriage. Well, I decided, and he had to agree. She looked away and smoothed her jacket, as if uncomfortable with the topic. Oh. She changed the topic to another uncomfortable one. I received a threat on the phone, she said matter-of-factly, as if ordering another plate of onion rings. Dara is investigating it, too. But I'm not holding my breath. Usually, such threats come from throwaway phones. Even if the phone is found in a dumpster somewhere, it's close to impossible to locate the owner. The phone is usually wiped, both electronically and physically, to remove the fingerprints. He admired her courage, but concern for her churned in the pit of his stomach, sending a need to protect her flaring up his chest. How about a bodyguard? He'd volunteer for that role, he'd take a bullet for her. And those weren't just words. But he had two girls to think about. Why did doing the right thing have to feel so gut-wrenching? She rolled her eyes, reminding him of Rocky. Please. If I hired a bodyguard every time I received threats, I'd never have a minute of privacy. And she was a private person. He knew that. But, if she'd had a bodyguard, she wouldn't have been assaulted. He didn't say it out loud because it smelled too much like blaming the victim again. It was despicable that women had to be careful what neighborhoods they could visit and mind late hours or even carry pepper spray. Even thinking a woman might benefit from a bodyguard, threats or no threats, was much worse. He'd have to be around her as much as possible. But how could he when he needed to repay his family for their kindness and work hard at the ranch? And he tried to spend any free minutes with the girls. Torn, he raked his fingers through his hair and checked on Ellen again. The girl's laughter soothed him. She caught his gaze and grinned. When he turned to Meredith again, he saw her watching their interaction. So let's try to do a timeline of that day and fill in the gaps you don't remember. With his appetite half gone, he still made a dent in his burger. Already done. She pulled up something on her phone. 2:45 p.m. I left my ex-fiancé's place. My car was in the repair shop, so I took an Uber to the cafe. I don't remember the latter part, but I have the order on my Uber app from 5 minutes after 3 p.m. I arrived at the cafe and had a latte. The cameras and one of the waitresses Vera spoke to confirmed that. He filed it in his mind. Did the waitress provide any other information? How you looked? What you did there? Well, besides drink latte. According to the waitress, I looked distraught but not to the point she'd need to worry. She said I didn't talk to anyone there, which doesn't surprise me. But I didn't work on my phone or tablet, which is strange. She took a swig of her tea. I'm always working. He studied her. Was she a workaholic or was she filling some void in her life? Or did her job matter so much to her? Probably all of the above. Which meant she wouldn't stay in Cowboy Crossing long, and his throat clogged up. When did you leave the cafe? After another gulp of her sweet tea, she continued, just after 3:45 p.m. according to the waitress and cameras. I took an Uber home, according to the app. I arrived around 4. The concierge gave that information, and a camera in my condo confirmed it. I didn't change. I started working on one of my cases, and I have notes to prove it. I had a TV dinner around 8, probably while still working. That's my usual routine. She paused. He glanced at Ellen, then switched to Meredith. He didn't hurry her up. But everything in him tensed. She must be getting to the difficult part. No, a math problem was difficult. What she'd gone through was devastating. Her fingers tapped over the oak table, her only sign of distress. I took an Uber to the park. I have no explanation for it. I don't understand why I went there. It was getting dark. It wasn't a sensible move. And Meredith was a sensible woman. He ached to touch her, even if to show support, and knowing he couldn't tear him apart. He didn't dare risk making her flinch again, making her uncomfortable. Could it be to meet someone? I had a phone call from an unknown number about 10 minutes before I left. I lost my purse later. Or you were robbed. Yes. My phone was found in the park, but not the purse. She ran a hand over her eyes. Pain, compassion, and admiration mingled inside him. She was an amazing trooper. But people who didn't fall apart on the outside often fell apart on the inside, and it was much, much worse. She was a strong woman, no doubt, but even strong women could only survive so much without breaking. He ground his teeth against the need to take her into his arms like he'd done so many times as a teen, to stroke that soft, wildflower-scented hair and keep her in a safe small circle. He could do none of that, making him want to punch a wall. Again. Whatever I can do for you, just tell me. I don't have much now, but whatever I have is yours. The words slipped out before he could stop them, but he had no regrets saying them. He'd learned a tough lesson: when it came to giving, it was worth it to give everything. Her eyes sparkled suspiciously, and she blinked fast. You have much more than you realize. You have a large, loving, supporting family. You have 2 girls, one of whom loves you already. And the other loves to hate me. His mirthless chuckle hurt his throat, his heart, his head. You are much more than you realize. At her words, his breathing became easier, and he gathered the courage to say, "Yet you refused my proposal." She drained her tea. If, after knowing everything you know, you still want a marriage of convenience, ask me again. His jaw dropped. Do you mean it? At her nod, his heart soared. He told it to settle down. This was going to be a business arrangement, nothing more. I'll sign a prenup, of course. It wasn't humiliating. It was the right thing to do. And he'd do everything to provide for her. He'd work his fingers to the bone if needed. He surprised himself by discovering an affection for the ranch, for the simplicity of life here. And horses didn't judge him for his past, unlike humans. Who'd think he could be a cowboy at heart, after all? I'll find a way to provide for all of us, even if it's not here. I mean, if you decide to return to Springfield for your career. It didn't matter if he had to work 24/7. One of his, neighbors was a thief and another a hacker. I picked up some useful skills I could use in, say, security consulting. Her lips curved up. That sounds resourceful, but I'm not going back to Springfield anytime soon. His heart somehow survived the pleasant jolt. Oh. He should have bought a ring. Desperate, he glanced around, frowned, and picked up an onion ring. One of my cousins proposed with a mini donut, so. It's not about the ring. It's about the promise. She smiled and handed him the keychain with the goldfish he'd given her. Looks like one of my wishes is coming true. His life was about to change forever. God, I hope I'm doing the right thing. Giovanni tightened the ring on the keychain and placed it on her finger. Will you marry me? Chapter 11. The next morning, Meredith woke up in her childhood bed an engaged woman, and the irony wasn't lost on her. She stretched as far as the bed let her, which wasn't far, allowing herself extra minutes, a luxury she hadn't had while working on someone's case. Something heavy and warm pressed against her side. Buttercup. The cat meowed as if confirming Meredith's guess and stretched, exposing her striped stomach. Something incredibly comforting about cuddling with a trusting pet put joy in her heart that was starved for joy. Why did she wait so long to have a pet? Giovanni had thanked her for rescuing Buttercup, but really, Buttercup rescued Meredith. Well, there were some issues about Buttercup chewing Mom's houseplants and knocking down ceramic pots with a couple more. Oh, and Buttercup had decided the perfect place to sharpen her nails was Meredith's old but expensive purse. But nobody was perfect, right? Meredith certainly wasn't. She smiled and hugged Buttercup. Good morning, cutie. Give me a few minutes, and we'll go have breakfast. She stroked the soft fur, and the cat purred. Purred. Meredith warmed at the accomplishment. Do you think I'm making a mistake with Giovanni? She asked herself, but the cat meowed in reply. Excitement pumped the blood faster in Meredith's veins. She'd dreamed of Giovanni last night, and while that wasn't right, it sure was better than the usual nightmares that had preceded and followed those far sweeter dreams. Was marrying him a selfish decision? Considering that phone threat, it was. She'd have to be extra careful. But she was the target, not the people around her. At least, so far. So many other things still stood between them, but yesterday, she'd gotten carried away by his smoldering dark eyes, by her heart longing to be near him. The scent of coffee and bacon from the kitchen lured her out of bed, but first, she brushed her teeth and hair. One always needed to be presentable. She found the kitchen empty with a note on the round oak table. I went to volunteer at the Children's Museum. Breakfast is in the microwave. That had to be a first. Not the breakfast, but her mother volunteering. Granted, she'd done it during her marriage, but she'd been voluntold by her husband to make him look good. And let's be fair, when her mother had worked extra shifts as a waitress, she hadn't had time to volunteer. Meredith helped herself to coffee that smelled and tasted fresh, then to still warm bacon and scrambled eggs, no need to microwave them. She waited for nausea, but none came. Yay! Then she checked her phone for news on the case. Dara had been combing through the list of people who could wish Meredith harm, and Meredith cringed over how long it was. But then, every time she'd won a case, someone else lost. One of the cases was particularly troubling. The defendant, Norman Boston, had gone to prison for raping and beating up his coworker and had threatened Meredith. Although that had been many years ago, it left an impact on her. She looked through Vera's emailed notes. Then the bacon soured in her stomach. Norman Boston had been released 2 weeks before her assault. Could this be a coincidence? Her phone rang with an incoming call. Giovanni. Her heart fluttered. How is my future wife doing? His voice and words made everything better. Not right, but still better. She held the words inside, close to her heart. You didn't change your mind, did you? His voice fell a little. Neighing in the background suggested he must be at the pasture. Oh, she should answer him. No, for a person whose work also entailed speaking well and with persuasion, she hadn't talked much today, had she? If you're not busy, would you like to join me? I'm looking for a missing foal. She took a sip of her coffee that tasted even better than before, as if Giovanni's presence was the sweetener it was missing. Help look for a missing foal? Well, that would be a first for her. But time and her memory moved slowly, and she was going to be restless if she stayed inside. She'd already read everything Wes and Vera had sent her. She glanced at her stomach where so far the baby didn't send any food back, which was a blessing, and suddenly, nothing seemed more important than looking for the baby horse. Its mother must be frantic. We could also discuss how we're going to break the news to our families and the details of the contract, he continued. How romantic. She cringed. But it needed to be done, and as a lawyer, she knew how important contract details were. It was just, well, she didn't want him to see her as a lawyer, but as a woman. I'll let you know when I'm at the ranch. Should be soon. She disconnected. Then she put her dishes in the dishwasher and rushed to the once aqua blue bathroom, now depersonalized to a latte hue. She swiped on mascara and candy pink lipstick and hesitated at green eyeshadow, but decided to forego it. Then she put on large funky turquoise-toned earrings she hadn't worn in ages. They were too playful for court, but an audience of horses wouldn't judge her for them. She pulled on jeans and an azure shirt that should make her green eyes brighter, both new purchases, and sent her mother a text. Then Meredith picked up her phone and her blue purse. In her career, she'd never risked a purse that color before, and hurried to the door. The memory of the threat sent a shiver down her spine, and she opened the door a slit and scanned the street. Then she raced to her car. She didn't rush because she was scared, but because she wanted to see Giovanni. As she drove off, she flipped her long blonde ponytail over her shoulder. Then her eyes narrowed. She'd worn a ponytail the day she'd been assaulted. Did that make a more likely target? She'd studied interviews with men who'd assaulted women. Some of the guys were rather candid. They said they'd never assaulted a woman with short hair. A ponytail was preferred. Easier to snatch. Or was it bad that she'd worn a skirt that day, even with its modest just below the knee length? Or should she have carried an umbrella, because they usually didn't assault women with something that could be used as a weapon? They said they didn't like it when a woman put up a fight. They needed an easy target. A lump formed in her throat as she drove over the cattle grid and onto the ranch road. Hadn't she put up a fight then? Was that it? How many women had looked back at that day or night that changed their lives and tortured themselves with thoughts of what they could have done differently? Then her treacherous heart thumped in her chest as Giovanni leaped out of his 4x4 truck. She was supposed to be over him. She'd thought she was. Many years of hiding her emotions and projecting the ones that would get her a win in court helped her school her features to neutral. But inside, she swooned. He wore a brown cowboy hat and scuffed cowboy boots he'd likely gotten from one of his brothers, and grass stains and soil decorated his worn jeans. Yet he made that outfit look so good. The Wrangler's shirt did nothing to hide his impressive muscles, and a leather belt with the ranch logo on its buckle encased his trim waist. As she approached, she breathed in the scent of hay and leather and the same spicy cologne he'd worn as a teen. Her heart started beating faster. And just like that, she was 17 again, her thoughts as scrambled as the eggs she'd eaten this morning, and her entire being crazy about her first love. She should be concentrating on finding the missing foal and solving her case. On healing and not on her once again raging hormones. His face lit up as he saw her, and then he opened his truck door for her. Birds were singing, giving their meeting a soundtrack. Huh. She couldn't hear birds in her Springfield condo. The sky was cerulean blue and endless here, especially compared with one obstructed by skyscrapers. A longing unraveled inside her. She missed the simplicity and beauty of this place. Things were different here. And yes, she missed Giovanni with a passion that scared her. Thanks. She climbed into the truck as gracefully as she could. As they drove, he gave her the little Appaloosa's description, and she did her best to watch out for a black foal with plenty of white spots. If the foal was lying down somewhere in the field, spotting her wasn't going to be easy. Giovanni winced. I think the prenup should say everything you earned before the marriage will belong to you. Everything you earn after getting married will belong to you, too. Everything I earn will be shared 50-50. Sure, he was trying to be noble, but he couldn't expect her to agree to that. No. That wouldn't be fair to you. Before he could say anything, she added, I don't want a prenup. I trust you. Her stepfather had taught her trusting people was a mistake, and the more she'd gotten to know the people of his circle, the more she'd seen how right he was. And he was right not to trust her. She did betray him, after all. But she wasn't in his circle any longer. In Cowboy Crossing, she'd never had to doubt anyone. People said what they meant and kept their word. Words were honest here. Things were real. And her feelings were real, too. Despite his history, she wanted to believe Giovanni and believe in him. The lawyer in her told her not to, but the human being in her overruled it. You still trust me? His voice thick with emotion, he peered straight ahead as if afraid to look at her and see otherwise. She studied his handsome profile, and her heartbeat picked up speed. So she reminded herself she was here to look for a foal, not gape at Giovanni. She also peered out the window as she spoke. I do. About our idos. I'd like a courthouse ceremony as soon as we can book one, a small wedding reception, and separate sleeping quarters. She held her breath, then couldn't help herself and looked at him again. Well, considering how many siblings and cousins I have and that they all are married with children now, the wedding reception isn't going to be small. He cracked a crooked smile that added a layer to his charm. Not that he needed an extra layer. He had charm in spades. Her fluttering heart agreed with that. His dark tousled hair and beard added to his bad boy look and charm. Huh. Over the years, she'd persuaded herself she liked clean-shaven, well-dressed, and well-spoken men. Now she'd rather take the salt-of-the-earth hard-working cowboy in scuffed boots and with calloused hands over buttoned-up people who said one thing and meant something else. Not despite the fact that she'd been one of those buttoned-up people, but because of it. He caught her staring. His grin widened. Heat rose up her neck, and she looked away at the field. I understand about the wedding reception. She swallowed hard as her fingers curled around the smooth, cold door handle. Would his family accept her? She knew most of them, minus their wives and Aurora's new husband, from her childhood and teens, and she'd always looked up to his mother. But things could have changed by now. They all love you, he said as if reading her mind. And here she thought she'd learned to hide her thoughts. We'll need a place to live. She hesitated. She could buy a house outright in a good part of town, even without selling her condo, but she sensed Giovanni wouldn't go for it. She'd suggest renting a house the girls would like, but Giovanni would be humiliated if he couldn't contribute much. He'd had to step on his pride a lot already. If you're okay with it, Mama offered the mansion to us to live in as long as we want to. What do you think? All my siblings moved out already, and the place is huge. The girls are settled into their room and seem to love it. The yard has a treehouse, a swing, and slide that Ellen enjoys and is close to the pond she's already fond of. Wow. Meredith loved that mansion while growing up, and not only because it had always smelled of something yummy, like pizza or barbecue. It just seemed to be filled with so much that a girl like her, starved for affection, had craved badly. Are you sure your mom will be okay with it? Mama made an offer and said we have no choice but to accept it. She'll live in the opposite wing from us, so we'll have plenty of privacy. He paused. Including a separate room for you. Sounds like a perfect temporary solution. As her eyes misted, she looked away so he wouldn't see it. She let her eyes feast over the emerald green hills spotted with cows and horses. She didn't have that call of the land some of his family had, but being here with Giovanni gave her a sliver of serenity amongst all the pain and turmoil she'd been in. She needed to hold on to that serenity, if not for herself, then for her child. She liked the way he talked to her, and she liked the way he looked at her. With admiration, not with the pity her colleagues had after the assault. Though sometimes she thought she saw something else in their eyes. Hope? Hope she'd become weaker and would be easier to take down. On the contrary, Giovanni treated her as if she weren't a victim but a survivor, and she wanted to be treated that way. Then a stab reminded her how he'd traded her for a more beautiful, daring, and outgoing woman. Meredith touched her face, knowing she had early wrinkles and was overdue for another shot of Botox. In her stepfather's circle, women didn't just try on new dresses, shoes, jewelry, and cars. They tried on new bodies and faces. Plastic surgeries were rampant. Apart from the Botox shots, Meredith had resisted any further interventions, despite being far from a classic beauty. Do you think my nose is too big? Oops, why had she blurted that out? I love your nose. It's so cute. And the freckles, I'm glad to see you still have make it even cuter. His voice turned gentle. Huh. And she'd spent tons on creams to remove freckles. Or was he just flattering her? She'd been around people who'd compliment to get something out of the other person, so her truth radar was efficient by now. She sensed his sincerity. Maybe I don't need rhinoplasty, after all. She cringed. Did she say that out loud? She stared out at the fields as her rib cage constricted. Shouldn't they have found the foal already? Why would you mess up God's perfect creation? Quiet but firm, his voice soothed her. Something changed inside her then, but she didn't have the time to process it because in the grass she sighted the little black foal with a multitude of white spots. She squinted as she wasn't sure at first, but then she pointed to the right and yelped, "Look. There she is. Good job." He drove closer to the baby horse, then parked, and they walked the remaining distance. He inspected the foal with a caution and gentleness that caused Meredith's emotions to stir. He'd go looking for a horse or a cow or their little ones even in a blizzard, not because losing it meant losing a profit but because he cared. As a teen, she'd seen him feeding orphaned calves from a bottle, and maybe she'd fallen in love with him then. Lots of guys had boyish charm, but to this day, she hadn't met one with such a kind heart. Hers beat faster for him, even knowing how reckless he'd once been and how that had ended in a tragic accident. She tensed as he kept quiet while he helped the little one stand on her feet. Could the foal be injured? Then his eyes brightened. She's okay. Not injured. Relief flushed over her, as well. After some time, they brought the foal to her mama. Something nagged Meredith about the case that put Giovanni behind bars. It had before. Before his trial, she'd hushed that nagging voice. She'd been wrong to take a case with such a conflict of interest, and sure enough, her desire to see him innocent had blinded her. He drank too much at the party. He'd made a horrible mistake of drinking and driving and then caused an accident. He'd pled guilty. It was clear-cut. But was it her gut or her affection for Giovanni that had told her it might not be so clear-cut after all? It was a cold case, frankly frozen by now, but it could be worth looking into while she was in Cowboy Crossing. Something else she could ask Vera to help with. Making people believe what you wanted them to believe wasn't difficult, especially if they were already eager to see the picture that way. And Giovanni had wanted everyone to see that case a certain way. But she should have paid more attention then, because he hadn't been alone that evening in the car. "Would you like to join my family for dinner tonight?" he asked, interrupting her thoughts. "We could announce our engagement and upcoming marriage then, too." Her stomach tightened. Oh boy. Then she did something she didn't expect from herself. She reached for his hand and let her fingers rest in it. His eyes widened, asking her a silent question, and she nodded. He laced his fingers through hers. Instead of making her wince, his touch sent pleasant tingles over her skin. It was a simple gesture, insignificant for others, but a milestone in healing for her. Maybe there was hope for her, after all. Chapter 12. Giovanni was a confident man, and where he'd been, one had to project confidence. So he wasn't a bundle of nerves as he looked around the table. Not at all. He was just shaking a little bit inside. Meredith was sitting with her back ramrod straight and her lips curved in a lovely smile, but he knew her well enough to sense tension emanating from her. He touched her hand a few times slightly and smiled, making her relax a bit. He sent up another prayer for her and then for this dinner to go well. Blessedly, his sister and her family were here today. She'd always been his most devoted supporter. Well, except for when he'd decided to date Tatiana and when. Best not to think about it. He cut chicken parmesan for Ellen and refilled her lemonade glass, then added more chicken and garden salad to her plate, as well as a new slice of garlic bread. Rocky gave him her usual glare when he tried to serve her, then covered her plate with her palm. His gut tightened. He needed to find a way to have her eat more. Then he made sure everyone took a few bites of the meal, no need for anyone to choke on it when he made the announcement, and the conversation lulled. No food so far could go past the lump in his throat, which earned him Mama's concerned look. So he took a deep breath of air filled with the scents of chicken and garlic bread and got up. As Meredith followed him, he cleared his throat. "We have an announcement to make." Rocky shook her head, flipping blue-tipped black bangs away from her eyes and matching hair over her shoulders. She was dressed in black, as always, and black lipstick smothered her mouth. "Oh no. I don't like where this is going." He cringed. That wasn't a good start. But it didn't affect his resolve. Rocky would benefit from having a maternal figure in her life. Meredith might have hardened in some parts of her soul and been broken in others, but she was honest and caring. Everything Tatiana never was. "Meredith and I got engaged yesterday." Constanzo gasped. "That fast? Great." Rocky sulked. "Are you kidding me? You should have talked to us first. Would you have given us your blessing?" He gave his daughter an unwavering smile while his fingers tightened around Meredith's hand. "Of course not." Rimmed with black paint, Rocky's brown eyes narrowed. At least she didn't stomp away from the table to her room. Yet. "They talked to me." Ellen jumped from her chair and ran to Meredith. "I said I want to have a mommy. And I like Miss Meredith." Meredith leaned down to hug the girl, her eyes misty, and his heart swelled. Then he helped Ellen climb back on her chair, hugging her and thanking her. Mama rushed to him and snatched him into her usual bear hug. "Congratulations. And not early at all. I've waited over 20 years for this." She released him and hugged Meredith with the same gusto. Benvenuta in famiglia. Finally, Mio Figlio saw what was good for him. She leaned close and whispered so only he and Meredith would hear. "He should have married you instead of that no good." "Mama." "Right." They exchanged understanding glances. Tatiana gave her grandchildren. Beaming, Aurora embraced him. "I second Mama. And I'm happy for you, mio caro fratello." Then he winced as guilt ruined his moment. He was going to explain to them it was a marriage of convenience, leaving out Meredith's secret, of course. His family was amazing, and he wouldn't deceive them. Well, not again. His sister moved to Meredith, welcoming her to the family. Even Constanzo brightened and congratulated Giovanni, then Meredith. His wife hugged them. Ellen ran up to Mama and whispered something in her ear, and his mother nodded. Love flooded him. His family had never distinguished whether grandchildren were by blood or marital ties. They treated Ellen with the same adoration as their blood-related children. This was the way it should be, but he'd seen other families who didn't discriminate either. They just treated every member with the same amount of hatred. When things settled, his mother asked, "When is the wedding?" "In 5 days," Meredith said. Constanzo started coughing. "That soon? Seriously? Didn't he say that already?" His wife elbowed him none too gently. "I think it's wonderful." "I agree." Aurora kept beaming. "It's doable. I volunteer as a bridesmaid and to help with shopping, invitations, and so on. My schedule at the ranch is flexible. And if you need a band to play at the wedding or reception, I can ask the one I'm working with." Meredith's eyes warmed. "Thank you so much. It's just going to be my mother and my friend, Aubrey, from my side. She is a great hairdresser, so I'm sure she'll be glad to do my hair for the wedding." He sent Aurora a grateful glance. "Grazie, sis. Oh please. I'm thrilled to gain a sister in this testosterone-overloaded family." As for it being too soon, she sent a glare Constanzo's way. "I married in a matter of hours in Las Vegas." To the wrong twin, Constanzo chimed in gleefully. "Yes." Aurora intertwined her fingers with her husband's. "It was the best thing I've done in my life. And I've done a lot of great things." Her husband placed a kiss on her cheek, so much love in his eyes. Giovanni was happy for his siblings. He really was. They all found marital bliss, and they deserved it. But it only underscored his loneliness. Granted, he was getting married soon, too. But it was in name only, and that gave him a bitter taste. Constanzo's wife nudged him and whispered something. Despite Giovanni's excellent hearing, he didn't hear any words, but based on his brother's guilty look, she'd scolded him for his attitude. Frankly, Giovanni understood where his responsible brother was coming from. Unlike Giovanni, Constanzo didn't squander his time partying and then traveling the world on the family dime. Constanzo had shouldered the enormous responsibility of taking care of the ranch, while for some time Giovanni lived carefree. Constanzo had done everything right while Giovanni had managed to mess up many things. Then, while Constanzo had helped his siblings and cared for his own family, Giovanni had pushed everyone away. Now, the family accepted Giovanni with open arms and unparalleled joy. Besides, Giovanni had made their mother suffer, and all the siblings loved their mama, including Constanzo. And who'd guarantee Giovanni wouldn't do it again? He couldn't blame Constanzo for his attitude. Who wouldn't feel resentment and worry in such a situation? Giovanni flinched from another jab of guilt. He'd been restless and selfish as a youth, and then he'd been madly in love. But neither excuse was good enough for the damage he'd done. The damage he'd never be able to repair. His mother clapped. "Well, that means we'll have to move fast. Does a backyard wedding reception sound okay to you, Mia Figlia?" She turned to Meredith. "Mia Figlia. My daughter." Those weren't just words. Mama would treat Meredith like her own daughter. Aurora said she treated all her daughters-in-law that way. He didn't deserve a family like his, but he sure was grateful for it. Then Giovanni blinked. A backyard wedding reception? Why didn't anyone ask him? Meredith smiled, and he realized his mother asked the right person. "That sounds wonderful. Thank you so much. I'll be glad to pay for everything, of course." His mother looked about to faint. She even fanned herself with her hand. "Oh, don't you offend us like that. And don't worry. You'll have the wedding of your dreams." After dinner, Aurora played the guitar near the fireplace, her beautiful voice rising to the ceiling and touching souls on the way. She'd come into her own, and he gave thanks to the Lord. She'd always been a talented songwriter, something he'd taken advantage of while singing her songs at clubs and restaurants. But more wisdom grounded her songs now, and every note blended in perfection. Reluctant to leave this warm, inspiring atmosphere, he still headed to the door. He needed to talk to his older brother. He found Constanzo in the kitchen, filling the dishwasher. Like in childhood, the kitchen smelled of spices and garlic, and the familiar scents like the sayings on those wooden boards were a balm for his soul. Giovanni joined his brother without words, and they worked in silence, like in old times. Finally, he said, "For what it's worth, thank you for taking care of Mama. For helping our siblings. For maintaining the ranch. You've done an amazing job." Constanzo looked away as he closed the dishwasher. "Do you think you can say thanks and make everything all right?" The words, a knife, cut deep into Giovanni while he wiped the counter. Even the familiar comforting pots and pans and rows of spices didn't ease his guilt. While growing up, Constanzo had been his least favorite brother. Too serious. Too reluctant to get into any mischief. Throughout the years, Giovanni's attitude changed into respect and then reluctant admiration. Constanzo had been the glue keeping their family together while Giovanni had broken off from it, a shattered shard in deep need of gluing back together. What use was it that he had never stopped loving his family if he'd caused them pain? Now he was grateful for all his siblings and cousins, but especially for Constanzo. "I know it's not nearly enough. But I wanted to say it. And, thank you for giving me a second chance. It's more like the 20th chance, but who's counting?" Giovanni swallowed hard. He deserved it. "It doesn't help much either, but I'm sorry." Stepping over his pride wrenched his gut, but he needed to do it. And he was sorry, truly sorry. A muscle moved in Constanzo's jaw. "We should get back to the others. Just don't mess up again. I don't want to see Mama cry again." He marched to the hall without waiting for a reply. Well, that went well. As Giovanni entered the living room, Meredith glanced at her phone. Her face turned so stony, he knew she'd received another one of those threatening texts. Chapter 13. Who could pull off a wedding in 5 days? Giovanni's family. That's who. Meredith had never thought she'd have the dress she'd designed when she'd been a naive teenager, hopelessly in love with the school charmer. Yes, she had a secret album where she'd scribbled Mrs. Moore many times in glitter. There, she taped photos of dishes she'd like at their wedding. Drew a photo of the 3-layered cake with roses as pink as the glasses she'd worn then. Wrote the lyrics of her favorite pop song for their first dance as husband and wife, in glitter, too, of course. Giovanni looked so handsome in the tuxedo she taped beneath his head. The tux was a size too big, but finding the exact size in a magazine had been difficult. And her wedding dress. She was a no-nonsense girl, well, except when it came to the boy who made her heart beat a staccato. But the dress had lace, embroidery, and fine, lots and lots of fluff. While Giovanni's cousin Jenna pinned a few things to Meredith's back as she stood in Jenna's stylishly decorated living room with rows of paintings, Meredith stared in the mirror at the same dress she'd drawn at 17. "Jenna, I don't know how you did it, but it's amazing." Jenna shook her head, sending her long black bangs flying. "Oh, I made a wedding gown for Aurora in several hours. I had way more time to work on yours." This woman carried an inherent style, even in maternity clothes, and her long indigo dress made her vivid blue eyes even more striking. Meredith was secretly glad she wasn't showing yet because she doubted she could be that stylish in a maternity wedding dress. "That's true," Aurora said after she disconnected from her call with the caterers. "And I looked fabulous. Well, more fabulous than usual." She chuckled. Enough for my now husband to forget he was in Las Vegas to help his twin get married, not get married himself. "Anyway, the catering is all set. I don't know what I'd do without you." Meredith wanted to move to hug her new sister. She'd always wanted to have a sister, but Jenna and those pins kept her in place. "You truly look amazing." Aubrey smiled at her. Meredith returned the smile, grateful her friend had dropped everything to come to Cowboy Crossing and help out. Meredith's mother was currently helping Giovanni and his brothers decorate the lawn and pagoda. He even remembered her favorite flowers were blue sage and New England aster. Decades earlier, Giovanni had plucked some blue sage and New England asters when they'd been in the fields, him taking horses to pasture, her following him like a lovesick puppy. He gave her those. It was the first time a boy had given her a bouquet. Since starting to work and occasionally date, she'd received plenty of flowers, mostly expensive rose arrangements, sometimes equally expensive orchid arrangements. But those humble wildflowers remained her favorites. The town florist was going to make her bouquet with the same flowers, and Aubrey, hairdresser extraordinaire, would weave them in Meredith's hair. Giovanni's mother had been making blue sage and aster centerpieces. Guilt stung Meredith. Giovanni had told his family this was a marriage of convenience, but somehow they'd gotten it in their heads that it could turn into a marriage of love, just because they'd already had a success story like that with Giovanni's younger cousin. Meredith wished. But she was a realist. She had to be. So having his family go out of their way to help her didn't sit well. She'd come clean with her pregnancy, at least with Aurora and Jenna, and Vera knew about it already. Surprisingly, they all went into protective mode. And became angry on her behalf. But more protective. And supportive. How ironic that the same thing that had pushed her friends in the city away, besides Aubrey, who was going to be her maid of honor, now brought Meredith closer with these gals in her hometown. Dara flipped through the list of desserts she and her Russian grandma were going to bake for the wedding. A tough cop turned private investigator turned talented baker and doting mom to her husband's baby. There went stereotypes. Meredith suppressed a chuckle while Jenna did something to her train. Meredith had learned to like stereotypes because she could use them to her advantage in court. But these gals, who weren't stereotypical at all, were a balm to her wounds. Dara's phone beeped, so she placed the pad with the dessert menu aside and checked it. Her eyes narrowed. Bad news? Any news at all? Meredith tensed and moved toward Vera, pins and train and all. That earned her a pinprick and a scoff from Jenna. Did I mention you shouldn't move? Only 5 times. Well, maybe 10. Meredith sent Jenna an apologetic smile. Once the call ended, Vera's inquisitive gaze caught Meredith's as if she asked for permission to share the news. Meredith nodded. Well, I found a witness at the park. You received a call from someone. You sat down on the bench and said something like that you understood, that it was okay. Meredith's mind whirled while her body wasn't allowed to do so. So someone lured me to the park and then cancelled the meeting. Vera nodded. That's a possibility. This coincides with your phone records. That must be someone I knew well and trusted. Meredith felt the need to pace, but she also felt a need not to have a torn wedding dress. Or a former client who needed help. The first list is short, but the second is long. I'm going through both of them. Also tracking the movements and alibis of the men whose names you've given me. Norman Boston seems to have an alibi for the night of your assault, but it's shaky. I'm verifying it. Before returning to Cowboy Crossing, Meredith had gone to that park several times, hoping something would jolt her memory. She'd gone to the cafe, as well, ordered the same latte. Nothing. I know and appreciate it. She also knew she might never get answers. Vera frowned. Sorry, I don't have more for you. It's a complicated case. Meredith rubbed the throbbing threatening to bombard her temples. You've done a lot already. She was a woman with missing memories and a fractured soul, marrying in name only a man she'd loved once and waiting for a child from a man who'd done the unthinkable to her. Complicated didn't even start to describe her case. Aurora walked to her and hugged her, careful not to disrupt Jenna's handiwork. You're all set. Jenna stepped back and gave an approving nod. Meredith whirled in front of the mirror. It's perfect. I agree, Aubrey chimed in. You're going to be one gorgeous bride. Thank you, Meredith whispered. If only her life was as easy to sew back together. If only Giovanni loved his bride like a groom should. If only she could be the person he needed, worthy of such love. And if only she could find the person who'd assaulted her and stop him from doing this to someone else. Meredith lifted her chin. She had no clue how to rebuild her life or heal herself yet, but she could do something about the latter. No matter what. This was supposed to be the happiest day of her life. If someone told a teenage Meredith she was going to marry Giovanni, she'd have fainted from happiness. And she wasn't the fainting kind. God gave us a glorious day, Giovanni whispered to her as he poured more apple cider into her flute. She'd half expected a thunderstorm on her wedding day or at least some rain. Something just had to go wrong. But the sun shone in a sky bright and blue, the perfect tent for their outdoor wedding reception. Sunshine lit his eyes. She used to drown in those eyes, but thought she'd learned how to swim out of her affection now. She was wrong. Aubrey, who wore the same azure gown as the rest of the bridesmaids, lifted her flute and smiled. Aubrey had done a great job as a maid of honor, and Meredith was grateful at least one of her friends stood by her. The rest of the friends she'd made throughout her career had turned out to be acquaintances. She'd been their valuable contact, and they'd been hers. Once she'd put her career on hold, she'd lost that value. Meredith returned Aubrey's smile and mouthed thanks, then sipped sweet cider. Aubrey had said a heartfelt toast, and it meant a lot to Meredith. When Giovanni intertwined his fingers with hers, her breath caught in her throat. I'm happy you're my wife now, he said. Me, too, she squeaked, and she wasn't the squeaking type either. He acted like it wasn't, well, an act for him. She forced herself to look away from his beaming face and scan the crowd. She hadn't received any new threats, but it didn't hurt to be careful. She couldn't conceal a weapon in a wedding dress. Okay, she could tuck it behind a garter, but who wanted to risk having a gun falling out while walking down the aisle? So far, she didn't see anything suspicious, and Vera and Jenna, who used to be an art theft investigator and now worked in the PI agency with Vera, were watching, too. Their azure bridesmaid dresses, the color of the ocean, couldn't conceal a gun either, but their purses could. Several men were clearly packing, as well. She caught Vera's gaze and received a reassuring nod. Tension Meredith didn't realize she had dissipated, giving place to a sliver of joy. The wedding was the way she'd once imagined it, from the barbecue ribs and roasted potatoes at the reception to the wildflowers, blue sage and New England aster, in her hair, on the tables, and decorating the white chairs and pagoda. As a teen, she loved those wildflowers because of their modest beauty, usefulness in providing nectar, and her favorite colors, blue and purple, that reminded her of the ocean. Oh, and that orange-yellow center in the asters reminded her of a sun. And of course, because they'd been the first flowers Giovanni had given her. The first flowers anyone had given her. Their faint scent mixed with the scent of food and happiness now. Aurora and her friends from the band, including her husband's twin, were playing Meredith's favorite songs. Well, the favorite songs of her youth when she was as young and clueless as Rocky, who now hovered near the stage and ogled Ari with the awe of a teen in the presence of her favorite superstar. Beyond the usually grumpy teen, the three-layered cake decorated with pink roses towered on one of the tables. Meredith's mother was here, and her stepfather wasn't. And Giovanni's family already treated Meredith like one of their own. Gratitude warmed her. Really, in all aspects, this wedding was what she'd dreamed of as a teen. In all aspects, but one. She took a hurried sip of cider to sweeten the sudden bitter taste in her mouth. In her dreams, Giovanni was deeply and madly in love with her and she with him. Nearly everyone hugged and congratulated her, except Rocky, which didn't surprise her. So when Rocky came and hugged her now, Meredith's brows lifted. Did the teen have a change of heart? I hate you, Rocky whispered in Meredith's ear. Oh yes, back to normal. Let's go have a talk, Meredith whispered beside the girl's cheek, then pulled back and smiled. Rocky rolled her eyes, but followed. Once they were away from earshot, but not too far away to be available for a gunshot, Meredith's smile became even sweeter. I imagine you'd hate someone else just as much, so it might as well be me. I can take it. Meredith faced down murderers in court. She could stare down Rocky without blinking. Rocky folded her arms across her chest. She wore black lipstick and black nails as always and had chosen a long black dress for the wedding, making a clear statement. Do you really expect us to have a mother-daughter relationship? I even hate my father. Meredith winced. He made a horrible mistake, but he paid for it. It was an accident. One Meredith had more and more doubts about lately. He regrets what he's done, and he's a different person now. And he loves you and Ellen very much. Rocky spat on the grass. Do you know how it feels to grow up without a father and with a mostly absent mother? Meredith held her gaze. As a matter of fact, I do. Something flashed in the girl's eyes. Surprise? Doubt? Then those eyes narrowed until the coal-black eyeliner and eyeshadow were all Meredith could see of him. Why? Why this charade? You don't love my dad. Meredith could skillfully protest and bend the truth. She almost did, but something in Rocky's face stopped her. We need each other. We care about each other. That much was true. She cared about him deeply and already cared about Ellen and even in some way about this prickly girl. And Ellen needs a mom and a dad. Can you allow that to happen? Since Rocky's arms loosened from her chest and her top mouth unpinched, Meredith must have hit a nerve, and she'd meant to. Rocky might hate her father and stepmother for now, but she adored her little sister. She'd want what was best for Ellen. I'll run away. Meredith raised an eyebrow. And leave her like you think your parents did? Rocky flinched. Don't pretend to be goody-goody. Aren't you going to hightail out of this podunk soon for your great career? Somehow, Meredith's career didn't feel that great any longer. But she had to admit, the girl could find the weak places with the best of them. I'm here now. And I'm not going anywhere for quite some time. From the corner of her eye, she saw Giovanni approach. Rocky stormed past him. I wasn't going to rip her hair out if that's what you were worried about. I guess we can call it progress. Meredith spread her hands as she walked toward her. Wow, husband. Excitement zipped through her. He looked even more handsome in his tuxedo in reality than in her photo. And that black cowboy hat added a nice touch. As he took her hands in his, her pulse spiked further. It's going to be our first dance as husband and wife, Mia Cara. My darling. He didn't need to use the endearment with her, but she couldn't find it in her to protest. Anticipation sloshed with those acidic nerves in the pit of her stomach. Considering what she did for a living, it was strange that she didn't like to be the center of attention. Besides, she wasn't a great dancer. In her dreams, they'd practiced way more than the couple of times they'd managed to carve out in the mad wedding preparations. But, as his sister crooned Meredith's hand-picked song, Meredith relaxed in Giovanni's arms. Somehow, when she'd looked into his eyes, the only thing that seemed real was the two of them. He held her more gently than he'd ever done, maybe because he realized that letting him hold her, letting a man wrap his arm around her waist, was another big milestone in her healing. Maybe with a different man it would be frightening. But his gestures were tender and kind. Something was different about his crooked smile, too. In her youth, she'd realized her crush was one-sided. But in his every gaze, in his every movement, attraction sizzled between them now. As a pleasant wave spread inside her, she didn't want these moments to end. The world was different here. Wildflowers instead of the faux roses she'd decorated her condo with. Sugar and honey instead of artificial sweeteners she'd used with drinks because she didn't want to gain weight. hearty freshly made food instead of frozen dinners. Smiles that carried joy to the wearer's eyes instead of holding calculations behind them. She'd been surrounded with fake for so long she'd forgotten what real looked like until she returned to Cowboy Crossing. Was it a sad sign of her life that she was grateful for people here saying "I hate you" to her face instead of turning a knife in her back while hugging her? She'd wanted to become a lawyer because she wanted to bring people justice. Getting her stepfather's approval was rather a negative than a positive, but he hadn't realized that until she'd used her newly acquired skills against him. And fine, she'd liked the certainty of the law, tired of blurred lines in their house. Taking a break from her high-paced job forced her to look back and think hard. Over the years, that desire to help people had diminished. She'd still taken cases pro bono, sometimes difficult cases no one else wanted. But she'd started to accept profitable cases often, even when she wasn't sure about her client's innocence. She'd told herself those cases gave her the opportunity to do the pro bono ones. But lately, she'd been taking more and more high-profile cases and fewer pro bono ones. Her lips learned to stretch in a smile, even if she despised the person she talked to. She'd even thought that plastic surgery wouldn't be such a bad idea. It could help to look good in court. She'd hated her stepfather once, but she was becoming more like him than she'd realized. Stumbling, she stepped on Giovanni's foot. He didn't even flinch. "Are you okay?" She nodded and slipped her hands tighter around his neck, hiding her face against his broad chest and breathing in his spicy cologne and the sweet scent of blue sage sprigs in his breast pocket. She was good at hiding her feelings, but she didn't want to hide them anymore. Yet she couldn't afford for people to read her thoughts. Now, as she danced with the man of her dreams at the wedding of her dreams, knowing he didn't love her, did she become some sort of fraud herself, as fake as those fake smiles at her work she was so sick of? Then another thought struck her. Her stepfather had vowed to get revenge for her betrayal, and these changes in her could be that revenge. She resisted an urge to glance at the scars covered by the white dress's long sleeves. Or could his revenge have been something way more despicable and painful? Chapter 14. 2 days later, Meredith swept the area around her with her gaze. Joining her new family for a walk in the nearby forest wasn't her brightest idea. She could be a much easier target here. But she couldn't hide in her room forever. She'd done it enough when she'd stayed in her condo to let the bruises heal so she wouldn't scare people away. Fine, the real reason for being here was wanting to be near Giovanni. Didn't she have that right as his wife now? Ellen ran up to them, bringing a fun-shaped leaf and chirping about a little mound with ants she'd found and, thankfully, hadn't stuck her finger into. Rocky hung nearby. From her sulky expression, she didn't want to be anywhere near Giovanni and Meredith. But she obviously stayed around because of Ellen. What did Rocky expect? That a bear would come out of the woods and assault the little girl? Though. There's not a likely chance of a bear encounter here, right? Meredith moved closer to her. Wow, again, husband. Not likely. Giovanni's words made her breathe easier until he added, but possible. The number of black bear sightings has been increasing in southern Missouri. But I heard they are moving up north. And I hope that move goes great for them, Meredith muttered. She heard the story of his brother and his wife seeing a wolf, but since it had been a runaway wolf hybrid, she shouldn't be concerned there. Besides, hadn't she learned that the most dangerous predators were two-legged ones? Giovanni took Ellen's hand and started showing her different types of trees, and Meredith nodded her approval. It was best to keep the curious girl close. While the bears were moving out, an encounter with a black widow was still likely. She'd even met one while waiting for the school bus as a teen. Good thing Giovanni had been with her and saved her from what she'd then imagined an imminent death. That had created hero worship in an already smitten girl. It didn't matter that Giovanni kept repeating that black widow spiders were not usually aggressive. She glanced over herself for any black dots. Another wild animal Giovanni had once saved her from had been a tick. It was funny for everyone except for Meredith. All people, or at least geeks like her, knew ticks could carry Lyme disease. They all wore insect repellent with loose light-colored clothes as a precaution now. His eyes twinkled. "You're okay. No ticks." Then he leaned closer to her, making her forget about the entire animal kingdom. "Actually, you're not just okay." Her eyes widened before he added quickly, "You're perfect." She nearly snorted. Who is truly perfect is Ellen. Granted, the girl got into mischief sometimes, mostly at the instigation of her new friend, Danica. And Meredith still worried about Ellen adjusting to the new life. But after Giovanni had enrolled her into the same class as one of her cousins, the one who loved dolphins, too, which made them hang out together a lot, Ellen had taken to school like, well, a fish to water. Her cousin, who proved charisma in this family was hereditary, helped her gain friends in school fast. And teachers praised Ellen generously, even if part of that generosity could be explained by the girl's sad history. Meredith's gaze moved to Rocky, who had earbuds plugging her ears. Why would anyone want to listen to music when nature produced such beautiful sounds? The opposite of her bubbly sister, Rocky kept her classmates at arm's length and struggled with several subjects, especially math. The latter must also be hereditary, but Meredith would never mention it to Giovanni. Her offers to help Rocky were met with the usual glare. Meredith's heart constricted. "I want to help Rocky, but I have no idea how," she whispered to him. "I know and appreciate it." His gaze caressed her, causing a rapid heartbeat. Spellbound, she shifted closer to him, close enough to breathe the same air with him. "A squirrel." Ellen squealed loud enough for a few birds to take flight and the squirrel to scramble up a tree. Enough to break the spell and make Meredith jerk back. Ellen pouted. Why did she run away? Got scared. Sometimes we run away when we get scared, Giovanni said thoughtfully. Meredith wondered what he meant exactly. Would she run away back to Springfield when her feelings for him became too much to handle? Would he leave her once he realized how broken she was? He'd left her once already. She looked away. The leaves hadn't started changing color yet, so there was no colorful display. But she wouldn't complain about the vibrant green. She lingered near an eastern redbud, and not only because it was one of her favorite trees. Every spring, bright purple flowers covered these small trees' bare branches, making it a sight to be seen. Maybe that was the reason she'd carved G+M=love into its bark one spring. She stilled, recognizing the small, faint letters on the trunk's bark. What were the chances she'd encounter the same tree? Giovanni and Ellen stopped, as well, probably because the squirrel chose to jump to this tree. He followed Meredith's gaze, and his eyes widened. Then something flashed in them. Regret? Wistfulness? Will you ever feel the same way about me again? He asked quietly. The issue was, she was already well on the way there, but he didn't need to know that. So she shrugged while her heart ached for the girl she'd once been. The one who believed in justice for others and for herself. The one whose heart wasn't covered in bruises and soul in shame like her arms were covered in scars. The one whose love Giovanni deserved but didn't appreciate. Meredith leaned to Ellen and adjusted the 2 short braids she'd braided this morning. The girl looked up and grinned, and Meredith's heart melted. With the girl's love for the ocean and everything alive, Meredith saw herself in Ellen, the way she'd been when a little girl. Granted, Meredith had never had Ellen's friendliness or bubbly nature, but they had similarities in having an absent father for a while and a mostly absent mother. While that had made Meredith withdraw into herself, it had seemed to increase Ellen's need to be liked. Meredith could even see herself in Rocky, as prickly as the teen was. It was like this new family was filling the crevices of Meredith's brokenness, gluing the sharp pieces together with seams of gold. Not all of them, no, but starting on them. Longing the size of the ocean swept her up. She cared about this family, all of them together and every one of them separately. Something in her face must have changed, because Giovanni leaned to her and whispered, "Thank you. For being here. For helping the girls. For marrying me." For being you. How could she control her emotions when he told her such words? But she had to. I haven't done much yet. Besides, I need you, all of you, more than you need me. Maybe this was God's plan all along. He reached as if to tuck stray hair behind her ears, then stopped. She bristled. Would God use something as cruel and horrific as rape to bring her home? Or the girl's mother walking out on them to make this new imperfect family? I read there were sightings of coyotes, Rocky interrupted Meredith's thoughts. Rocky didn't sound worried, rather teasing. Ellen's eyes went big. Oh, coyotes. Are they cute? Ellen, so obviously a city girl who'd never met a coyote, didn't know they could be dangerous in packs. She'd probably try to befriend one if she met it here and then look for an adoptive home for it. Well, how should I put it? Giovanni shifted from one foot to the other. Meredith didn't hear the rest of his words from the sudden noise in her head. That evening in the park, coyotes. Did she see a coyote then? Did she hear one howl? No, that was unlikely. What then? An image flashed in her mind. A brownish red hoodie. A jogger in the park. He'd collapsed close to the bench she was sitting on. Yes, she was sitting on a bench. She touched the tree's rough bark as if it could help her remember. Someone carved their initials into the bench. She remembered the feel of touching the grooves. Memories flooded. She saw a jogger in a brownish-red hoodie and striped sneakers holding onto his ankle as he yelped. He collapsed onto the grass. She'd asked if he needed help and glanced around them. It was late, and there weren't any other people close. He grimaced. I'll be fine. I just need to make it to my car. It's parked nearby. His voice was rough, and his face was hidden by a hoodie. Then he yelped again as he tried to get up. Compassion squeezed her heart. Do you need me to call an ambulance? Or call someone for you? She knew better than to approach a guy by herself. No. I moved here recently. No one I'd want to bother at this hour. I'll just rest a little. He didn't look threatening. She'd estimated his height at slightly shorter than hers. Muscles didn't rip his hoodie, and his middle seemed plump and soft. He'd probably taken up jogging recently to lose weight. Overall, he looked average. Caution told her to leave, but she couldn't leave someone in clear need of help, right? He pushed his hood back, revealing a face covered with a brownish beard and mustache and thick glasses. He looked geeky and nerdy, the way she still felt sometimes. He took a sip from his water bottle and started talking about how he was a code developer and how Springfield offered a fresh start after his wife passed away. More compassion stirred Meredith, but she needed to go. She had a difficult case, and she'd already spent too much time in the park. The carved initials reminded her of the ones she'd carved, and she'd lost track of time reminiscing about Giovanni. The stranger introduced himself as William Hoig and told her about his boss, who turned out to be a person she knew and indeed had a new employee by that name. Then William tried to get up, grimacing. Maybe I can hop on one leg to the car. She'd hoped for more people to pass by, but that hadn't happened. Apparently, this part of the park was deserted. Alarms rang inside her. But she had a gun with her. She'd taken self-defense courses. She could defend herself and others. She'd professed she wanted to help bring people justice, so how could she leave William now, to his own devices? He tried hopping, but it wasn't going well. That did it. She approached him carefully. Is there any way I can help? Maybe bring your car closer? I hate to ask, but could I? Maybe. No, it wouldn't work. William's pale eyes looked pitiful. What wouldn't work? Maybe I could lean on you? Lean on you. How many times had she dreamed of leaning on other people, but they'd always walked away, either physically or emotionally or both. Too many. She knew how horrible being abandoned felt. How could she refuse someone to lean on her? His arm wrapped around her. He smelled strange, but she couldn't place it. Then her body convulsed from an electric shock, and that was all she could remember. He'd tasered her. "You look as if you're far away." Giovanni's voice brought her to the present. "I was. Part of my memory is returning." "I'll tell you later," she whispered so the girls wouldn't overhear. Now she was grateful for Rocky's earplugs, earbuds, and for another cute squirrel distracting Ellen. Giovanni wrapped an arm around her and drew her close. For a moment, she stiffened, her body recalling the shock of the taser after a similar gesture. She nearly jerked away but somehow managed to stay, and his presence gave her badly needed reassurance. She didn't recall much. A name and appearance, both most likely fake. She still didn't know whether it had been a random assault, someone taking the opportunity with a woman alone in an empty park at a late hour. Or, like her gut had been telling her, if there was much more to it. Chapter 15. That should help the investigation, right? The next day, Giovanni was still reeling from Meredith's story. If recalling this affected him so much, what could be said about Meredith, who'd lived through it all? Yes. But probably not much. Dara pinned a portrait done from Meredith's description to the board. I suspect that his beard and mustache were a disguise. Glasses, too. Eye color could be due to color lenses. My guess is he was wearing padding around the middle. Meredith was so pale, her freckles became more visible. She was also surprisingly calm, maybe too calm. Agree. He turned out much stronger than he looked. I was taller than he was, and still, he must have dragged me to his car. That was one thing he didn't lie about. His car must have been parked nearby. Giovanni did his best to suppress his fury. What about the lead with the name and the place where he worked? Was it a lie, too? Yes. Dara scribbled suspects on the board. Then the names. It was a long list indeed. The police talked to the real William Hoig, who looked like the man in the park. But he had an alibi. I already identified him as not my assailant. Meredith's eyes narrowed. I wish I could remember where he took me. Most likely, you were blindfolded. Plus, there were traces of drugs in your system that he probably used to subdue you later. Those could affect your memory, too. Dara's voice was soft, kind. The guy was careful and thorough. Meredith rubbed her temples. No DNA under my fingernails, though if I was subdued most of the time, so doubtful I could fight him. No fibers or any kinds of traces on my clothes. Unfortunately, it also rained when he dumped me, so it could help wash away things, but still. I had high hopes for the results of the DNA, in the evidence found in me during the medical exam and NIPP. But he's not in the system. He blinked. Nip? Meredith's expression was blank. She must have grown tired of hitting a wall. Non-invasive prenatal paternity test. It can be done during the first trimester. It analyzes fetal DNA in my blood. That was in addition to the DNA the police already had from the medical exam. I'm a bit surprised that it was found, though. It looked like the guy was very thorough with everything else. Despite her blank expression, Giovanni guessed how much suffering she was containing. He ached to take her into his arms, but feared she'd shrug away or stiffen like she'd done yesterday. That memory rattled him. How could he help her be happy again, feel safe? That was the problem, and he didn't know how to solve it. Once the illusions were gone, they were gone. He had a graveyard of illusions in his heart. He sent up a fervent prayer for her. Still, having his DNA is a plus, right? He struggled to find something to cheer her up with. As if one could be cheered up in a case like this. Dara nodded. Of course. If a suspect is arrested, it would help convict him. If. Meredith's eyes dimmed further, making his heart break. The odds aren't in my favor. Most rapes don't get reported to start with. But according to the estimate of one of the studies, only 37% of the reported ones get prosecuted. Another study estimates that, of those, 14 to 18% result in a conviction. Do the math. Math was one thing he wasn't good at, hence her tutoring him in school. Considering that it had given him a chance to become friends with her, it might not be such a bad thing, after all. Dara answered instead of him. That means that only about 3 or 4% of cases result in a conviction. He whistled. You're kidding me. Dara's tone became defensive, probably the former cop in her speaking. That was an estimate done years ago, so hopefully things have improved since then. The police are doing what they can. Meredith's lower lip trembled, and he had to force himself to stay in one place instead of rushing to her. Which circles back to one of the reasons the majority of such cases don't get reported. A woman has to repeat her story again and again, getting re-traumatized, without a guarantee her suffering will lead to a conviction. Secondary victimization is real. I met women like that. And make no mistake, the defense attorney will question the victim's credibility. Of course, Meredith here is as credible as can be. Still, not a walk in the park. Dara's hand flew to her mouth. Sorry. I didn't mean. Meredith dismissed the apology with a wave. I know. There's a lot of questioning and scrutiny. And then some people are affected by myths, whether they realize it or not. His jaw slackened, and he rubbed his beard. This is incredible. In a twisted way. I know the legal system. I've been part of it for decades. Meredith grew quiet. Not to brag, but I hope I do have credibility. Okay, no one's reputation is perfect. But it's a big plus the defense attorney won't be able to argue there was promiscuity in my case. They'll still try to tear you apart during cross-examination, sadly. Dara frowned. His heart was about to stop. He wanted to spare Meredith this so badly. I've been through this with others. I know what I'll have to go through. Despite her brave words, Meredith's shoulders drooped. Then she realized and pulled them back again. There was only so much he could force himself not to do. He got up and wrapped his arms around her, as gently and carefully as he could, ready to step away if it threatened her. I'll be there for you. We'll support you. No doubt his entire family would rally around Meredith. They were that kind of people. Thank you. She stiffened, then leaned into him. What worries me the most isn't the trial and all the questioning and scrutiny, but the fact that this guy can get visitation with the child. Even physical and legal custody. I pushed the thought away, but I have to consider it. What? His jaw seemingly slammed the floor. The right to a family is a fundamental right. Meredith closed her eyes, then opened them again. A constitutional right. And if there's not enough evidence to convict him, she shrugged, an eloquent gesture saying more than any words could. Reeling, Giovanni needed something to brace himself, but he was supposed to be supporting her, comforting her. So he cleared his throat of the growing bile rising in it and whispered, How could this be? Victims' advocate groups push for restrictions of parental rights in such cases. But it's a slow process. A deep sigh left Meredith's lungs. The common myth is that rape victims abort the baby or give the baby up for adoption. I've read many studies showing that, in reality, most of them decide to keep the baby. It's a difficult, gut-wrenching decision in itself. He hugged her tighter. But what happens next is they might have to be in long, painful contact with the assailant. Dara's grim statement chilled him. Women who decide to abort in such cases can receive federal funding for it in several states. Adoption would be streamlined in many states. But, if the woman decides to keep the baby? Meredith winced, and he wrapped his arms tight as if he could protect her in this small cocoon. It's like it's expected for the woman to abandon or abort her baby. He couldn't imagine leaving Rocky or Ellen, for that matter. Meredith whispered, the difference can be if. He perked up at Meredith's words and let her go, allowing a sliver of hope. Yes? If it's statutory rape. In the case Pena v. Maddox, parental rights were denied because the 15-year-old victim was 4 years younger. Which, obviously, doesn't apply to me. Meredith's voice remained void of emotion. I can't believe this. He gnashed his teeth. Meredith hung her head. I should have told you before marriage. That wouldn't have changed my decision. He took her hands in his. I'll do everything to keep you and your baby safe. You know that, right? She nodded, her eyes misty. It's not myself I worry so much about. It's the child. Vera narrowed her eyes. I heard of cases when men blackmailed the victims not to press charges in exchange for waiving parental rights. And women agreed, seeing no other choice. Can we file an appeal to terminate parental rights? He asked. They should be able to do something, shouldn't they? In Hilliker v. Miller, the victim did. She was denied. But that was in Minnesota. In this state, there's a statute that plea or conviction of father for rape of the birth mother is conclusive evidence supporting termination of father's parental rights. Meredith got up and looked out the window. But what if there's no plea or conviction? Considering how few such cases result in one? Silence was his answer, and that was an answer enough. His vision darkened. If they ever found the person who did this to his wife, he loathed for her to suffer again, the re-traumatization and such. That guy would never come anywhere close to Meredith and her child. Giovanni would make sure of it. A scream woke Giovanni up. He bolted upright in bed and stared into the darkness. His heart hammering, he picked up a baseball bat, then his phone from the nightstand. He had a gun in a safe away from curious eyes and hands, but no time to unlock it. His mouth went dry as he thought of Meredith or his girls being in danger. Stealthily and moving without noise, one of his hard-earned skills, he reached the hall. What direction did the scream come from? Or did he imagine the scream altogether? Either way, he needed to check. Praying hard, he listened intently for any noise, but could only distinguish the grandfather clock tick-tocking downstairs. With his eyes adjusted to the darkness now, he did his best to catch any movement. So far, none came. He checked the outside cameras on his phone app for any recent entry, but the screen showed him everything was fine. Indoor cameras didn't show any movement either, but he still needed to check the house. Cameras could be tampered with, and his family's safety was too important to slack off. His mother was living in an opposite wing, and the cameras outside her room and in the hall showed no movement. Meredith slept in a separate room from him, earning more than a few snickers from Rocky. Ellen was the most vulnerable one, so he peeped into her room first. Air left his lungs in relief. The nightlight in the shape of a tiny aquarium with fish showed her sleeping peacefully, her dark hair spread over the white polka dot pillow. She was hugging not one but 2 plush dolphins. Somehow, the scream didn't wake her up, and he was grateful. He tiptoed out of her room and zeroed in on 2 other doors. While his heart leaped to Meredith's room, he had a responsibility as a parent. So he turned the knob of Rocky's door, which of course had a keep-out sign. After Rocky was confident Ellen was safe in her own room, she moved into a spare guest room nearby and painted all the walls black. Her nightlight was much dimmer and smaller than her sister's, but he could see her silhouette on the bed, covered by an indigo blanket. Posters from rock bands glared at him from the wall, some of them rather scary. While plush toys and mermaid dolls guarded Ellen's sleep, zombies lined up on Rocky's desk. The guitar was the only heartwarming piece about this room. Earbuds connected to her phone explained her not being alerted by the scream. He listened intently for her breathing. Even. Good. Overwhelming gentleness swept him, but he couldn't linger. And not only because Rocky would call it creepy if she woke, but also because this meant Meredith had to be who'd screamed. His heart thudding, he eased the door closed and moved toward Meredith's room. Should he knock? He wanted to respect her privacy, but that could alert an intruder if he or she was in Meredith's room. Sending up more prayers, he turned the knob and entered. and found himself at gunpoint. Chapter 16. You know, if you didn't want to see me, you could have just said so. Giovanni's voice, caring and teasing at the same time, seeped into Meredith's mind. Her pulse beating in her temples, she stared wildly at his silhouette in the doorframe. Great. She could have shot her own husband. Just when she'd thought the start of her marriage couldn't get more disastrous. She put the gun down. I heard someone moving outside right now. That's why I got the gun from the safe. That would be me. I'll give you access to our security system, so you can check the cameras next time. Though he probably hoped there wouldn't be a next time. I heard someone scream earlier. She unloaded the gun, placed it in a safe, locked it, then put it on the highest shelf. That would be me. Her voice sounded calm, the result of multi-year training. Her insides, however, were shaking. Nightmares. Sorry, I woke you. This wasn't the married life a man would dream of. Sleeping in different quarters. A wife carrying someone else's child. Screams and nightmares. What a honeymoon, right? Are you kidding me? Why would you be sorry? I'm the one who should apologize that it took me this long to get here. He reached her in a few hasty strides and took her in his arms. She trembled slightly but didn't pull away. She still remembered how she'd reacted to his touch, no, a man's touch, after the assault, and it gave her some comfort that she allowed it now. He took her face into his palms. What can I do to help you? If he could eventually find humility, despite his pride, she could find strength, despite her weakness. She stared into his brown eyes, so kind and understanding, and therefore even more mesmerizing than when he'd been an arrogant teen. She needed to take the vision of someone hitting her, dragging her across the ground, out of her mind. She knew only one way to do that. So she wrapped her hands around Giovanni's neck and drew closer. His eyes widened, but before she could change her mind, she crashed her lips against his. It was almost violent, and he drew back a little. The sense of loss and rejection nearly blinded her. Then he whispered, "Not like that." His lips were gentle, probing, as he placed light kisses over her face, leaving a trail of desire, not invading her, but inviting her to share the experience. Then the memory flashed, and she froze. He didn't push further. Unlike her assailant, Giovanni wasn't taking control from her, but giving it to her. So when his lips found hers again, she was ready as if she'd waited a lifetime for this moment. Because she had. She fit into his embrace perfectly, as if they were made for each other. A delicious wave rushed through her, and she dissolved into amazing sensations, savoring them, disappearing into them. As tender as this was, it wasn't the chaste kiss of their wedding day. It was a kiss that made her knees buckle and her entire being light like foam on the waves. She was the one to come up for air. This was incredible. Slightly out of breath, she pushed the words past her throat. But it's as far as I can go right now. I'm sorry. After the emotional high, the fact deflated her. He lifted her face with his fingers. Don't be sorry. You keep saying things as if any of this is your fault. It's not. Do you understand? She nodded. She didn't tremble any longer. Then another thought zipped through her, crushing her heart. What if being raped made her less desirable to him? Or not desirable at all? She'd suspected that was the case with Richard. But there was no mistaking the passion of Giovanni's kiss, the gentleness of his touch. Just the heat of his gaze made her body tingle. I understand. Make no mistake. I'm attracted to you, very much so. But I'll never ask for more than you're wanting to give. You have my word. Is it okay if I stay here? He gestured to a small chair. I don't want you to have a nightmare again without me being nearby. I'll have to leave the door ajar, though, in case Ellen wakes and goes looking for me. She didn't think she could fall asleep now. And he'd have to get up early tomorrow. Ranch life started at dawn. I'll be fine. I'm not leaving. His voice was firm. The words echoed inside her, and she wanted to cling to them like a lifeline in a stormy sea. Well, could we look at videos of the ocean on my tablet and listen to the sounds of the waves? She should be able to make some sitting arrangements on the bed with pillows. Yeah, exactly what newlyweds were supposed to do. Her dream of a honeymoon involved a trip to the ocean, to Hawaii, besides, other things. She imagined his idea of a honeymoon didn't consist of watching the ocean on her tablet while keeping her from falling apart. But he smiled as if it was the dream of his lifetime. Sure. Somewhere between watching an octopus and a hammerfish, her head on his shoulder, she drifted off to sleep. It was the first time since the attack that she slept till morning without further nightmares. The next day, Giovanni stepped back and surveyed his work. Ellen was in school now, and he couldn't wait for her to see the surprise waiting for her at home. "You did a great job with the aquarium," Meredith said. Then she added in a much lower voice, "and all the fish are still alive." Well, so far. The cat, who'd chosen to move with Meredith to the mansion, watched the new inhabitants with acute interest and didn't make any promises. Ellen had been excited to have another pet and even fed Buttercup regularly. Giovanni preened under Meredith's approving and slightly teasing gaze, then shrugged nonchalantly. "It's only been half a day. And you helped a lot. I still don't know what most of the things in this aquarium are called. Let's hope these wonderful fish fare better than the previous ones." She smiled as she shortened the already small distance between them. "At the very least, you deserve a kiss as a reward." His blood stirred as she kissed his cheek, and the stirring became a torrent when her lips moved to his, and he circled his hands around her waist. The dynamics had changed between them since their kiss last night. People would laugh if they knew the first truly passionate kiss between them came days after their marriage, and nothing else had happened yet. But those people didn't know her story. He did. Enormous gratitude spread through him. For her soft tantalizing lips on his, for her gentle arms around his neck, for her nimble fingers threading his hair, for her simply being here. His entire body sang with delight, a wonderful music only he could hear. Yikes. You'll make me throw up. Rocky's voice made him pull away from Meredith. He pinned his daughter with a stare. "You know it's normal for a husband and wife to make out? And why are you home from school early?" Rocky marched through the living room to the kitchen and pulled out a bottle with orange juice that she drank fast. "Is it normal for a husband and wife to sleep in separate rooms, too?" As she batted droopy, heavily made-up eyelashes, sarcasm dripped through her words. "And if you don't want to see me at home, just say so." He swallowed hard. The euphoria of the last moments vanished, and his temper flared. Couldn't Rocky see he was doing all he could? Meredith touched his forearm, calming him somewhat. She disentangled herself from his arms, but stayed close. He did his best to smile at his daughter. "Of course, I want to see you at home. And you didn't answer my question. Why are you home so early?" "You didn't answer my question, either." Rocky shrugged as she picked up an orange from the fridge that, in his eyes, didn't qualify as a meal. "And you didn't remember you were my father when you were locked up." His shoulders sagged. He could tell her Tatiana had decided it was best for Rocky not to see him any longer. Or should he tell her the entire truth? No, it would hurt her even more. He preferred to be the one hurting than the one inflicting emotional pain on his girl. "Your father made a mistake and paid his due for it. And the answer to your question is, no, it's not normal. So starting tonight, your dad and I are going to sleep in the same room." Meredith spoke loudly, then whispered to him before his jaw dropped, "I'm fine with sleeping on the floor." Right. He'd be the one to sleep on the floor. "Are you hungry, Rocky?" Somehow, he'd navigate this parenting thing. "I made a vegetable soup. It's not a culinary masterpiece, but..." "Nah, I'm not hungry." And the last class was dismissed today because the teacher was sick and they didn't find a substitute. He didn't know if he was buying the latter. "What do you think about the aquarium?" Meredith softened her voice, which probably wasn't easy. Another bribe for my sister? Rocky marched upstairs to her room and slammed the door. Heat flared through him, and his muscles tightened. Then the anger subdued when Meredith wrapped her arms around him. It's going to be okay. She'll come around. She smelled of wildflowers and hope. Maybe he'd needed to go through many hardships in life to know what a huge blessing Meredith was. How ironic was it that he was falling in love with his own wife? But what if he'd be the same disaster as a parent with her baby as he was with Rocky? Meredith and Giovanni hadn't figured out yet whether they were going to tell the child he or she was conceived in rape. If they did, he'd probably hear often enough, "You're not my father. You can't tell me what to do." That was if Meredith decided to stay with him. A knife turned in his chest. At least, Ellen's reaction when he brought her home from school made it worth the painstaking setup and brightened his day. He should have gotten the aquarium a long time ago. "No, you're not my father. You can't tell me what to do," from her. Instead, Ellen squealed and threw her arms around him. "I love you. I love you, too, Munchkin." Happy tears prickled behind his eyes. Maybe he could be complete with this little family and without his wild dreams. He knew now he wasn't meant to be a professional race car driver or a famous musician. He'd put on a good act making people believe him about the accident, except his sister, so maybe he'd make a good actor, after all. But the odds of making it in the film industry were slim. He was, however, a decent cowboy. And, as he looked at the treasure in front of him, he wanted to be a good parent more than he'd wanted anything else in life. Well, besides for his wife to heal and fall in love with him. In that order. He'd wanted so many things as a teen, and they seemed achievable then. For some time, he'd thought he could become a professional racer like one of his cousins, now Vera's doting husband. Giovanni didn't have fuel in his blood like his cousin seemed to have, but he did enjoy the adrenaline rush. However, after one accident that thankfully didn't result in any injuries, the adrenaline rush didn't feel so great. His family and Meredith seemed relieved when he gave up racing. At the time, he thought they didn't support him enough. Now he understood they were worried about him. Well, that career didn't work out, but like his sister, he loved music. That seemed like such a fun career, too. And let's be honest, all the female attention stroked his ego. He formed a band with musicians he met in Springfield, and after some practicing in a garage, they started booking gigs in clubs and restaurants. Meredith came to cheer them on as often as she could. Until he told her not to, under the pretense that she needed to study for her law degree. He still couldn't forget the hurt in her green eyes or the sudden pallor of her skin. But she stopped coming, and his music lost one of its brightest hues, even if he refused to admit it then. With time, the band ventured to other cities and even states. He'd rarely been to the ranch, and it suited him. Calls to Meredith became even rarer. After all his time went into jamming with the guys. They were going to be the next big thing. He knew it. They just needed their break, to catch the eye of a producer who knew real talent when he or she saw, or in this case heard, it. One day that happened. Just when Meredith got her law degree and a job offer at a law firm. He was going to be at her graduation ceremony. He really was. But they were supposed to meet the producer at the same time. He couldn't let his bandmates down, could he? The meeting gave them their chance to make an album. Then he met Tatiana at his concert and was smitten. Everything in his life seemed to lead to a crescendo of a perfect song. Yes, he was aware of Meredith's crush on him, but it wasn't like he'd encouraged it, well, not much. And he wouldn't make a good husband for a lawyer. He wouldn't ask her to choose between him and the career she'd always wanted, either. There wasn't even a point in dating. Yet he'd felt somewhat guilty when he started dating Tatiana. But soon he fell for her and didn't question anything else. Deep inside, he'd noticed her ego and vanity. But she supported his career, went with him on tour to promote their new and shiny album. That alone should show how much she loved him, right? The tour didn't help. The album flopped, and the producer dropped them. The band still booked gigs at restaurants and clubs, often thanks to his charm rather than their non-existent fame. Tatiana seemed less and less happy and created scenes. She'd thought she married a future rock star, and her husband wasn't even a firefly on the sky of music. Expensive gifts placated her, but only for a bit, and something started corroding inside him. She still came to his gigs, but now he knew it was more because she loved to party and drink than to support him. With time, he started drowning his sorrows in alcohol. He drew the line on drugs, but alcohol didn't seem so bad. When he was drunk, everything was better, even his music. He thought about moving to LA and trying an acting career, but Tatiana would have none of it. At least in the show-me state, he and his band were mildly known and could find jobs. What was he going to do in LA? Support himself and her as a waiter or bartender while going to auditions? He had no formal education as an actor, no film credits, nothing. It hurt him then, but she had a point. He started missing his family, and he knew the ranch could always use another cowboy, even if for a short time. But, when he suggested they could go to his family ranch, Tatiana only laughed. He could go alone if he wanted, but he shouldn't expect to find her when he came back. By then she was pregnant and due soon, so he had to give in. Stress was bad for pregnant women, and he was stressing her out with all those talks about the ranch. "Or do you want me to miscarry?" she shouted at him when he suggested the ranch again. No, he didn't. Their marriage was cracking, but he loved her through it all. Then, when Rocky was born, he was besotted with the adorable little girl. Tatiana complained about gaining too much weight while pregnant and refused to breastfeed. He bought the formulas and changed diapers, even if he learned to hold his breath like a diver. Unlike Tatiana, Rocky smiled and giggled every time she saw him and loved him unconditionally. And he loved her unconditionally, too. Until the day it all changed. Chapter 17. Meredith woke up drenched in sweat again. At least, she didn't scream this time. Her heart beating wildly, she took a few shaky breaths. She wasn't in the strange room with white tile, covered in blood. She was safe and sound. Buttercup lifted her head, unhappy at being woken up, then curled up and closed her amber eyes. Meredith petted the cat's soft fur and let it calm her rapid heartbeat somewhat. At least, Buttercup was here and not trying to remove the cover from the aquarium and lap up a midnight snack. Meredith's heart shifted at the sight of Giovanni on the mattress on the floor. She was being ridiculous. She knew it. But the thought of a man accidentally touching her at night when she wasn't aware. She shivered. She wasn't ready. Would she ever be? This arrangement was unfair to Giovanni. She slipped from the bed and tiptoed to the adjacent bathroom and closed the door, then stepped under the shower. She'd probably drained a lake with the amount of water she'd used this last month. Giovanni deserved someone with a sunshine disposition and without her painful secret. They had agreed they would tell Rocky soon enough about the baby, and Meredith grimaced, dreading the conversation. If her relationship with Rocky was any indication of her maternal skills, she was doomed. She didn't expect compassion or understanding from the girl, but Rocky needed to know the truth. After Meredith dried off with a soft towel and slipped into a white bathrobe, she might as well check on the girls. Ellen slept with an angelic smile, hugging plush dolphins, her beloved companions. Meredith's lips curved up as she closed the door with caution and tiptoed to the one with the keep out sign. Holding her breath, she opened the door and her brows leapt up. How could this be? She stepped inside to make sure, but her vision didn't deceive her. The bed was empty. Rocky was missing. Meredith pressed a hand to her chest as if that could help her racing heart. Okay. No need to panic. Maybe Rocky had gone downstairs to get something organic. Meredith rushed to the kitchen, then poked her nose in the other rooms, then checked cameras on the phone for recent footage. Nothing. She made it back to the bedroom 2 steps at a time. As much as Giovanni needed his sleep, she had to rouse him. She touched his shoulder. "Wake up, please. Rocky is missing." He leaped to his feet. "What? When? How? Her room is empty. Should we call the police? Any idea where she might have gone?" She averted her gaze from his bare chest. "So not the time for attraction to flare through her. I have to think." His voice cracked. At least, he had pajama bottoms on. "I installed a tracking app on her phone. She doesn't know about it." "Wow. You did? But how could she not notice it? Do you know how many apps this girl has? I'll call Aurora and ask her to stay with Ellen while we search for Rocky. I don't want to wake Mama and make her worry." Unless you want to stay?" Meredith hesitated. She should volunteer to stay with Ellen. Aurora had already built a rapport with the teen. She would be better to talk Rocky into going home if they found her. When they found her. But Meredith wanted to be the one by Giovanni in a time of crisis. Or at any time for that matter. The realization didn't sit well with her, but she had more important things to worry about right now. "No, I'll go with you." She snatched her clothes and disappeared into the adjacent bathroom. Seriously, they acted more like roommates than spouses, or at least she did. But she couldn't let a man see her without clothes. A shiver traveled down her back. That would remind her how vulnerable she'd been. Even if that man was Giovanni, now her husband. By the time she left the bathroom, he'd dressed in jeans and a shirt. "My sister is on the way." Miserable, Meredith scrubbed her hands over her face. "It's all my fault. Rocky told me she was going to run away, but I didn't take her seriously." "Same here." He took her hands in his, sending warmth and strength her way. "So don't blame yourself. If anything happens to Rocky," Meredith shuddered. Especially anything similar to what had happened to Meredith. Rocky made it difficult to love her, yes. But she was part of Giovanni, and she was sad and hurt. That hurt reflected in his eyes. "I've been praying a lot. And what my sister said might be an answer to my prayer." They headed downstairs together. "Your sister?" Rocky confided about the boy she likes. "I guess, because Aurora was and still is sort of a rebel, Rocky found solidarity in that. Besides, Rocky admired her ever since she found out she almost married Ari." Meredith winced from a stab of jealousy. Which was wrong? Sure, someone else had found a way through to the young girl when Meredith had failed so far, but she should be grateful. "We'll first check the address where the app says Rocky is, then the address Aurora looked up on Google." His eyes darkened. "If that fails, we'll call the police." She wanted to say maybe they should call the police first, but then his relationship with the police was different from hers. "I checked the camera recordings. No sign of an intruder or abduction. Rocky left of her own volition about an hour ago. She didn't have a backpack with her, hopefully a sign she didn't intend to run away." His dark eyes showed turmoil, though his words meant to calm her. A soft knock made them rush to the front door. He glanced in the peephole, then flung the door open. "Thank you for coming over so quickly. And thanks for the info." He hugged Aurora, keeping his voice low. "You're welcome. Though Rocky will hate my guts now for betraying her confidence. And don't worry. I'll stay as long as needed." Without further ado, she marched upstairs. Meredith followed Aurora with her gaze. What would it feel like to have a family who'd show up in the middle of the night for her? But then, didn't she betray her own family? Giovanni must have felt her change in mood. "Are you all right? If you need to stay." She squared her shoulders. "I'm fine. Let's go." About 15 minutes later, he rubbed his jaw as they stayed parked near a house. So Rocky left her phone in the bushes near a house. She figured it was easy to track her down while her phone was with her. One could admire the resourceful teen if they weren't so worried about her. I pray Aurora was right about the next place. He started the engine again and punched the address into the GPS. Me, too, Meredith mumbled. God, help us. That was it. A half-choked plea. Praying for a person she didn't like too much because of all the grief Rocky had caused Giovanni, but about whom Meredith cared because Giovanni loved his daughter. Something changed inside Meredith after the prayer, something small but significant. She didn't have time to analyze it because Giovanni sped up toward another neighborhood. With smaller homes and cheaper cars lit by streetlights, this one was less affluent than the previous one. But it wasn't in the bad part of town, which gave her a small sense of relief. She reached for his hand. She still steeled herself when male members of his family hugged her, females and children felt non-threatening. But with him, she could initiate a touch. Even a kiss. She trusted him that much. But there was more, much more into it. She was falling for him. Hook, line, and sinker. Right now, however, it wasn't about her. We'll find Rocky. She whispered the promise. A muscle moved in his jaw. What if? No. No what ifs. We'll find her. She infused confidence into her words, confidence she didn't feel. Years of practice in court helped. Thank you. I'm glad you're with me. Not that you're with me in the sense that, he scrubbed a hand over his face, rasping against his beard. It's the wrong time to say it, and I know our marriage isn't real. But. Never mind. Let's go. He leaped out of the truck. Her heart skipped a beat. If only he'd said what he was going to, but the moment was gone. He was right, though. It wasn't the time or place. A vulnerable girl was out in the world in the middle of the night. Meredith knew all too well what could happen to a female out in the world, even to those who thought they could defend themselves. Anger hit her as she hurried after him. Why did it have to be like this? Why did females have to be afraid, cautious of where they went, who they spent time with, always keeping a plan of escape? We're not military on a mission. We're just trying to live our everyday lives. She reeled in her anger as the faint scent of damp soil from a recent rain reached her and the air shimmered slightly in the yellow streetlight. Then something else reached her. Music. From the house they were heading to. Are they having a party? She glanced around. No, there'd be way more cars around. I think teens are jamming in the garage. Despite the determination on his face, he waited for her. After he pounded on the garage door, it lifted a fraction, and they almost had to crawl to get in. The music stopped once the door climbed up, but the bits and pieces Meredith had managed to hear sounded pretty good. Of course, she was no expert. The light in the garage wasn't much brighter than the streetlights, but she distinguished 4 teens, 3 guys, 1 playing drums and 2 with electric guitars, and Rocky at the microphone. Relief flushed over Meredith and reflected on Giovanni's face. Rocky was safe. And sure enough, scowling, none too glad to see them. Not that Meredith had expected anything less from Rocky. What are you doing here? Her black-lined eyes narrowed to slits. Then she turned to one of the guys with the electric guitar. You shouldn't have let them in. Well, something about your dad yelling about calling the police for his runaway daughter told me otherwise. The teen chuckled. Tall, dressed in a leather jacket and torn jeans, he seemed comfortable in his skin. Clearly the leader of the group based on his posture, he didn't seek approval, but gave it. Or disapproval in this case. He reminded Meredith of Giovanni at that age. He was also the boy Rocky liked, considering the quiet adoration in her gaze and her leaning slightly toward him. A lot could be said for nonverbal communication. Speaking of which, Meredith reminded herself to keep her posture open and friendly. Listen, young lady, Giovanni started in a voice so low and calm Meredith guessed how furious he was. Wow. Are you Giovanni Moore? I loved your album. The teen boy walked forward, then looked back at Rocky. Why didn't you tell me who your dad was? What? Like it mattered. Rocky folded her arms over her chest. Like the subject of her affection, she wore a leather jacket and torn black jeans, and Meredith could guess who copied whom. Are you kidding me? The boy offered Giovanni his hand, which the man shook. I'm Max. This is Bode and Fox. The other guys waved. And you clearly know Rocky. Rocky snorted. Unfortunately. Meredith's blood boiled, but she kept her smile and that open, friendly posture. Giovanni introduced her as his wife, and the title still took some getting used to. Based on how his eyes widened, he didn't think he'd have fans among the younger generation. Not because he didn't deserve it, because he totally did, but more likely because his only album had flopped and he hadn't performed in a long time. How did you find out about me? His voice incredulous, Giovanni raised an eyebrow. On YouTube. Just stumbled on videos of your concerts. Max rubbed his hands together, grinning like a kid expecting a gift. It was so cool, man. Giovanni frowned. I didn't upload any videos there. Okay, time to fess up. Meredith stepped forward. I uploaded them. I'm sorry. I should have asked you first. Your bandmates, too. I just thought you're so talented that more people needed to hear your music. She'd recorded his concerts even after he'd told her not to come to his gigs. She just couldn't stay away. She tensed. Would he be angry? He shook his head, and her heart sank to the cement floor. Then he smiled. You're incredible. Phew. You, too. Can we be done with the mutual admiration club here? Rocky scoffed. Giovanni's jaw tightened. In the truck. Now. The teen didn't move. At this point, Meredith was done with the friendly posture. What's wrong with you? I know bad things happen to you, but it doesn't give you the right to treat people who care about you like that. I might not be a perfect stepmom, but you're blessed to have a father like yours. Rocky rolled her eyes, then glared. After being threatened to be killed, Meredith couldn't care less for an eye roll or glare. I don't know who my biological father is and don't want to know because he beat my mother up. Not to mention the little detail that he took advantage of a trusting teenager, then disappeared when she became pregnant. My mother had to work day and night to provide for us, so I rarely saw her. Then my stepfather humiliated and manipulated me, and Mom did nothing to change that. I would give up half of my life to have grown up with a responsible, hard-working, caring father like yours. Your stepmom has a point. My dad left when I was a kid, the drummer said. Hands clenched before her, Rocky screamed, Don't you know what he's done? Meredith wasn't so sure she did. Because, as she'd studied the police reports about the accident, again and again, she felt something was missing. Giovanni was protective of those he loved, even when they didn't deserve it. He'd do anything for them. Guilt over missing something so obvious stabbed her. Like everyone else, she'd accepted his plea bargain at face value. She shouldn't have. She'd ask Vera to talk to the people at the ill-fated party. Sadly, there'd been no cameras then, but Meredith hoped at least one of the guests had seen Giovanni and Tatiana leave. Meredith ached to know who'd been behind the steering wheel. Chapter 18. The next day, Meredith flinched when she saw Vera's name on her phone screen. At this point, she didn't know whether she wanted Vera to find the culprit or dreaded the news. Are you sitting down? That wasn't a good start. Meredith's knees went weak, and she slumped into the nearest chair. I am now. I told you that, when I interviewed the real William Hoig, I had an impression he was being set up. Right. Meredith nodded as if Vera could see her. While he resembled the guy in the park, the voice was different. And the features were slightly different, too. Well, I swiped the surface of his toothbrush anyway when I asked to use the restroom at his place. guess what? It's a match with the DNA found in you during the medical exam and the NIPP test. Meredith gasped. How could she be so wrong about all this? Days later, Giovanni came home to freshly cooked lasagna and a note from Meredith that she'd gone to see Vera. Cold gripped his heart and squeezed, then sliced, through his veins. He knew about the development with the DNA test, but William Hoig had an alibi. And Meredith was fairly sure it wasn't him. Then how could the DNA results be explained? Or was there a new development? Considering what Giovanni knew about parental rights now, did he want Vera to find the answers? Meredith craved justice and closure, but it was going to cost her. It was going to cost their family. Yet he was going to stand by her through it all. As if he could touch her hand, he touched the new soft kitchen towel with a golden fish applique she'd bought. He'd missed her the entire day and wished she was home already. It was amazing how he ached for her mere presence more and more. The way she curled a strand of her honey blonde hair around her finger when she was nervous, the way a little contented sigh left her lips before he kissed her, and the way her eyes turned emerald green after the kiss. He couldn't understand why she'd want to change her nose. Everything about her was perfect, and if something wasn't, he loved her even more for it. He nearly dropped the kitchen towel. Did he love her? A longing for her filled his entire being, and that should be an answer in itself. Lord, what do I do now? Meredith had constructed a wall around herself, even for those closest to her. The moat around that wall wasn't filled with fish, but alligators. But make it through he must. Buttercup sauntered into the kitchen and meowed her demands. Then she rubbed herself against his legs. He was sure Meredith or Ellen had fed the pet already, but he'd seen Buttercup watch the aquarium earlier, her pink tongue flicking out from time to time. Giving the cat extra seemed in the fish's best interests. So far, all the inhabitants of the aquarium had survived, and he wanted to keep it that way. He opened a small can of fancy stuff for cats and emptied it into a bowl. Buttercup purred as she delicately consumed the food. If only he could find common ground with Rocky as easily. He refreshed the water in Buttercup's bowl so she'd have no excuse to remove the aquarium lid and help herself. To be fair, Rocky had softened a fraction after Giovanni had given a few guitar lessons to Max at the boy's request and with his parents' agreement. Only a fraction, but Giovanni would take it. Maybe Meredith's fervent speech in his defense had some impact. His heart shifted. It had on him. Meredith had gone through so much adversity, but it didn't turn her bitter and cruel. It propelled her to help others. His wife was a remarkable woman. Ellen was at a playdate with her cousins, Rocky was still in school, and his mother had gone visiting. So he piled his plate, appreciating the effort it had taken Meredith and wishing he could share the meal with her and the girls. He said grace, then tried a forkful. The lasagna tasted like rubber. Not that he knew what rubber tasted like. Arg. He made a few more attempts, then looked at Buttercup as the feline enjoyed her dinner way more than he did. You're not going to tell on me, right? Buttercup meowed something that probably meant she would, but Meredith wouldn't understand her anyway. He scraped his plate's contents into the garbage disposal and cleaned the sink, covering his tracks thoroughly. Sadly, there was still enough left for dinner for the 5 of them. Plus the cat, if she was into lasagna like the comic strip character, which thankfully for the pet she wasn't. The school bus pulled up, and minutes later, Rocky barreled through the door. Welcome home. Giovanni braved a smile. How was school? Would you like some lasagna? Organically made. Rocky shook her head and picked up a bottle of juice from the fridge. He had more meaningful conversations with the cat. Well, he wasn't above a little threat. If you don't start talking to me, I'll stop giving Max lessons and explain why. That's blackmail. With dark clothing and an equally dark scowl, she was like a storm cloud, and he could expect thunder anytime. He leaned against the counter. Yup. It is. And you'd better start treating Meredith better. She's been amazing to you. Rocky rolled her eyes, something he was too familiar with now. Yeah, including the lecture she gave me at Max's place. Besides, she's not my mom. That was right. Meredith was much better than Tatiana ever was. The words nearly slipped from his tongue, but he managed to stop them. Take it or leave it. Rocky huffed, and the gesture flicked blue-tipped black hair away from her face. Fine. School was boring. I don't want lasagna. This house is a prison. She stomped toward her room. At least she didn't slam the door. Make sure you do your homework. I'll check. And you're still grounded. He shook his head. That girl had no idea what prison was like, and he hoped to keep it that way. Like he did with. Never mind. At the sound of a motor, he brightened. He adjusted blue sage and New England asters in the centerpiece vase on the cherrywood dining room table, anticipation building. The fragrant aroma mixed with the botched lasagna. He could be like cement with guys, had to be for years, but with Meredith, he was like dough in his mother's kitchen. Meredith entered through the door, and everything brightened as though sunshine flooded the room after a thunderstorm. She wore those funky turquoise earrings he loved and a long-sleeved dress with a keyhole cut in its Arctic blue. But there was nothing Arctic about her. Or was there? As he hugged her, he sensed an emanating tension. Did she know how bad her lasagna was? She clung to him for a moment, giving him hope he was wrong, then pulled back. We need to talk. Oh. His gut clenched. Nothing good ever came after these words. Now, he wished it was about lasagna. His heart rate kicked up, and he fought to breathe. What happened? Is it about the baby? A smile softened her face. The baby is fine. She lowered herself onto a seat at the large family table and breathed in wildflower fragrance. Thank you for the flowers. They are beautiful. He sat down nearby, the clenching in his gut tightening with each half-breath. What did you want to talk about? Where is Rocky? Meredith's gaze darted around. Was it about his daughter? In her room. Hopefully doing her homework. But most likely listening to music or talking to Max. Meredith studied him with a laser beam focus. Do you believe there should be no secrets between a husband and wife? Well, no big secrets. He swallowed hard. He'd kept one big secret from everyone, except his sister, for decades. What is this about? I made a mistake before your case went to trial. As she flattened her palms on the cherrywood surface, her eyes became distant as if she were looking in the past. What kind of mistake? He closed his eyes, reluctant to remember. Then he opened them. The mistake of believing you. His empty stomach roiled. Did she know? Aurora would never betray his confidence. So how did Meredith figure it out? He feigned nonchalance. What do you mean? I should have seen it before. She rubbed her temples. I should have. Her voice rose as she slapped the tabletop, but she lowered it, probably for Rocky's sake. Dara talked to everyone she could find from that party. Why? His stomach churned, his muscles tightening. Why did Meredith have to bring it up? Why did she always have that unfathomable desire to know the truth, even when it hurt? She blinked. Why did she talk to them? No, why do you need to dig into it now? When there was a sliver of hope for them to be happy? Why can't you let it be? I just can't. You know that. With her voice so low, he had to strain to hear it. I told her to find anyone who saw you and Tatiana leaving. To find out who was behind the steering wheel. So she did. He groaned. It doesn't mean anything. We could have traded places later. No, you didn't. Meredith leaned forward, her eyes burning into him. She drove you home because the alcohol count in your blood was high. But she'd had a few drinks, as well, hadn't she? He closed his eyes as the events flashed in his mind. Their argument about getting a taxi, and Tatiana yelling she could drive just fine until he gave in, tired of all the arguing. Their scene on the way home, that Tatiana wasn't getting the lifestyle he'd promised her, though he'd made no such promises. Tatiana swerving into the oncoming lane to avoid hitting some animal. The car coming out of a curve and heading right at them. Tatiana's blood-curdling scream. The impact. The scent of burning rubber. The sound of metal crashing on metal. The look of Tatiana's face, pale as a ghost. Meredith continued, when it all happened, you called the ambulance, then told Tatiana to switch places. Miraculously, neither one of you were harmed, which couldn't be said about the other driver or her passenger. Then you called the police. You confessed to something you didn't do to save the woman you loved, didn't you? Why did you do that? To make sure your daughter had a mother? I had to do what I had to do, he whispered. Liar. Rocky's shriek made him fling his eyelids open. Meredith's eyes widened, and she mouthed, sorry. Engrossed in the conversation, he hadn't heard Rocky approach. It appeared Meredith hadn't either. Anger, regret, and other emotions he couldn't name or didn't care to roiled through him. Rocky's eyes were huge. All this time you lied to me. His heart ached as he stepped toward her. I didn't want to hurt you. I love you so much. If you did, you'd have told me the truth a long time ago. Tears filled her eyes, washing black gunk down her cheeks. It broke his heart even more. Rocky, please. I don't want to talk about it. She ran back into her room. He pulled his phone from his jeans pocket. He'd better watch the cameras in case she decided to escape again. Meredith's lower lip trembled. I'm sorry. Maybe you're right. I should have let it go. Too late now. Strangely enough, though worry for Rocky constricted his lungs in a tight band, he felt lighter. He'd carried that secret for so long it had pressed him to the ground. Now he could walk tall again. It's difficult, but Rocky deserved to know. I would want to, Meredith whispered. At the cost of Rocky's suffering? Heat flared in him again. She's my daughter. As Meredith winced, her mouth pressing tight, he regretted his words. They had decided they wouldn't divide their children in yours and mine, but love everyone equally. It might not be easy for him to love a child who was the result of violence, but then Rocky didn't make it easy to love her, either, while Meredith's child was innocent. I shouldn't have said that. Silence hung heavily until he asked, what are you going to do with this information? She sighed. I wish I could get your conviction lifted. But it'll be difficult with Tatiana missing and no witnesses. But you just said, it dawned on him. You bluffed. No one saw us leaving the party. She met his gaze. Cross-examination is what I do for a living. And I had a gut feeling you wanted to tell me about this, even if subconsciously. Could she be right? He'd lived with this secret for so long, and now he didn't have to. He rubbed his eyes. He shouldn't feel so relieved. How did you figure it out? I should have realized it long ago. I don't remember you ever drinking and driving. Drinking, yes. But you were always careful not to drive afterward. Even if you'd changed, I doubt you'd risk driving Tatiana home while drunk. You loved her too much. But not any longer. He stared at the woman he was falling in love with now, and it pained him that it had taken him several decades, many mistakes, and a whole lot of hurt first. She leaned forward and reached for his hand. I'm sorry if I caused you pain. I'm even sorrier I caused Rocky pain. But I believe the truth needs to be told. At least to your family. It's not about me now. His gaze moved toward the stairway Rocky had fled through. Thankfully, she didn't try to escape, at least not yet, but she probably barricaded her bedroom door. Let's try to talk to her. Meredith got up and poured herself a glass of milk, drank it fast, then led him upstairs. When he turned the knob beneath that keep out sign, it proved him right. The door was barricaded from inside. Meredith walked to the room and slid down to the floor. "Let me speak to your daughter. I'll do my best to get through to her." He shook his head, but her eyes were pleading. So he headed back down to the kitchen and used the time to call his younger cousin and check on Ellen. Ellen's voice was sweet and cheerful. The little girl had no clue what a disaster was waiting for her at home. She begged to stay a little longer, and he agreed. Then he checked the cameras to make sure Rocky was still inside her room and returned to the door, the large "Keep Out" sign glaring at him. "Any progress?" A sad look in Meredith's green eyes was his answer. Then she got up and rushed to the bathroom where she hurled. Compassion stirring, he followed her. He held her hair and rubbed small circles on her back, then handed her a wet washcloth when she was done. Her hands trembled, so he wiped her face. "That's just incredible." Rocky appeared in the doorframe. "Dad, do you understand what that means?" "She's pregnant. She cheated on you. How many dirty secrets can one family have?" Chapter 19. Giovanni bristled. That was enough. But, before he could say anything, Meredith lifted herself up. Her eyes became vacant as if she looked past Rocky at something no one else could see. "I was found on the roadside in the pouring rain at night. It took me hours to make it there from some ditch in the forest where I was thrown, discarded, used. I was unconscious by the time a car stopped and the driver called an ambulance. I was drugged, beaten, sliced, and raped, not necessarily in that order." "What?" Her streaky eyes widening, her hands rising before her, Rocky backed off. "Let's have this conversation in the dining room." Meredith led the way, and Rocky slunk after her. Anger lent space to admiration in him. His wife was really something. Meredith recounted her case with a calmness that bewildered him because a storm of emotions raged through him. She pinned Rocky with her stare in the end. "If you don't believe me, there are police protocols. Photos of bruises and cuts. Medical evidence from the hospital." Eyes wide, Rocky stared into space. Concern stabbed him. Was it too much for a young girl to handle? And now she'd have a sibling conceived in rape. If she had a chip on her shoulder before. So the baby. Rocky hugged her arms tight around herself, her face tilted to the floor, the blue tips of her bangs covering her eyes and the piercings in her ears and brows, those streaks of black on her cheeks like a sad mime. "Yes. The child is a result of the rape. And I'm keeping the baby." He got up and wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulders. "We are." This was it. He didn't want to be choosing between his daughter and his wife, and he loved both. But he couldn't give up on Meredith and her baby. He just couldn't. "Wow." Rocky's jaw slackened. I don't know what to say." Meredith's voice softened. "Your life has been difficult, so you learned to protect yourself in any way you could. You're scared to get attached in case it gets turned upside down again, aren't you?" Rocky's lower lip trembled. "It just got so messed up. Dad got locked up." She turned to Giovanni. I missed you so much, and you weren't there." A lump formed in his throat. "I missed you, too. With all my heart. I didn't know. Mom said you didn't want to see me." He was just trying to protect Rocky. "She told me it was best if she didn't bring you there. That place. It's not for children to see." "I didn't know." Rocky hugged her arms tighter, making him think of all the times he wasn't there to hold her. "And Mom. All her men. It was like she cared about them more than about me. I thought it would get better when she married and Ellen got born. But it didn't. It was just me and Ellen most of the time. His darling girl. Behind all that bravado and rebellion was a broken heart." Meredith put her hand on his, then looked up and nodded. He gathered Rocky into a hug, and for the first time, she hugged him back. When he let her go, Meredith opened her arms. Much worse things can happen in life than your father sacrificing himself for your mother and you. Somehow, we need to pick ourselves up and move on. When she pulled away from Meredith, Rocky's guarded eyes fixed on him. Does your family know about you taking the blame for Mom? He half expected her to add, or did you lie to them, too? Thankfully, she didn't. Your aunt knows. She figured it out. The rest don't. And it's our family, Missy. Again, he expected her to bristle at being corrected or at being called Missy. Instead, those lips smeared in black lipstick curved up, an unusual expression for her, and it made her look young and innocent, like she was. My aunt is cool. Grandma and the uncles aren't bad either. And the children are hilarious. The way they treat Ellen is amazing. Wish Ellen and I didn't miss out on all that time with them. She didn't say, and with you, but he'd take what he could get. They'd made progress beyond his dreams. And in a way, he owed it to Meredith and her stubborn affinity for honesty. Same here. His eyes prickled, and he hid it by leaning to Buttercup and petting her. Maybe Buttercup hoped for more fancy cat food, but she purred contentedly. Then he looked up. Do you think you could? He drew in a deep breath when his voice faltered. Could you love this child? I understand you can't love her as much as you love Ellen, but I'll try. I know it's no comparison, but after some time, I couldn't stand Ellen's dad. But I adore her. Go figure. She turned to Meredith. If I, start being less horrible to you, will you stick around? Mom said Dad's relationships never lasted before she came into the picture. He barely suppressed a groan. How could he have ever loved that woman? Meredith's eyes widened. Wait a minute. You thought that, if you didn't like me, it wouldn't hurt when I left, didn't you? Rocky ducked her head, hiding her eyes beneath too much mascara, and nodded. Well, I've just been so angry. And he and Meredith were the safest to take that anger out on. He stroked Buttercup's soft fur again. Before he hauled Rocky to therapy kicking and screaming, it was best to give her the choice. Would you consider seeing a specialist? Meredith leaned forward. We're not going anywhere. However, if you take out anger on Max or your bandmates, they won't stand for it, and you might have the beginning of something wonderful there. But you could need help to deal with your anger. Leave it to Meredith to find the right motivation. His wife didn't stop surprising him. Their marriage would never become real until the barrier between them disappeared, but he'd take it one day at a time. Rocky sighed and adjusted the silvery stud above her lip. I'll think about it. Then she scooped the cat from his hands. You're probably hoping for a little boy this time. She stole a glance at Meredith's still flat stomach. Actually, I'd love a little girl. Who'd be just like Meredith, but he wisely didn't add that part. Rocky laughed, and he loved the sound. Seriously? You're swimming in estrogen already. Even the cat is female. Buttercup lifted her head and meowed as if asking how that could be a bad thing. I don't know what gender the fish are, but with the tendency here, they're probably females, as well. He chuckled. And I couldn't be happier. He meant it. The shadow of his past didn't loom over him any longer, and if only Meredith's life could become normal again. If only she could heal. I volunteered to help you with math, Meredith offered to Rocky. Probably for the 1000th time. Rocky grimaced. You talked to my teachers, didn't you? Yup. Besides, I love math. Meredith smiled. How could anyone love math? Her nose scrunching, Rocky shook her head. Like I said, my wife is incredible. She used to help me with my math homework. He got up. How about you two do that now? Meanwhile, I'll pick up Ellen and pizza, and he caught Meredith's stare. Oh. I mean, the lasagna you made is fantastic. I had a large helping, but it seems like a pizza night. His treacherous stomach growled. Meredith chuckled. I butchered it, and I know it. Is there organic pizza in town? Rocky rolled her eyes again, but this time it didn't irritate him. Veggie pizza is fine. Dad, you can get pepperoni and olives. I know it's your favorite. And Ellen loves it, too. She turned to Meredith. What pizza is your favorite? Pepperoni and olives sound yummy. Otherwise, it's going to be too many pizzas. That's so you don't get the urge to cook tomorrow, Rocky teased, but without malice. And, as my Uncle Roberto says, there's no such thing as too many pizzas. Later, when he picked her up, Ellen squealed and hugged him without him asking for it. As he lifted her up, his heart was complete. Everyone in his family had some talent or drive. Music was in his blood, but he didn't have enough talent to make it big. For a long time, he'd been resentful about it. But, when in the evening they all gathered around the table and he opened pizza boxes that emanated yummy aromas, he knew what his real talent was. He was born to love Meredith, Rocky, Ellen, and even the child conceived in such horrible circumstances with his whole heart. And he was grateful to God for that. The talk at the Moore family gathering was difficult and gut-wrenching. Giovanni and Meredith decided to tell the immediate family both their secrets, giving them the option to tell their spouses, but no one else. Even the pastries in the middle of the cherrywood table and his mother's famous tiramisu glistening in the light didn't seem to tempt anyone. Cappuccino in elegant porcelain cups with silver trim emanated an enticing aroma, and was getting cold. His mother went through half a box of tissues, making Giovanni's heart ache. Then she held Meredith for the longest time and rocked her like a child. I'm sorry for all you went through. It breaks my heart. But we're here for you. You know we all will love this child as our own. Make no doubt of that, mia figlia. His siblings echoed her. While Aurora had known Meredith's secret, as well as Vera and Jenna, Giovanni's mother and his brothers didn't, and shock and compassion reflected on their faces. Giovanni had never been as proud of his family as he was at that moment, and he'd been extremely proud of them already. It means a lot to me. It really does. Emotion gleamed in Meredith's amazing eyes. So you don't think I should have aborted this baby or given it up for adoption? No. The word resounded around the large family dining table. Unless that was what you decided. Then we would have supported you, too, his sister hurried to add. His mother nodded, which was a shocker because she and his siblings had always been pro-life. He suspected his mother would have talked Meredith into letting her adopt the baby if she ever considered abortion. When Mama finally released Meredith, her eyes narrowed at Giovanni. Oh. Now you, mio figlio, are, surely, his verbose mother wasn't at a loss for words? An idiot? Constanzo offered, but received a glare from the family matriarch. Thanks for your help, Fratello, Giovanni said dryly. I can understand Giovanni's reasoning for taking the blame for his wife, Roberto said, causing Giovanni to send his brother a grateful gaze. You loved Tatiana. You did what you thought best for her and your daughter. We do crazy things for love and our children. That's true. Aurora got up and hugged him, lending much-needed support. Yet you should have told us, instead of pushing us away. His mother shook her head, lips pinched tight as if in disbelief. Giovanni spread his hands. I guess I thought, if I pushed you away, it would make me miss you less. And it would make you miss me less. May I say that it wasn't the brightest decision? Constanzo raised his hand like in high school. Their mother nodded. You may. And, Giovanni, I'm glad you're innocent. Not that I didn't know it in my heart already. Maybe a mother's heart did know best. Enough about me. Giovanni reached for Meredith's hand. Honey, would you like to tell them about the investigation and the difficult circumstances if it's successful? They'd agreed to share that, too. Meredith kept quiet for a few moments as if gathering her thoughts. Wooden chairs creaked as everyone sat up straighter, their jaws set, their shoulders and spines rigid. Then she looked around the table, her green eyes haunted. It's about paternity rights. The last days were so gut-wrenching, but somehow cleansing, as well, that Meredith hadn't visited her mother in a while. Guilt nudged her to pick up her phone and send a text. High time, too. Especially considering that her mother had asked her to come over to pick up a bunch of tiny baby clothes she'd bought. Somehow, her mother had gone from not wanting Meredith to have this baby to full grandma mode. Meredith couldn't be more pleased. Her phone pinged immediately. Yes. Please come over. With Giovanni working on the ranch and the children at school, it was a good time, too. Her cooking attempts so far still resulted in food even Buttercup wouldn't eat, and Rocky, showing her innate kind-heartedness, said it would be animal cruelty to feed Meredith's dishes to the cat. Meredith had been extra grateful for Giovanni's mother cooking up a storm. Even the leftovers were amazing. At least, Meredith could clean like nobody's business. So she'd already cleaned the fish tank, dusted the furniture, and scrubbed and vacuumed the mansion floors. At this point, she was eyeing Buttercup, who ran and hid under a sofa. So Meredith remembered she didn't vacuum the sofa yet and remedied that. The poor cat hid under the bed. Then Meredith fed the fish and left food for Buttercup in a bowl and picked up her purse to leave. The cat, for one, must be relieved. Meredith glanced under the bed. Amber eyes looked back at her. Please don't try to move the aquarium cover. Otherwise, you might fall in, and that's going to be worse than if I tried to give you a bath. The cat meowed something Meredith hoped passed for agreement. Mrs. Moore laughed as she walked Meredith to the door. Don't you worry. I'll keep an eye on Buttercup. The fish are going to be just fine. Thank you, Mrs. Moore. The woman waved at her as she opened the front door. Poor favor, call me Mama. Grazie, Mrs. Mama. As Meredith drove to her childhood home, she couldn't stop thinking about the meeting with Giovanni's family and the secrets they revealed. It had taken a lot out of her but left her relieved. She scanned the street, then the rearview mirror to make sure nobody followed her. This was her new reality. She didn't expect such unilateral support but had hoped for it. The family supporting Giovanni meant even more than their support for her. The discovery of his sacrifice once again proved he was a much better person than he deemed himself to be. While she still thought his loyalty misplaced, she couldn't help admiring his selflessness. She checked the rearview mirror again and nodded to herself. All clear so far. The air freshener, Giovanni's gift, spread the scent of wildflowers in the car. How did he even find an air freshener like that? Being part of his family wasn't a privilege she took lightly, as well as the fact that they wouldn't be prejudiced against the baby. Things hadn't gone back to normal, and they probably never would. But no longer hiding secrets from people close to her felt so liberating. She was all for honesty, and keeping her secret from his mother and brothers had eaten at her. Yet a lot of things remained missing. The name of her assailant or assailants? Her trust in people. Her trust in herself. Her belief she could be the wife Giovanni deserved and the mother Rocky and Ellen needed. That she could be the lawyer the world required. She stopped at the bakery and picked up the pastries her mother liked. Minutes later, her mother opened the door and waved Meredith in. Meredith's eyes widened as she looked around. Gone was the plastic furniture masquerading as wooden, and their antique furniture finds reupholstered in floral fabric took their space. There was the desk she'd done her homework on, its familiar scratches beckoning her caress. She stroked its rough surface and greeted it like an old friend. Tastefully done landscape and marina photos hung on the walls, interspersed with inspirational quotes. The walls themselves were different, with a fresh coat of cheery canary yellow paint. Curtains with bright floral patterns matching the reupholstered furniture added a welcome touch and gave all the mismatched pieces a sense of unity. Warmth spread through her body. This reminded her of her childhood home now, instead of the faceless rental property it had become. I thought you got rid of the furniture. She gave her mother a hug. This kind of relationship was new to Meredith, but if her mother was going to make an effort, so would Meredith. Her mother returned the hug. I had it stored in a neighbor's garage. You look better. Meredith smiled, pleased. Pregnancy glow? Before, her mother would bristle at any reminder of her pregnancy, but now she just studied her. Probably that, but there's something more to it. I told Giovanni's family about the baby and the assault. Maybe I'm just relieved they know now and support me. You deserve all the support. Her mother paused, then changed the painful topic. Okay, let's go look at all the teeny-weeny adorable things I bought. As her mother gestured for Meredith to follow her, more confidence projected in her walk than ever. Huh. Interesting. Did something in the water of this small town help people heal and find themselves again? While Giovanni still carried a chip on his broad shoulders, there were subtle differences in him since she'd seen him in the cafe after a long absence. Her mother was more like her former self than ever. And Meredith had heard the stories of Giovanni's siblings and their cousins, as well as their spouses. Nearly everyone carried some sort of wound. While a few of those wounds could never heal completely, the salve they'd found in Cowboy Crossing had helped. Was it love? Faith? Family support? All of that? Or something else entirely? And was there hope for Meredith then, as well? You've become, I don't know, less intense. More serene, which is unusual for you. Her mother spread cute little things on the bed, baby mittens, beanies, bodysuits, coveralls, and footies. With the tests she'd had done, Meredith could have asked the baby's gender, but she hadn't. So the clothes were unisex, mostly white with polka dots and stars and cute inscriptions that gave Meredith a chuckle. They are all adorable indeed. Thank you so much for doing this for me. Maybe she should contact the hospital, find out what she'd been reluctant to know before she'd decided whether to keep the baby. Then she and Giovanni could go shopping, knowing whether to buy blue or pink. No doubt his family would purchase a bunch of baby clothes as well. This baby was going to be one well-dressed infant. The white color was a contrast to the bedspread that featured flowers, purple and pink asters. Did her mother pick this bedspread because she remembered Meredith's favorite flowers? This was a much better welcome home than Meredith had ever hoped to receive. Then a pink baby blanket with magenta flowers made her heart melt. Pink? Not unisex? I know we don't know whether it's going to be a girl or a boy, but I couldn't help myself. The blanket looked too adorable. Meredith took a deep breath. She might as well address the elephant in the room, even a whale, at this point. I know you loved Alan. Do you still blame me for putting him behind bars? Her mother winced. I did, at first. But with time, I realized his machinations had put him there, not you. Meredith felt lighter. But she had to be honest. I was the one who had suspicions. I was the one who poured him his favorite drink until his tongue became loose. I was the one who used his methods against him. You did what you thought was the right thing to do. It took me a while to see that I fell in love with the man I wanted him to be. And maybe with the future I wanted him to give both of us. There was a pause as they folded soft things together. How is Giovanni? Meredith's heart fluttered at the mention of the name, her attention switching to the wonderful part of her life instead of the painful one. He turned out much better than I expected. He turned out way better than I expected, too. Her mother had never been a fan of the town charmer, so this was a big leap forward. Then she gasped. Wait a minute. You're in love with him. What? No. What? No. Didn't she already say that? Let's have some tea and pastries and talk baby names. Was her mother right, after all? And where did that leave Meredith? The faint scent of houseplants in the room reminded Meredith of something. But what? Then she remembered. A shift of air in the room where she'd been held. A faint distant scent she couldn't identify. Was there someone's shadow, too? With the blindfold, she couldn't see. But there might have been someone in the room then. Watching silently. How sick was that? Meredith shuddered again. Maybe she was better off not knowing. Chapter 20. 2 weeks later, Meredith sat up straight at night. Something had woken her, and it wasn't her nightmare. An intruder? She tensed, but it didn't feel like it. It wasn't snoring either, because Giovanni didn't snore, unlike Meredith's mother. Meredith had gotten used to it as a child, and it had become a comforting sound. Of course, her stepfather wouldn't stand for it, and her mother had bought some expensive and painful-looking contraptions to make it stop. Either way, their bedroom door had always been closed, and Meredith wouldn't have heard snoring anyway, more than likely. But one of the things she'd missed the most after moving to Springfield was her mother's snoring, the reassurance that she was there. Though to be honest, Meredith had been freaked it might be hereditary and recorded herself sleeping. She hadn't been snoring. Well, it wasn't snoring now in the mansion. She listened intently. Then what was it? Had Rocky gotten up to get something organic, like a glass of water, and stumbled upon something? Or? Meredith went cold. Had the teen tried to escape from the house again? Rocky had changed a lot lately. While on the outside she still looked the same with her black eyeliner and matching lipstick and clothes and a myriad of piercings, she'd softened inside somewhat. Meredith had helped her stepdaughter with homework, and Rocky had seemed grateful. Giovanni had told Rocky how proud he was of her talent, making the girl beam. To be fair, Rocky still gave them occasional glares and eye rolls, but put less heart into it. She'd even cooked a vegetable stew together with Mama Graziella, which was much better than Meredith could ever make. Concentrate. Meredith never had an issue concentrating, but her mind was getting scattered lately. She checked the cameras on the phone to make sure nobody had gotten inside the house at night or vice versa. Nobody had. Satisfied, she placed the phone back on the nightstand. While staring into the darkness, she strained her ears. There it was again. One of the most devastating sounds in the world. A child crying. Ellen. Alarmed, she bolted upright and leaped from the bed. Apparently, Giovanni got up at the same time from his mattress. She wasn't the one who tripped first, okay, it might have been her, but they ended up on the floor, limbs tangled. Even in darkness, she could distinguish the white of his eyes and feel the heat coming from his body. Her own body responded. Good thing it was dark and he couldn't see her blush. But why should she blush? They were married. And they were fully clothed sans his t-shirt, which wouldn't be a bad idea if he wore it to bed because right now her palms were against his bare torso and her heartbeat was becoming a staccato. What was she thinking? She needed to get to the child. They both did. Are you okay? His voice was husky. Huskier than usual. Tingles ran over her skin. Ellen should be her priority, not her hormone-affected mind. Yes. I heard Ellen crying. Her words came out in raspy breaths. Just great. Me, too. Worry coated his response. He must have attempted to help her roll over, and she'd tried to do the same thing. But it didn't work, because they only got tangled up more. Her breathing went shallow. Oh, for crying out loud. Well, Ellen already did. This situation is ridiculous. And Ellen needs us. She scrambled to hold on to something to haul herself up. In the darkness, that something turned out to be Giovanni's left biceps muscles, which were even nicer to touch than to ogle. Enough. Somehow, he lifted her up, placed her aside, stood, and pulled her up, as well. Clearly, he wasn't as affected by the situation as she was. She turned on the light and raced to the hall. Thankfully, he was faster, or they would have gotten stuck in the doorframe. And that would have been interesting to try to get out of. Or through. Didn't matter. What mattered was helping Ellen. Giovanni was already inside the little girl's room when Meredith arrived. Meredith smoothed down her matted hair that probably looked like a bird's nest. No need to scare the poor child further. I want mommy, Ellen wailed. The words squeezed her heart. In her mind, she said a few choice words about Tatiana. Meredith already could write a thesis about the use of derogatory words in the English language from all the epithets she'd used to describe the woman, and Meredith wasn't the swearing type. She'd always watched her language, even in her thoughts. But, as Rocky opened up this week about life with Tatiana, it became obvious the children were better off with Giovanni than with their mother. Meredith could understand now why he hadn't made a huge effort to find Tatiana. However, that wasn't the point. His face twisted. I know you miss mommy, sweetheart. And I'm sorry. I'm so very sorry. Tears stung Meredith's eyes. Like the baby inside her, Ellen was an innocent victim of one parent's cruelty. He hugged Ellen, but the child pushed him away. I love you, Daddy. But I want mommy. Meredith's heart went out to him. How unfair this must feel to him. He poured so much love into this little girl. And they'd thought she was doing well, considering her mother hadn't been present much in her life before she'd disappeared. The four of them had gone to the park, the movies, the ice cream parlor, the children's museum. They'd even flown to the coast for a week on the beach and a visit to a large aquarium where they could see dolphins jump in the air, Ellen's most favorite part, and touch stingrays, Meredith's least favorite part. Ellen and her new friend, Danica, had gotten into mischief by drawing fish on the mansion's wall and trying to brush Buttercup's teeth. Ellen had said Buttercup had bad breath. Thankfully, Buttercup hadn't seemed harmed or traumatized, but Giovanni had a long talk with both girls. Together with Meredith, Ellen had learned how to groom ponies, climb trees, and bake cookies. Meredith had merely read the family recipe directions while Giovanni and Ellen did most of the job, to be safe, and so much more. While neither Giovanni nor Meredith had been there for Ellen's first smile, first word, or first step, they'd cheered her together on every milestone now. Meredith and Giovanni had believed Ellen was adjusting well. Maybe they'd concentrated so much on Rocky, who'd acted out at first but now was receiving professional help, that they'd taken Ellen's sweetness for a sign of contentment. They shouldn't have. What if Ellen had so deeply craved to be liked after the neglect that she hadn't shown her worries? Sans Danica's influence, Ellen had done her best to be sweet and not burdensome. Meredith forced a slow breath past the tightness in her chest. Was it naive to think things were going well with Ellen? After all, they couldn't replace the child's mother, and the forlorn expression on Giovanni's face broke Meredith's heart. What could she do to help? Why, Lord? This man here tries so hard. Doesn't he deserve to be happy? Doesn't this precious little girl deserve to be happy? She didn't understand God's ways indeed, but she'd give her life to make this family complete. However, one couldn't bargain with the Lord. I want mommy. Ellen screamed for the third time and jumped from the bed. Her little legs in flannel fish-patterned pajamas pumped fast as she ran to the door. Meredith's heart dropped into the plush carpet. Oh no. No. She couldn't let the child run away. She scooped the girl up, ready for squirming and the hits of small fists. Instead, Ellen burrowed into her and wrapped her warm arms around Meredith's neck, hugging her tight. Meredith stilled, afraid to believe something that seemed impossible. Giovanni stood up from the twin bed, and for the first time in her life, she saw tears sparkle in his brown eyes. They prickled her eyes, too. Mommy, Ellen whispered. She was asking for you. You're the mommy now. Giovanni's voice rasped, thick with emotion. It was unreal. Wasn't it too soon? Meredith wasn't a child psychologist, but it didn't seem like enough time. Well, she certainly wasn't going to complain. Tears slipped from her eyes, and she didn't try to stop them. She wasn't crying because she was weak. She was crying because she was grateful. Mommy, why are you crying? Are you sad? Ellen looked up at her. No, I'm grateful. Me, too, Giovanni mouthed as he looked at them. Thank you, Lord. Her faith didn't become strong immediately, but with her entire being, she felt this was going to be a turning point in her life. The love of a child was a true miracle, and how sad that Tatiana would never know that. Her heart shifting, Meredith closed her arms around the girl, keeping her in a circle of love. Then Giovanni stepped to them, embracing them in that circle of love, as well. Her heart swelled, and that was when she thought she felt the kick, or rather like a fish was swimming inside her stomach. She stilled, amazed. Was the baby announcing her presence in this circle of love and hope? Meredith must be wrong, of course, because it was too early for that, too. Giovanni tiptoed into the hall and checked Ellen's room. While he was a light sleeper, it didn't hurt to make sure she wasn't crying. Though if things continued like this, soon he'd become more nocturnal than Buttercup. Tenderness tightened his chest as he watched his youngest daughter sleeping sweetly, hugging one of her favorite companions, a plush purple dolphin. It still floored him that Ellen had started calling him Daddy and Meredith Mommy, and gratitude swelled his heart. Meredith had shared her suspicions that Ellen had tried to be perfect and complacent in order not to get abandoned again. Why hadn't he thought about that? He'd just been glad Ellen had been problem-free. But leave it to his wife to get a better look at things. She'd always had an affinity to look below the surface, unlike him. The three of them had a long talk. Giovanni had been hoping that they wouldn't get more incidents like brushing the cat's teeth out of it, but that they'd have a happier, if more mischievous child. He closed the door carefully and checked the cameras for Rocky's room. So far, the teen hadn't tried to escape again, though he'd sometimes had to pick her up at Max's garage later than he'd wanted to. Giovanni's throat felt dry, so he walked downstairs for a glass of raspberry tea. He'd developed a taste for it now. Meredith had been sleeping through the night without nightmares, and he gave thanks to the Lord for that. Buttercup met him in the kitchen and rubbed her lithe striped body against his leg. He stroked her soft fur, eliciting some purring. As he settled at the breakfast nook with a glass of cold tea, Buttercup jumped to his lap and snuggled in there. He chuckled. At 17, he'd never thought when he was pushing 40 he'd be working at his family ranch, married to a lawyer with 2 girls plus a child who wasn't his on the way, and owned by a cat. But God knew better. Giovanni took another sip of refreshing liquid. He'd imagined himself a famous musician rocking into his 30s and 40s, anything past that had been foggy, basking in the admiration of many fans. Now he learned the love and admiration of the people closest to him mattered the most. And yes, his own admiration. His self-esteem had taken a hit during those years he'd spent locked up, and he'd expected some people to look down on him because of his past. Yet his family and Meredith surrounded him with unconditional love and compassion, even before they knew about his innocence. That was a precious gift. He sensed movement and looked up. Meredith was walking down the staircase in a cerulean blue bathrobe that matched her dolphin-shaped slippers, her blonde hair adorably tousled. His heart perked up at the sight of her. Did I wake you up? Then he went cold. Or did you have a nightmare again? She smiled sheepishly. Neither one. I just woke up to check on the girls and then wanted to drink some tea. Same here. He gestured to his glass and chuckled. We haven't been married for long, but we already think alike. Buttercup lifted her head, jumped from his lap, and stalked away in indignation over not being the center of his attention any longer. He got up and poured a glass of tea from the pitcher for Meredith, then topped up his own. He placed it on the table and studied her. A barely visible line between her eyebrows signified something was bothering her. Did something happen? Did you receive? Yes. Another threat. She grimaced. Mom thinks I should give up on the investigation. Let it go. Think about you and the girl's interests more than my stubborn quest for truth. She says I'm like a dog with a bone. He reached for her hand. Although desperate to keep her safe, he knew her well enough to know this was important for her. You should do what you think is right. And that comparison is beyond unfair, considering everything you went through. Her eyes tormented, she ducked her head, then peered back at him. But what if I hurt you more in the process? Your family? Imagine if Vera finds the culprit and the case goes to trial. He winced. So badly, he wanted to spare Meredith from all that. But did he have it in him to become a criminal for real? He'd give up every drop of his blood for her. But he had no clue how to make it easier for her, and it tore him apart. I can take it. Really? You stood by me when I didn't deserve it. I'll stand by you because you deserve it all. And you know my family, our family now, is on board already. She sighed, then took a tiny sip. I don't think I can change who I am. I wouldn't want you to. That's who I fell in love with. He didn't say the words because he didn't want to make her feel uncomfortable. She'd feel obligated to say it back but wouldn't be able to because it wasn't true. Would he be able to let her go if she never fell in love with him? The thought sliced through him. He needed a distraction, and fast. Kissing her would be a great distraction, but he doubted he'd be able to stop once he started. His gaze traveled to the fish tank in the living room. Ellen and I were reading fun facts about fish. It's fascinating, really. Despite the fact that humans have probably researched only about 1% of the ocean. The line between her eyebrows ironed out, and her lips curved up. That might be a good thing. His tension eased up with the slight changes in her demeanor. Somehow, the ocean always drained away some of her intensity, smoothed out her internal wounds. He resolved to take her there as soon as he could, if flying was safe for pregnant women. Would this baby have her amazing green eyes? She'd explained to him once that only about 2% of the population had green eyes, but then he'd always known she was special. Would the child have her honey blonde hair, her little splash of freckles, her beautiful smile, her brilliant mind? Or would this child be like his or her father, a man Giovanni hoped he'd never meet because he couldn't be sure how that confrontation would end? His gut twisted, and hot fury blinded him. He released her hand to take a sip of cold liquid to cool down. Then he turned his thoughts to a safer topic. Can you imagine that many fish can shoot their mouths forward to hunt their prey? Apparently, the jaws of many fishes aren't attached to their skull. Her smile widened, brightening something inside him. I heard about that. Of course, she had. Right. Then how about this? Many fish have taste buds all over their body. She chuckled, then drained her tea. That, I didn't know about. He did a mental fist pump and thanked Ellen for her curious mind. Oh, here's another one. A seahorse swims so slowly it's difficult to say it's moving. You're right. It is fascinating. She paused, then reached for his hand, sending pleasant tingles over his skin and a spike to his heartbeat. By the way, thank you for painting our bedroom aqua blue. It was my pleasure. My brothers helped, or I wouldn't be able to do everything so fast. I didn't just do it because it's your favorite color. I did some research, and apparently, it has a calming effect. He grinned. I could use some of that. Do you regret getting married to me yet? He stared at her. Where did that come from? No, he said honestly. Not at all. God gave me an amazing blessing. I'll forever be grateful for you. Thank you. Her eyes closed. When she opened them, a tear escaped, tugging at him. He wiped it with his thumb, and she snatched his palm and leaned into it. He didn't ask whether she regretted marrying him yet. He knew she didn't, but he dreaded the time that would come. She was a legal eagle, after all, and once her wings healed, she'd want to spread them again. He wouldn't try to stop it. On the contrary, he'd encourage her and cheer her on, even if that left him alone on the ground. She got up, walked around, and leaned toward him. Who knew that just the clean scent of her skin and soap could make his heartbeat go into overdrive? Her eyes took on an emerald hue, showing the intensity of her emotions, as she drew close to him. I can't give you much. I'm not asking for anything. He might have his heart broken soon, but for now, he'd take all the days he had left with her. Their lips brushed, and delight went through him as the fire ignited. Yes, he'd take it one day at a time, or one delicious minute at a time, for that matter. Okay, here's the deal. I believe William Hoig was set up. And I'm not saying this just because I'm stubborn and don't want to admit my mistake. Vera sounded a bit defensive on the phone 2 days later. Meredith rubbed her eyes. She needed to get more sleep. It wasn't good for the baby. I'll trust your hunch, but we need convincing evidence in court. Plus, having a suspect wouldn't hurt. I know. Norman Boston turned out to be a dead end. His alibi in Springfield was false. But he was far from Springfield at the time, and he didn't want his parole officer to know. I'm going through the list of suspects, but so far, I'm hitting dead ends. While I hate to say it, my assistant has been behaving strangely lately. Avoiding my calls. He sounded guilty on the last one I made. Meredith swallowed hard. She couldn't be that wrong about people, could she? She'd trusted Wes. And she'd guessed some vibes of attraction on his part, but he'd never acted on it, always remained professional. So to do something like, I vetted him. Yeah, I got a feeling he was hiding something when I talked to him, Vera said. He said he was with a friend the evening you were assaulted. The friend confirmed it at first. But after a long talk, he admitted he lied for Wes's sake. Meredith's heart fell, and the phone nearly did, too. She held on tighter, to her sanity and her cell phone. What? I talked to Wes, and he admitted he'd been looking for new jobs. That day he had a job interview out of state, and the employer confirmed it. Meredith exhaled. Apparently, Wes wasn't as loyal as I thought he was. Well, to be fair, his father lives there and has long-term health issues. So it's understandable that Wes wanted to be near his father to help. Guilt needled Meredith. Why didn't he tell me then? Was she that strict of a boss that Wes didn't feel she'd understand? Maybe she was. She was a workaholic and demanded similar commitment from her assistants. Looking back, she'd noticed Wes had seemed more absent-minded lately. She should have asked him what was going on. It showed her what kind of person she'd become and didn't want to be any longer. Okay, never mind. Thanks. Vera sighed. For nothing, so far. She paused as if she contemplated saying something uncomfortable. I vetted someone else. You might get upset, but... Richard. The name barely whispered past Meredith's lips. Yes. How did you know? Well, never mind. I know why remembering your meeting would be traumatic. He admitted he broke up with you that day. When you seemed to forget it after the assault, he didn't want to say anything because you needed him. But then it didn't work out anyway. What? Strangely, she didn't feel anger. Rather relief. Her relationship with Richard was a mistake. Yep. I'm still checking him, mind you. But overall, it circles back to William Hoig and the DNA evidence. Yet he does have an alibi. And you said yourself it wasn't him. I do smell something fishy here, no offense to Ellen. Why was William Hoig chosen as a scapegoat? Exactly. Could someone have a grudge against him? Or wanted him out of the way for some reason? For example, he could have taken a promotion someone else wanted. It doesn't take much to make an enemy. I cross-referenced his circle of acquaintances with yours, then everything he'd done since coming to Springfield. I've been talking to everyone at the company he works at. It's a lot of people, but it's our best bet, considering he doesn't know many other people in Springfield yet. One interesting tidbit was that William Hoig made, a donation to the kind of fertility bank clinics use. Most of the guys do it for cash, but he sheepishly admitted he liked the idea of having a child or children out there somewhere. Children he didn't have to raise, Meredith said dryly. That, too. I'm going through the list of employees who could have access to his, donation. Then I'll talk to them. Oh. It sank in. Oh. I'm kind of floating in the dark. Dara cleared her throat. Not the best choice of words. I mean, I followed a hunch. Well, until one of the employees mentioned someone you know. Meredith could barely breathe. Who? Let me check it all first. Honestly, I think their mistake was to work so much on covering it up. Otherwise, we'd never have made this connection. Meredith stared into space, dumbfounded. There? So she might be right. There might be more than one person involved. What in the world had happened to her? A shiver traveled down her spine. By the looks of it, she might find out soon, and she didn't know whether she was more relieved or scared about it. In the afternoon, Meredith drove to Springfield to give exit papers and a farewell bonus to her assistant. Apparently, he'd been so nervous during their cafe meeting because he'd been applying for other jobs and receiving notifications from prospective employers. He'd now found employment close to his father's place, and Meredith had given him a glowing reference. She'd miss his efficiency, but she couldn't blame him for leaving. His father needed it, and family came first. She realized it now when she'd become a part of Giovanni's close-knit and caring family. Besides, her career did stall. Once that was done, she closed her office without a glance back. Her life had revolved around her career once, and she might go back to it again. But there were more dimensions to the words "an accomplished woman." Her mother had been proud of Meredith for becoming a successful lawyer, but Meredith should tell her mother she was just as proud of her, probably more, for raising Meredith on her own while working as a waitress. Meredith stopped at her condo for a few things, then for lattes at a coffee shop and at a party store for a gift bag. As she drove to the outskirts, she figured she might as well drop by Aubrey's place. Meredith missed their meetings for coffee. Besides, she owed her friend a housewarming gift. Once the baby arrived, she wouldn't be able to leave as freely. She parked near the brownstone Aubrey had bought earlier in the year, glanced into the rearview mirror, and nodded to herself. No one followed her. Well, she didn't expect it at this point, but one could never be too careful. Stopping by unannounced wasn't a bright idea, but Aubrey hadn't answered Meredith's phone call. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Meredith turned off the engine and texted Giovanni her whereabouts. For a minute, she lingered in the car, his image in front of her eyes. She couldn't wait to see him again this evening, and her heart skipped a beat at the thought. Her happiness seemed within reach, and her entire being was drawn to him more than ever. But her fears remained. With so many people walking away from her, could she hope he never would? He'd done it once already, after all. Maybe Aubrey could help her sort it all out. Meredith picked up her tray with lattes and the gift bag and balanced it carefully as she closed the car door. Her gaze swept the area, and then she walked to the porch. This was her first time visiting here. Modest but immaculate, the place claimed a spot on large acreage at the outskirts of town with no other houses nearby. The house had recently been whitewashed. Aubrey always had a propensity for cleanliness. Meredith was about to ring the doorbell. But the tray pressed on the handle, and the front door opened on its own. The moment she entered the house, a premonition clenched her stomach. Huh? What was wrong with her? This was her friend's place. She walked a few steps, and then a voice reached her from downstairs. The basement? It was her friend's voice, and Aubrey sounded distressed. Meredith hesitated. Did Aubrey have a visitor? Should Meredith leave? She didn't want to intrude. But, if the first visitor was unwelcome, maybe Meredith's presence would force him or her to leave. So Meredith eased the lattes and the gift bag onto the oak-side table. Then she started on the basement steps. She nearly stumbled when she heard her name. It wasn't said in a friendly manner. Plastering her hand to the cold wall, she steadied herself. A tumble down the cement steps could be disastrous for the baby. Then came the response. The hair stood up on the back of her neck. She recognized the voice, and her insides shook. It couldn't be. She must have misheard. She should go back. She really should. But the need to know the truth propelled her forward. And she needed closure. Maybe then, she'd be able to put it all behind her. Besides, she could be wrong about the voice. Her memory was fuzzy and patchy. And what reason would Aubrey have to hurt her? Meredith ached to know the answers. She just needed to stay quiet. Very, very quiet. She silenced her phone and took off her shoes. Cement steps, cold against her bare feet, offered a minor nuisance. A shiver traveled down her spine, but she crouched forward. If she left now, she'd never know the truth, never make peace with what happened. She deserved better. Giovanni deserved better. Their baby deserved better. After hesitation, she turned on the recording on her phone. The quality wouldn't be the greatest, and the recording wouldn't be admissible in court, most likely. But it was better than nothing. She strained her ears as she approached the basement door and cautiously looked into the slit. Then she shuddered and nearly dropped the phone. Her breathing became labored. The white tile inside. It was spotless now. Of course, it could just be similar tile. Even if it was the same tile, lots of houses could have it. She took a deep breath to steady herself, and the faint scent of houseplants reached her. Was it a similar scent she'd smelled that night, together with the metallic scent of blood? You won't turn yourself in. You've got nothing to blackmail me with. Despite the confident words, Aubrey's voice wobbled. I need to get away. That private investigator talked to everyone at the company. She looked at me strangely when she talked to me. Like she knew something. Maybe she found out I wanted William Hoyg's promotion, and with him out the way I was next in line. Meredith's heart dropped to the cement steps. Did her friend hire someone to do the unspeakable? But why? It didn't make sense. She couldn't believe this, she didn't want to believe this. She couldn't see the guy from her focal point, and she didn't dare move the door and attract attention. She couldn't see Aubrey either, but she wasn't mistaken about the voices. A few things clicked into place. Aubrey must have been the one to text Meredith and ask her to come to the park, then called to cancel. Despite her stepfather's lessons, Meredith had trusted some people. Aubrey was one of them. If Meredith's memory hadn't faltered, Aubrey could claim someone impersonated her. For sure, Aubrey had an ironclad alibi. Her friend was nothing but thorough. She looks at everyone that way. It's what investigators do. Aubrey's voice became firmer. And it doesn't matter if you're next in line for promotion or not. Using Hoyg as a scapegoat to throw the blame on was your idea, and that's why the investigator was at your company. You have nothing to worry about. It's easy for you to say. Whiny notes raised the male voice a few pitches. What if that woman recognizes me? Yep. Meredith was that woman. Didn't the guy feel any remorse about what he'd done? She shivered. The man's motive wasn't a desire for control like she'd originally thought. Simple greed and the desire for a promotion had driven him to commit a crime too horrible for most people to even imagine. But what on earth could be Aubrey's motive? A thought flashed in Meredith's mind, but it was too unreal to believe it. I did a good job with your makeup and disguise, so the only way she could have suspected William wasn't the culprit would have been something in your voice. Anyway, there's no reason for you to come across Meredith. You got your scapegoat, didn't you? I was the one taking a risk and asking my sister to get us what could clearly show William's DNA during Meredith's medical exam. I know Meredith. While many other women wouldn't press charges in such cases, her need for truthfulness will be William's downfall. Meredith winced. When did Aubrey's sister start working at the bank fertility clinic she used? She didn't know. She hadn't asked Aubrey many things, and regret stabbed her. Her friend continued, I didn't expect Meredith to get pregnant, but it doesn't matter. Now, stop whining. This conversation is over. You just need to stay calm and keep acting as if nothing happened. It's not over. I can't stay. The man growled at Aubrey's dismissiveness. I need funds to escape. You owe me. I owe you nothing. I've already paid you well. And don't pretend you didn't enjoy it. Shuddering, Meredith held her breath. She'd gone over all their friendly fun meetings with Aubrey and couldn't figure out the motive for sure. Good thing she didn't do investigating for a living. The sense of betrayal settled in and shook her hands. It was better when people had abandoned her instead of this. Her survival instinct told her, screamed at her, to leave. But she still hadn't had a good look at the guy, and one couldn't put a voice on the screen at the police station. She had more questions than answers. Determination warred with self-preservation. You're going to pay me more. The man added a few expletives. And if you don't, I can make you suffer the way I did her. I'm sorry it had to come to this. Despite Aubrey's words, she didn't sound apologetic. A telltale sound froze Meredith's blood. Was it a click of a gun's safety being taken off? Oh no. No, no, no. Meredith needed to stop this. Or maybe Aubrey only meant it as a threat. Of course, she did. But if not. Meredith dialed 911 as she retreated up the steps. The urgency to escape intensified. High time to get out of here. You're not going to do this. No longer whiny, the man's voice trebled even higher. You're an armed intruder who is trespassing and threatening me. I have to protect myself. Eerie calm pervaded Aubrey's voice. I'm not armed. Not yet. A gunshot thundered in the air, making Meredith shudder. Then she did the worst thing she could do. She stumbled. Her phone with the precious recording of the conversation and the call to the 911 operator slipped from her hands and hit the cement step with a crash, then tumbled down. 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 When she looked up, she was looking at a gun barrel. Well, this is rather unexpected, isn't it? Aubrey said. Chapter 21. An hour earlier. Giovanni didn't know why premonition grasped his heart in a tight vice. He was out in the pasture with the horses, his second favorite thing after spending time with his family. The sun was shining, and the endless horizon emphasized the second chance God had given him. Just like the scent of grass symbolized his fresh beginning. Somehow, God had taken all his broken pieces and put them together. Thinking about the past and the many ruined years still hurt, but at least Giovanni could look forward to the future now. Because that future included his girls and, of course, Meredith. Just thinking her name made his heart beat faster. Every day and every minute since their wedding left him falling more and more in love with his wife. He loved the caring way she treated his girls, no, their girls. He loved the passionate way she sought justice with her brilliant mind, though he didn't understand much when she talked about some fascinating cases in her career. He loved the way she wrapped a strand of her honey blonde hair around her finger, the way longing in her green eyes turned emerald when she looked at him, the way happiness lightened her giggles when they'd gone shopping for tiny clothes. He even loved her awkward attempts at cooking and all those half-burned dinners. Okay, maybe he didn't love those very much, but he loved that she didn't make him eat them. He simply loved her. He hadn't told her yet, but it was obvious, wasn't it? He was, however, going to tell her tonight. Together with giving her the diamond wedding ring his oldest brother, surprise, had helped him pick out. It shamed Giovanni that he couldn't afford a larger diamond, but one of many great things about his wife was that, unlike Tatiana, Meredith didn't measure the depth of a man's love by the size of the diamonds he gave her. Maybe he just had jitters about the romantic dinner he'd asked his sister to help him with, who was a fantastic cook besides being a talented singer, devoted wife and mom, and his favorite cowgirl in the world. Yes, he wanted to romance his wife, and nothing was wrong with that. A wave of anticipation at seeing the surprise in Meredith's eyes washed over him. At the sight of Vera driving the green 4x4 ranch truck he usually used, his eyebrows shot up. What was she doing here? She jumped out of the vehicle and ran to him, probably not to spook the horses. He met her halfway and dismounted. Her frown further stirred up this disturbing premonition. What happened? He asked instead of greeting her. Do you know where Meredith is? She's not answering her phone. Vera didn't waste time on greetings either. His heart sinking, he pulled his phone out of his jeans pocket. I missed a text from her. It says she went to visit her friend on the outskirts of Springfield. Aubrey was her maid of honor at the wedding. What was going on? He lowered the phone and eyed his cousin. Why are you asking? Vera gasped. Oh no. I have reason to think Aubrey hired someone to assault Meredith. I believe it was for revenge, but I still need to fill in some gaps. Hurry, we need to get there. His heart shattered into a million pieces, but he jumped into the driver's seat. Hopefully, his racing skills would come in handy now. Call the police. Let our families know. On it. Vera was by his side, throwing him the keys, then buckling in shotgun and texting furiously. He hated to leave the horses like that, but while he'd turned out to be a cowboy after all, his heart belonged to Meredith. Besides, the horses would be fine in the pasture. Then, as he floored the pedal, he recalled the crazy driving of his youth. He glanced at Vera before returning his attention to the country road. While Vera held on to the safety handle and paled slightly, she didn't utter a word, even though she knew it was Tatiana's driving, not his, that killed someone. We have to make it there in time, he said through his teeth. The urgency to get to Meredith was beating in his temples. They reached the freeway soon, but it wasn't good enough for him. He passed one car after another, praying he wouldn't get stopped. With his history, he couldn't hope for kind treatment. But any delay was a risk to Meredith's life. Vera let the handle go and talked to someone on her phone. Then she disconnected, and the silence stretched as the background of the motor's growl. His nerves stretched, too, so he snapped while taking a curve at high speed. Did you find out something? Someone called 911 from Aubrey's residence, but the call got disconnected. Her grim response somehow chilled the air in the truck cab. That wasn't good news, but hopefully, the police sent a dispatch. Cold grasped his spine with icy fingers. Meredith was in danger, and once again, he was unable to protect her. Despite his speeding, the drive to Springfield was the longest in his life. He prayed like he'd never prayed before, and he'd prayed lots already. The prayer now was short and simple, repeated again and again, thousands of times. Lord, please. By the time they reached Aubrey's place, patrol cars, lights flashing, swarmed it. His heart sank to the accelerator pedal. Were they too late? Blood pumping fast, he was ready to bolt out of the truck the moment he parked, but Vera placed an arm on his shoulder. Wait. Let me find out what's going on. How couldn't she understand? Despair ripped him apart. I have to. The police are not going to let you in, anyway. It's a crime scene now. She gestured at the yellow tape while she called someone on the phone. What? He stared out the windows, his eyes refusing to see, his mind to comprehend. Crime scene as in. Vera's fingers trembled when she disconnected. Crime scene as in murder. Meredith's phone was found on the basement steps, but no one was inside the house. No one alive, that is. The world crashed around him. He didn't need her to finish. There was a dead body inside that house. And he couldn't even consider that the dead body might be Meredith. She couldn't die. Not now. Meredith's fingers tightened around the steering wheel of Aubrey's car till her knuckles became white. Trees flew past the window, and the car shook on the bumpy country road. With no traffic here, no one would see Meredith and Aubrey or where they were going, most likely. Where were they going? Probably some secluded place where Aubrey could dump her body. Meredith stole a glance to the right at Aubrey, who still held her at gunpoint. Ice filled her veins. What to do? If she tried to go off the road, that could end badly for the baby. Besides, Aubrey would fire the gun, no doubt. Meredith suppressed a shudder. How did it come to this? God had given her a way out. But no, she'd had to stay near the basement to learn the truth. Now she'd put herself and her unborn baby in danger. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Could she use her persuasion skills when everything inside her was trembling and she couldn't think straight? She took her foot off the accelerator pedal. She was in no hurry to arrive at her death. She wanted to get back to Giovanni and the children, to tell them how much she loved them. She'd resisted letting Giovanni into her heart the second time because she'd been scared he'd walk away from her again. But, by the looks of it, she might be the one to leave. Forever. The lump grew in her throat, but she made an effort to pull herself together. Her baby needed her. Giovanni, Ellen, and Rocky needed her. She had to survive somehow. She had to. You know I'm pregnant. Do you realize you'll be killing not one, but two people? She risked a glance at Aubrey. Her best friend. Aubrey winced. You haven't left me a choice. One always has a choice. Meredith's mind whirled. Listen, as you said, that guy was trespassing. I heard him threaten you. You shot him in self-defense. I can be your witness. Yeah, right. Aubrey scoffed. I know you better than that. But apparently, Meredith didn't know Aubrey at all. The car came to a fork in the road. Where to? To the right. It doesn't have to end like this. We can find a solution. Meredith sounded desperate to her own ears as she turned to the right. She had to do better than this if she had hope of staying alive. Still no one in sight. At this point, she'd be grateful for a bear. The lump in her throat grew bigger. Too late for that. Aubrey sighed. There's no other solution. You should have minded your own business. Minded her own business. As if seeking her rapist wasn't her own business. Unless Aubrey was speaking of something else? Meredith had to keep Aubrey talking. Maybe Giovanni would start looking for her and get Vera involved. Or maybe the police would try to trace the 911 call's location. Her heart jumped like the car on another bump in the road. Now, when she risked losing her life, she had no doubt she loved him. Bottom line, she needed to buy time. Ask some of those questions she should have asked Aubrey in the past. Why did you do all this? Why did you hate me so much? I thought we were friends. The betrayal knifed her, but she steeled herself against the feeling for her baby's sake. She needed to stay calm. Look for Aubrey's weak spot. Maybe she could get herself and the baby out of this intact. We were. For a while. Until I fell in love with your stepfather. What? Meredith swerved but straightened the car. That doesn't make sense. I mean, the difference in age and all. I happen to like older men. Her posture stiffening, Aubrey bristled. And he looks young for his age. So Meredith's stepfather groomed and manipulated Aubrey to make her believe what he'd wanted her to believe. Maybe Meredith shouldn't be shocked. But, while it might be all control games for Alan, Aubrey had fallen for real. We were going to be together. Forever. Until you put him behind bars. Aubrey spat. His machinations put him there. I just helped the police discover them. The forest was getting thicker. They might be close to their destination. Ice crystallized inside her veins now. She'd had to surrender her gun in the basement. She had no weapon now. Nothing to defend herself with. Lord, please help me. This can't be the end, can it? But he's been in jail for years. Why now? He's sick. There's no hope for us now. You destroyed our future. I wanted to destroy you too, make you pay for all the pain you caused us. Hatred sharpened Aubrey's voice, each word hurled like a dagger. So that hatred had festered. Aubrey needed to blame someone, and Meredith was the perfect candidate. She should have noticed it before. But she hadn't. There had to be some way out. There had to be. Her gaze searched the car for anything she could use as a weapon, even a tire gauge. Sure enough, nothing was within reach. Was there anything on her that could help even in the least? All she could do was push down her fear and keep Aubrey talking. And the guy in your basement? Aubrey shrugged. Just a guy I found through a personal ad, willing to do just about anything for money. Especially when I gave him the chance to frame a coworker while he played out his secret fantasies. Meredith suppressed a shudder. Fantasies weren't all sweet like Ellen's mermaids. Mermaids. Her hair was pinned in a bun at her nape with a long mermaid pin, Ellen's present. But it was no match against a gun, unless she could get close enough to use it. Nausea rose inside her. The last thing she wanted was to vomit now. Hold on. Maybe that was the first thing she wanted. She flew her hand to her mouth. Oh no. I'm going to vomit. Seriously? I'm pregnant, remember? Throwing up isn't something I can control. Both parts were true. Well, we're far enough. Break here. Aubrey spoke as calmly as if they were just going to take a stroll in the park. Meredith's insides trembled, but she put the car in park and stumbled out of it while making gagging sounds. She doubted Aubrey would stand too close, because she wouldn't want to get vomit on her expensive clean shoes, would she? Her heart hammering in her throat, Meredith leaned near a tree and placed one hand on its rough bark as if to support herself. She made more gagging sounds, gathering strength and courage. Calm filled her. Techniques from the self-defense lessons she'd taken rose in her mind. She knew what she needed to do. This time, she'd fight back with everything she had in her. I love you, baby. We'll make it through this. We have to. Straightening, she pulled the pin from her hair and lunged at Aubrey. The gun fired. Sharp pain erupted in Meredith's right shoulder, nearly sending her to her knees, but she couldn't let it stop her, for the baby's sake. She plunged the pin's sharp end into Aubrey's left eye while digging her fingernails into the right one. Aubrey screamed, her hands flying to her face to protect herself. Meredith tripped her and sent her to the soil covered in damp leaves. Meredith's height was a blessing now. Aubrey dropped the weapon in the process, and Meredith kicked it out of reach. Despite the excruciating pain in her shoulder and her growing weakness, she used Aubrey's belt to tie her to the tree trunk, incapacitating her enough that she couldn't move. Aubrey snarled and spat and screamed something foul, but verbal assaults meant little to Meredith. For now, adrenaline pumped through Meredith's veins, keeping her upright. But she was losing blood, so she'd likely pass out soon. No way could she drive herself back. But she had to live somehow. For this baby. For Giovanni. She had to. Her breathing became labored, so she took deep breaths of air scented with foliage and grass and pressed her palms to her stomach. She was shot in the shoulder and not her belly, and for that, she was grateful. She needed something to stop the blood loss. Using the last of her strength, she ripped off her favorite emerald green jacket, this one Giovanni's present, and pressed it to her wounded shoulder. Sirens' wails split the air. But the first vehicle that appeared in her now blurred vision was Giovanni's beat-up truck. It came to a stop with a squeal of tires. Giovanni jumped out and rushed to her, catching her in his arms when her knees went weak. You're bleeding. You're hurt. His voice shook as he took the jacket and pressed it to her wound with much more force than her weakened hands possessed. I'll survive. Because you're here. And because I need you to know I love you. All strength drained away from her as if spent on saying those important words. The world went black. Meredith's mind was foggy, and her eyelids seemed to weigh a ton as she made a gigantic effort to open them. Where was she? White walls. Beeping machines. Medicinal and antiseptic smells. Definitely not the forest. And based on the grogginess and echoes of pain in her shoulder, she was still alive. A hospital? The baby. Her hand flew to her stomach. Concern for the child made her look frantically around. But she didn't feel empty inside, as if she'd lost the child. And wouldn't the nurses be fussing over her if she or the child were in danger? They weren't in the intensive care, but in a regular room, so that must be a good sign. Giovanni was slumped in a chair nearby, his eyes closed. He was wearing the same clothes as in the forest, the cowboy outfit she'd come to love. A few bloodstains marred his wrangler's shirt, and stubble darkened his jaw. How long had he been there? Tenderness toward him flooded her. This was the man God had chosen for her. The man who'd been by her side in good times since the moment she'd gotten back and in the not-so-good ones like now. She leaned back against the pillows as the faint scent of wildflowers drifted from the table. A delicate vase with azure sage and New England asters sheltered her favorite raspberry tea. She gave thanks to the Lord for being alive and for the incredible man near her. She'd built a wall around her heart and never surrendered it to Giovanni, not because of who he was, but because of who she was. He'd rejected her once, but as painful as it had been then, this time he genuinely had feelings for her. But she'd clung to the past because she was afraid. Yes, she had a fear of abandonment ingrained so deeply it affected her entire life. Her faith in God was affected by her abandonment issues, too. Once Giovanni's family had instilled Christian values in her, she didn't stop believing in God overnight. She just didn't think God cared about her any longer. He'd simply abandoned her like everyone else. She'd learned to protect herself. She had to. After Giovanni didn't even show up at her graduation, she'd never let anyone close. She'd hardened and toughened up, which served her well in her career. She couldn't rely on her family, her friends, or the men who showed interest in her. She could only rely on herself. She kept everyone at arm's length, and mostly way further than that. It was easier that way. It hurt much less than having her heart ripped out again and again. Any relationships with men afterward were superficial, and she'd walked away before anything serious. Surprisingly, it had given her the reputation of being mysterious and a challenge, and guys had started to pursue her. Some more insistently than others, and her ex was the most insistent. While her relationship with Giovanni was supposed to be a business contract and turned out anything but, her relationship with Richard was supposed to be romantic and turned out a business arrangement. They both had busy careers and agreed to limit dates. To look back at it, they'd spent more time discussing work than anything else and could cancel dates without the other one getting offended. At the time, she'd thought it was understanding and mutual support. Now she realized it was convenience. And from what she'd heard from Wes at their farewell, Richard had found someone even more convenient who apparently could also cook. Maybe this fear of abandonment was why she'd poured herself into studies, then into work. Work wasn't going to walk away from her to a more attractive woman or more advantageous and popular friends. Work was always going to be there for her. It had paid off, except for some emptiness and longing that she'd done her best to ignore until she returned to Cowboy Crossing. She'd deemed herself a strong woman. And, in the professional sense, she was. But, when it came to Giovanni, she was a young girl again, scared to lose the object of her affections, and she couldn't allow it, even while married to him. Rape was horrible not only because of the bruises, humiliation, pain, shame, and... well, that was long enough of a list. She swallowed hard and wondered if she could reach that raspberry tea. Rape had shattered her illusion of safety. And it had shattered her belief in herself. Her belief in humanity, as well. Slowly and patiently, Giovanni had restored that belief. It was amazing, really, because he wasn't the most patient man in the world, not even close. He stirred. "You're awake. How is the baby?" Her voice sounded weak, and she didn't like it. But it was nothing compared with her worry for their child. The doctor said the baby is fine. You're carrying one tough child. Giovanni leaned to her. She could gaze into his eyes forever. She gave thanks to the Lord that the baby was unharmed. You have a wound in your shoulder, but the bullet just grazed your skin. Considering your pregnancy and what you went through, the doctor wanted to keep you in the hospital for observation. Relief flushed over her. Much better than I expected. You scared me so much. He took her hands in his, emotion thickening his voice. I was afraid I was going to lose you. That's how I felt since returning to Cowboy Crossing. That I was going to lose you again. But I don't any longer. I need you to know I love you. He grinned, returning her words and making her heart beat faster. You don't have to say it just because I did. I say it because it's the way I feel, the way I have felt for a while. I just didn't want to rush you. He brushed the back of his hand against her face. She leaned into his touch. Please rush me. Well, if you're ready, I want to be married for real. In sickness and in health. She waved around. Well, obviously. But despite the beeping machines and cloying antiseptics, her heart sang. Are you proposing to me for the third time? And I hope to finally get it right. He pulled a black velvet box from his pocket and dropped on one knee. Will you please stay married to me for as long as you can tolerate me, which I hope will be for the rest of our lives? And would you please stay alive until we're at least 100 years old? She couldn't help chuckling. She missed the boy who could joke nonstop and make her laugh. She was glad to have that part of him back. 100 years old? Maybe 99. But it's not negotiable any further. She wanted to kiss that lopsided smile. A few heads popped into the door slit. Aurora, Rocky, and Vera. Oh, Aurora said. We're interrupting. No, please come in. I want to have witnesses to make sure it's not some medication-induced dream. Meredith waved them in. You are interrupting, actually. But we love you anyway. Giovanni told his family, then placed a ring on Meredith's finger. Wow. This was happening. For real. Meredith's heart swelled. Vera and Aurora moved inside together with balloons and more flowers. To Meredith's surprise, Rocky followed them. Giovanni leaned in to kiss Meredith, stirring her blood with more love, and the kiss ended too soon for her liking. I wanted to say, Rocky started. I know. We make you want to throw up. Giovanni kissed Meredith's hand. No. Rocky's eyes flooded as she turned to Meredith. You promised you'd always be there for me. You made me believe you. And then you almost left. Oh, sweetie. Meredith opened her arms. I promised to do my best not to be at gunpoint again. Rocky hugged her. I don't want to lose you. I'll even eat some of those horrible dinners you make. Meredith laughed as she let the girl go. No need to make such a huge sacrifice. By the way, I love you, too. Rocky smiled. I still think what you have is a madhouse. But I'm okay being part of it. And Meredith was thrilled to be a part of this large noisy family. Her dream album was going to get many more photos and pages, and she looked forward to living every one of them. Chapter 22. 2 months later. Under a large umbrella, Meredith shielded her eyes with her palm as she stared at Rocky, Ellen, Aurora, and Aurora's son playing in the ocean, Ellen squealing from time to time. Meredith got her dream honeymoon in Hawaii, after all, but wherever Giovanni was in the world, she was simply happy to be with him. A love as endless as the ocean in front of her flooded her heart. The water sparkled like a myriad of diamonds, and sunshine caught in the diamond of her wedding ring. Joy was shining inside her just as brightly. Aurora and her husband had decided to join Meredith and Giovanni on their honeymoon, or honey week in their case, and Meredith couldn't be more grateful. Giovanni seemed to feel the same way, considering the strong bond between him and his sister and the fact that Aurora's husband was a doctor and could help if any pregnancy complications arose for Meredith. Giovanni was becoming a more doting husband the further her pregnancy progressed. She secretly enjoyed being fussed over while asserting her independence out loud. Her heart still ached over Aubrey's betrayal. Her former friend had pleaded guilty in the end. But Meredith had gained wonderful, real friends in the women of her husband's family, especially his sister. Rocky and Ellen adored their fun and feisty aunt to the point that Rocky started singing songs Aurora had written and even wearing cheery buttery yellow and marmalade-hued outfits like her aunt. Now Rocky was splashing in a sunflower-patterned one-piece swimming suit. Eyeliner and black lipstick had vanished, giving way after their days at the ocean to sun-kissed cheeks and ginger eyelashes. And it turned out Rocky had red hair. Who knew? While Rocky didn't become a straight-A student like Meredith had been, her grades had improved, and Meredith and Giovanni cheered their daughter wholeheartedly. Rocky had admitted she'd admired Meredith for solving math problems so easily, while Meredith wished life problems were just as easy to solve. Meredith's heart shifted now as she breathed in the salty air and listened to bird greetings. If not to count summers in Cowboy Crossing with Giovanni's family, nobody had stood by her when she'd been a teen, and she was determined to stand by and support Rocky as much as she could. To Meredith's utmost shock, Rocky had even asked her for dating advice. There would be plenty of bumps on the road ahead. Meredith reached to her own bump that just started showing, and Rocky hadn't lost her prickliness and sarcasm. But the young girl was coming into her own, and Meredith felt privileged to help her on that journey. "Look at me, Mommy!" Ellen screamed as she splashed and waved. "You're a little mermaid, honey!" Meredith waved back. Ellen had thrown a few tantrums when she'd found out about a baby coming and feared she wasn't going to be the center of her parents' attention any longer. But after some talks, her attitude switched, and she couldn't wait to become a big sister. Meredith's insides warmed. Mama Graziella had made a special effort to befriend bitter, lonely, old Mr. Noah, and lately, he'd been showing up at their Sunday family dinners. While he still stood away from Giovanni, he'd accepted Meredith's friendship as well. Keeping on with that healing of her past had taken an internal struggle, but Meredith had visited her stepfather in prison. While she'd remembered him large and intimidating, she'd found a different person now. He claimed he knew nothing about Aubrey's doings and that he regretted everything he'd done. After long talks with Giovanni, she'd decided to work on getting her stepfather paroled. Of course, that brought a risk. He might try to get revenge on Meredith, or her mother might start dating him again, and Meredith didn't know which one scared her the most. But then there was a possibility he might change, as well. Giovanni strode to her and handed her a bottle of her favorite raspberry tea, the surface smooth and cool to touch. "Probably not the honeymoon you envisioned when you were 17, huh?" She took a careful sip of the sweet, refreshing liquid. "No," then she smiled. "Better. Much better." Another sip, and she spurted the liquid back. "Wait a moment. You knew about the secret wedding album? You, mentioned it a couple of times." He gave her the lopsided grin that would never stop making her swoon. Then he placed a kiss on her cheek, making her heart flutter. But let's face it, just looking at him made her heart flutter. She traced the pale scars on his chest. He hadn't talked about what had happened to him while he'd been locked up, but the scars told their own story. His sacrifice for the woman he'd once loved and his daughter had changed something inside Meredith. Maybe that was the moment when she couldn't fight falling in love with him any longer. How many people received a second chance with their first love? She was blessed, and she knew it. Thank you, Lord. While she'd fallen for Giovanni's good looks and his rambunctious caring family when she'd been a teen, she fell in love with his soul now, with the incredible person he'd become. She still had difficulty believing this man was her husband, this time for real. She'd dreamed of a magic kingdom as a child and could never imagine she'd find that kingdom in Giovanni's heart. She left the tea bottle on the sand and placed her palm against the smooth skin of his sunbathed chest, his heart's palpitations making hers reply in unison. I thought I knew what love was at 17. But it's nothing compared to what I feel for you now. His bare chest started heaving faster. I was a fool for not realizing it then. He chuckled. I might be a fool now, but a fool for you. She shook her head as the beautiful world around them seemed to disappear. Thankfully, Aurora was a fantastic babysitter, so they didn't need to worry about the children. You're much wiser now. Especially in the ways of the heart. Maybe we needed to go through what we went through to be where we are now. Their gazes met and held, and she craved to have his lips on hers. A wave of awareness rushed through her. But they had a lifetime together ahead of them. So for now, she traced his strong square jaw with her fingertips, causing him to inhale sharply. The reaction inside her was just as strong. She suspected it always would be, but now, instead of scaring her, it left her grateful. She had to believe that Giovanni was here to stay, that he'd never walk away, never abandon her. She placed her hand in his, and his calloused fingers enveloped hers. Help me up. I feel heavy as a whale these days. He lifted her from the beach chair with ease. You're not like a whale at all. You have a glow I'm thankful to bask in. The corners of her mouth and her spirits lifted. Okay, maybe like a dolphin. Which seemed to be Ellen's favorite thing in the world these days, besides mermaids. Meredith stole a glance at the laughing girl. Giovanni tilted his head as if trying to come up with the right answer. You're a beauty. At that moment, a fish seemed to start swimming inside her. Quick! She snatched his hand and placed it on her stomach. Can you feel it? Wonder glowed in his dark eyes. The baby is kicking, right? She was filled with awe herself. Yes. Sometimes she still had doubts about the baby, and the nightmare of its origin would haunt her forever. But, as Giovanni stared into her eyes with so much love in his, she knew that, if he could love and look forward to this child, so could she. So far, the pregnancy was healthy and her morning sickness bouts had stopped. Meredith gave thanks to the Lord and said a prayer for Jenna, who'd developed some complications and was under her doctor's close observation now. The family was anxious and praying. You'll make a great mom, Giovanni whispered. In fact, you already are. Thank you. I can't wait to meet this baby. She meant it. She'd put her condo in Springfield on the market, and as the lease on her office was expiring, she was fine letting it go for now. She'd taken on a new but uncomplicated case. Once the baby was born, she would take maternity leave. After that, Giovanni had suggested moving to Springfield if she wanted to practice as a lawyer again. But she didn't want to leave the ranch. So she considered commuting to work part-time as a rape victims advocate, a cause she'd been passionate about before and felt more passionate about now. Time would tell. She didn't have to give up her career for family or vice versa, and Giovanni would support her wholeheartedly whatever she decided. She still couldn't understand God's ways, and she never would. But she'd done a lot of soul-searching after returning to her hometown. Giovanni and she had talked about God and faith and started going to Sunday services and participating in the church community. However, what affected her most hadn't been his words, but his deeds. After taking the blame for something that hadn't been his fault and suffering for many years, he'd found it in his heart to forgive and move on and still rely on God. Meredith had thought God had abandoned her, but she could see God's hand in people like Giovanni and his family now. She could feel God's fingertips in the breeze on her skin and see his creation in the amazing beauty around her, the endless ocean and sky, the waterfalls and lush greenery of the islands. Maybe she could hear God's whisper in the sound of the waves and Ellen's laughter if Meredith listened long enough. And she could feel God's love in her own heart. Giovanni touched her arm, making her lean into that touch. I searched for happiness in the world. But now, amore mio, I know you and our children are my world. My happiness. My everything. Tears of the same happiness sprung to her eyes as he hugged her. Then he caught Ellen, who'd run toward them, and threw her in the air. It wasn't often that Meredith was lost for words, but this was one of those times. So she just whispered, "And you're mine, my love." Epilogue. Graziella Moore couldn't believe this. She whirled in front of the mirror and pinned her son Giovanni with a stare. "Seriously? You're going to tell me what to do and who to date?" Giovanni spread his arms in a placating gesture. "We're just concerned for your safety." Vera did a little research. Graziella groaned as she returned to the mirror and tried another pair of earrings, this time pearl ones. "No, not these ones either." Having a private investigator in the extended family could come in handy and frankly had helped save lives. But wasn't Graziella entitled to some privacy here? "Should I remind you that I'm a grown woman who already raised you all? And why would you be concerned about my safety? First, I know how to take care of myself. Second, the man is a retired rancher. Not a criminal." Maybe she shouldn't have said the latter. But then, Giovanni hadn't been a criminal either. He'd pleaded guilty to a crime he hadn't committed to help the woman he'd loved. People did crazy things for love, but she wasn't one of them. His 2 wives died in accidents. At her son's low words, an alarm sounded inside her, but she pushed the snooze button. Which should put compassion in your hearts. She tried on emerald earrings, a family heirloom. She'd probably pass them to her newest daughter-in-law and Giovanni's lovely wife. It would bring out the green of Meredith's eyes perfectly. Graziella smiled at her reflection. Finally, all her children had found marital bliss, even Giovanni, this son of hers she'd worried about the most. And she didn't just gain a new daughter whom she'd loved since Meredith was a naive teenager hopelessly in love with Graziella's wayward son. Graziella was gaining 3 grandchildren, one due to arrive in a few months. How was Meredith's pregnancy? Arching her neck, she eyed his reflection behind hers in the mirror, worry stirring. They already had one difficult pregnancy with her niece, and Meredith had a scary experience when she'd been abducted and nearly killed while carrying the child. He beamed. "Better than I expected. Meredith has strange cravings for pickles and ice cream, together, but, overall, we're thrilled. I could never imagine being this happy." Buono. Her motherly heart couldn't be more content. "What restaurant are you going to?" Once, she liked Giovanni's stubbornness. But not during the years he'd spent in prison and refused to see them. Not now, either. She resisted the urge to gnash her teeth, mainly because it wasn't good for dentures. "The restaurant is called None of Your Business." His frown deepened. "Could you at least make sure to have your cell phone on?" "Fine. But don't you dare to put some kind of tracker on me." She spun to face him and wiggled her index finger. He spread his hands, his crooked smile emerging. "We just want you to have a long and happy life." He'd been her most difficult to raise child, but she couldn't be prouder of him now. He didn't become a rock star like he'd once dreamed. But he'd become a good man, and that was all that mattered to her. "We love your lasagna too much to lose you." All irritation drained out of her, and she hugged her son. "I love you, too. But it's time for me to live my own life, don't you think?" "Of course. I just wish you chose a different man." Giovanni hugged her back. "Arg. Hugo was the first man who caught her eye in decades. So what if the guy was a widower? Or much younger? Or..." Okay, that was enough. About an hour later, Graziella's heart did a pitter-patter when she spotted Hugo at the candlelit table at one of the fancy Springfield restaurants. And here she'd thought her heart was closed off to romance after the love of her life betrayed her. It shouldn't matter that she was a grandmother and not a teenager. Didn't they say love had no age? Smiling, she waved back and made her way between the tables. The aromas of sautéed beef and fresh biscuits greeted her together with Hugo's smile. He wore a dressy Arctic blue shirt, black slacks, and shiny shoes, and as much as she was fond of cowboy outfits, knowing he'd dressed up for her pleased her. His graying temples gave him a more distinguished look. And yes, he looked young for his age and was a few years younger than she was, fine, a decade and a half younger, but who was counting? A single red rose waited for her on the table, giving a subtle scent. A nice touch. You look beautiful. Admiration in his tone showed he meant it, and he'd better. Thank you. She lowered herself into the chair he pulled out for her. Brewing pain in her knees hinted of a coming rain tomorrow. As much as the grass needed water and Graziella welcomed the rain, her bones didn't agree. The waiter brought menus, and they ordered their meals and drinks. At this age, she didn't need to read the menu and knew exactly what she wanted. Or maybe not. She studied the man in front of her, Giovanni's words appearing uninvited in her head. But really, a man couldn't be blamed for being a widower, and it wasn't like she was going to marry him anyway. She was entitled to a man's companionship and a quiet dinner now that her children were all grown up, married, and raising their own kids. Now that they didn't need her as much. Now that they were shouldering responsibility for the ranch. She leaned forward. So how was your day? Her phone buzzed in her purse before he could answer. She raised her hand. Hold that thought, please. It could be someone from her family asking for a tiramisu recipe, or it could be one of the grandchildren in the ER. Aurora. Graziella swiped the screen to answer. Ciao, mia figlia. Mama, congratulate me. Aurora nearly sang in her excitement. I was invited to open a concert tour. Well, no wonder. You're super talented. Congratulations. We'll celebrate before you leave. Graziella's mind whirled. You're going to need someone to babysit, right? Do you mean my son or my husband? Aurora laughed. Well, my honey is going with me. But a tour isn't a great place for a child, and we don't want him to miss school. Her voice dropped. Maybe I should refuse the offer. Nonsense. You go enjoy yourself and stun the world with your musical talent. The family will take care of your boy. We'll discuss the details later. Mama, you're amazing. I know. I've got to go now. Graziella disconnected. Sorry about that. She smiled at Hugo. So where were we? The waiter brought food then, but the moment he left, Hugo leaned forward, too. I wanted to tell you. Her phone rang again. Giovanni. Graziella frowned. He must be doing it on purpose. Resisting the urge to roll her eyes, she swiped the screen. Yes? What should I cook for Sunday dinner? She suppressed a sigh. And that question couldn't be a text because. Right. Never mind. He disconnected. Graziella put the phone on silent. My children are a blessing. Twinkles shimmered in his ocean blue eyes. She liked his attitude. She said grace, and he echoed her amen. She took a sip of her sparkling water, then gave her meal its due. Not bad, though she cooked better. He studied her over the rim of his glass. There are so many things I'd love to do now that I'm retired from ranching. And I'd love to do them with you. How do you feel about parasailing? She coughed and sipped cold water again. Slightly nauseated. He nodded. I see. What about skydiving? I'd rather go parasailing. Her joints told her he'd better not suggest climbing Everest next. She didn't care if he'd consider her unadventurous. Raising 4 boys and 1 rebellious girl while running a ranch was adventurous enough for her, thank you very much. How about I pick you up on a motorcycle and we go cruising around? He winked. Have the wind in our ears, the sight of open roads, some excitement. He did have a nice smile, and her heart picked up speed. But considering his history, she didn't like the suggestion. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. She ignored it. It vibrated again. On the 3rd time, she gave up and pulled it out of her pocket. Giovanni again. That better be an emergency, and not when someone can't find a fire extinguisher, she nearly growled into the phone. She went into labor. What? That can't be. How premature is this baby going to be? She jumped to her feet. I meant, Jenna, not Meredith. But you're right. I should have specified. Because now that Buttercup is going to have kittens, next time I call about labor it might be her, Anne. She loved animals, but she cut him off. I'm on my way. Notify the rest of the family and start the prayer chain. She disconnected and turned to her date. Well, I'm about to have lots of excitement. I have to go. My niece just went into labor. Then she remembered. Oh no. I need to call a taxi. My nephew was driving to Springfield, so he dropped me off here. Hugo placed several bills on the table. I'll be glad to take you to the hospital. The only thing is. Let me guess. You rode a motorcycle here? The end. Acknowledgements. First of all, thank you to God for putting up with me, and for all the blessings. A million thanks to you, my readers, for reading my books, for sending me encouragement, and for supporting me. Thanks to Regina, Carol, Sherry, and Kathy for naming the cat. Many thanks to my street team, Alexa's amazing readers, and to my beta readers, whom I love to pieces. Special thanks to Terry, Mary Ellen, Jewel, Margaret, Mary Jane, Trudy, and Kim for their help with typo spotting. Heartfelt thanks to author Jessie Gussman for coming up with the idea for this series and for helping me so much on the way. Jessie, you make me laugh, you make me smile, and you make the world a better place. I also thank my wonderful editor, Deirdre, for coming through for me every time. Thank you for listening to Show Me a Reunion. A Cowboy Crossing Romance. Written by Alexa Verde. Text copyright 2021 by Alexa Verde. Production copyright 2022 by Alexa Verde.